Welcome back to my Manhwa recap channel. If you enjoy my content, please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Don't forget to leave a comment with your feedback. Subscribe now and enjoy the recap.
Confetti flies through the streets of a medieval city. A crowd of people raise their hands and cheer, shouting for the hero to look in their direction. A man on horseback waves his hand towards people as they shout for him to look here and rejoice. He gallops along the road, surrounded by people who shout, "Glory to the hero." Clear skies over the city and screams, "The eternal glory of the Isekai'd Empire." The girl runs along the paving stones screaming for her brother to wait for her. The running boy turns worriedly to his sister and shouts that they need to be faster because the parade is about to end, to which the girl shouts that she is tired. A silhouette appears in front of the boy in the distance, and he says that he already said that they need to hurry. A man in a black cloak walks past a child. The boy stops while the man moves on. The girl runs up to her brother and asks if she asked him to slow down. But why did he stop? She turns her questioning gaze to the man. There is a white bag on his shoulder. The boy looks at the girl worriedly when she says that the parade is in the other direction, to which he whispers to her not to stare. The hood covers the man's face, and the brother says that this man is a dark magician. The children look after the man, and the girl asks if he is a dark magician, to which the boy confirms this. The man's cloak flutters in the wind, and the boy begins to think that he is cursed. A large white building stands on a cliff. The blonde looks at the city landscape. The sun illuminates her face. Her eyes widen in surprise. She looks towards the dark magician who has appeared. The blonde puts her hands together and says there he is. The man's face is obscured by a hood, and she calls him Minold. He puts down his helmeted head, glowing with a purple aura, and says that Isekai'd's latest threat is now strange. A smile appears on the blonde's face, and she says that she wants to thank him on behalf of the Empire, to which the man says that's enough. He lifts his head, and you can see his eyes. He tells her to just keep her promise. The smile disappears from the girl's face when he tells her to do it right now. The sun shines on her back, and she says that she remembers her promise and that Minold should not worry. The guy lowers his hood with his hand, and the girl asks that maybe she should call him Kim Minju now. Clouds float near the towers of a white building. The sun shines through the windows of the building. The blonde stands in front of the statue of a woman, saying that of course she is repeating herself. She made him a dark magician not because she doesn't like him, to which the guy says that he doesn't like her, so he would have killed her. Min Jun sits on one knee in front of her while she says that the fact that he worked for the good of the Empire while in complete obscurity deserves her boundless gratitude. Although he can be a bit straightforward, he has done a lot to change the opinion of the Dark Ones forever magicians among the inhabitants of Isekai'd. The blonde looks at the guy with a surprised expression and tells him to let him ask him again if he really wants to return to his home world. The protagonist lowers his head and agrees. He keeps his head down and says he asks her to send him home right now. She doesn't need him anymore anyway. The blonde sighs and closes her eyes, saying that if he stayed, just in case. A wide smile appears on the guy's face while the girl says that she would reward him for all the troubles that befell him and for all the neglect that he experienced, and he replies that she should end this performance. The blonde clenches her hands into fists and is indignant. While the protagonist rises, she shouts what he means. She actually speaks sincerely, to which he asks, well, what will she give him then? She looks at him in shock and asks what. The guy shakes off his cloak and says that she dragged him into this world by force. She worked for her like a slave, and what's next? She wants him to stay and continue to carry out her instructions until the end of his days. The eyebrows on his face furrow, and he asks with a smile what he will get in return. The blonde opens her arms and says that if she stays, she will give him whatever his heart desires, and without him the empire is simple, to which the guy tells her to get him Korean grilled chicken. She opens her eyes wide and asks what. He looks at her and says Jockball wants her. Despair appears on the girl's face when he says that you know what, the local food is simply disgusting. All this time she fed him some kind of high-calorie cookies. This is not food. This is food. Why would he stay in a world where they even feed him they can't normally? To which the girl replies that they will work on it and stammers. The sun illuminates the face of the protagonist, who tells her to forget. In fact, he wants a computer with a huge monitor and the latest components, so that it works as powerfully as a monster, and he also needs the fastest internet. The blonde flinches when he says with a desperate face that he so badly wants to collect rewards in his favorite game of the strongest dungeon fighters. He urgently needs to go into it. He's just going crazy. To which the girl shouts that that's enough. Let him ask for something that exists in this world. She clenches her hands into fists. She desperately lowers her head and says okay. They will start the moving ritual. The sun's rays fall on a massive wooden door. Min Jun turns around and says with a smile on his face that he has so many memories with this hall, even though he doesn't want to see it ever again. The blonde lowers her eyebrows and closes her eyes, telling him to stand in the center of the summoning seal, where he appeared. The protagonist stands in a recess in the floor. A purple magic circle lights up under his feet. The girl turns to him and says that first she will free him from the protection of holiness. The protagonist takes off his gloves. He puts his hand in front of him and looks at her, thinking about the protection of holiness. Contrary to the name, this thing did not protect, but rather served as a chain holding him back from killing this woman. There is a tattoo on his arm, and he thinks that she will finally take it off him. He waited. A blonde uses magic to remove a tattoo from a guy's arm. Using magic, she looks at his hand and says that she really doesn't understand him, the incredible power he received in this world, as well as the wealth and fame awaiting him. Is he really ready to give up all this? To which he replies that she should not mind it her own business. Min Jun frowns and asks with a smile, but is she really not afraid at all? As soon as the mark is removed, he will be able to kill her. The girl frowns and closes her eyes, saying that in this case she will humbly accept this fate. After all, she herself started it. There is no longer a tattoo on the protagonist's hand, and the blonde says that everything is ready. Now he can kill her if he wants. The protagonist looks at his hand in surprise when she says that if he doesn't intend to, they will begin the ritual. The girl leaves the guy and says that now she will deprive him of the powers that he received when he got to Isekai'd. A wide smile appears on Min Jun's face. Purple magic appears on the blonde's neck as she says that it is dangerous for him to enter the portal with these powers. The protagonist uses magic to hold her neck in the air. The girl with an angry expression asks what it all means. An evil smile appears on Min Jun's face, and he asks if the girl has any idea how much effort he put into developing this power. He won't just give it away. He just won't let her take it away. The blonde falls to the floor and screams. She angrily turns to the guy and reflects that she understood his plan. However, being a dark magician, he will not be able to open the portal. She opens her eyes wide in surprise. Min Jun stretches out his hand to the dark-colored portal, and the girl thinks how he managed to open the passage with the help of dark magic. The blonde looks at him and yells at him to stop. He can't use interdimensional magic so carelessly, to which he replies that he knows about it. She listens to him with a frightened expression on her face as he says that that's why he rehearsed this moment 1,000 times. After all, now he is at the peak of his powers, and these guys are generally strange. Why divide magic into light and dark? It's all the same. The protagonist reaches into his pocket and says that he has something for her. He shows an unfriendly gesture. He enters the portal and says that it is very nice to meet this viper. Let them never meet again, and even if they do see each other, she will not live. The blonde extends her hand towards him screaming, "Stop!" Dark energy erupts from the portal. It illuminates the room with a bright flash. A purple beam shoots out like a pillar from a hole in the roof. The girl hits the floor with her hand. With an angry expression on her face, she asks if he really thought she did it for fun, or because she liked it and thinks he's stupid. Clouds float over a modern multi-story building. One of the windows begins to glow purple. The protagonist is surrounded by a magical aura. He sits on the floor and breathes deeply. Drops of sweat roll down his face, and he blows that because of her words he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to move. But it's good that it was all just nonsense. The guy gets up, leaning on his knees, and thinks that he needs to forget. He is standing in an ordinary room. He turns his gaze in surprise. There is a phone charging on the table. He takes it in his hands. Min Jun holds him and says with a smile that he missed this feeling so much. He starts the game on his phone and laughs, saying it's his phone. A wide smile appears on his face, and he shouts that he's finally Basie. K. He finally got out of that hole and starts laughing. He looks interestedly at the phone. He is surprised when a notification appears on the phone that the connection has been lost because there is no internet connection. Several people in military uniform are running and breathing heavily. One of the men leans against the wall. He holds his weapon at the ready and asks if the target is headed in that direction, to which the other replies that they were sent to that area. Men in uniform stand in the alley, and one asks what Corporal Choi and Ho's business is there, why they pulled them out, to which the man replies that how can he even know? Let him ask the officer if he's so interested. Sweat runs down the other soldier's face, and he breathes heavily. The men turn to look at him excitedly. She runs into the street screaming, "Let's go." One of the men runs around the corner, taking aim. His eyes widen in surprise. A guy walks down the street and asks what's going on since his last call. 2 years have passed, and the very thought of it annoys him. He looks worriedly at his phone and says that it's good that the phone works at all, although he still has no one to call. Asking what's wrong with the internet, he can't go anywhere. He waves his hand with the phone and asks why there is no internet anywhere, and even the shops are closed in the middle of the day. Men in uniform look at the guy from behind and whisper in a whisper what it is, to which the other replies that he looks like a civilian. The guy lowers his head and says how much time he lost in Isekai'd. Well, at least it was only 2 years, but it could have been worse, while the man whispers that he thought civilians weren't allowed into this area. So what is he doing here? The protagonist turns to the military in surprise when they call out to him. Excitement appears on his face, and he asks what the military is doing here. He scratches his head and thinks that they are probably having some kind of training, although they are somehow harsh with him, although they should just walk around the area in circles, and says that he is sorry and was just passing by. The man opens his mouth wide, shouting, "Boy, run." The monster attacks the protagonist from behind. Min-jun turns his head at him, asking why. He looks at the monster flying at him while they shout at him to duck. A monster wolf jumps on him. The guy raises his hand and frowns, saying that this piece of meat is not even worth one blow. He turns his gaze questioningly. He looks at his hand and thinks about his demonic energy. Has it completely disappeared? Min-jun takes the monster by the head. With great force, he hits the wolf on the floor. The military looks at the guy in shock. The monster's fangs smash on the ground. Irritation appears on the protagonist's face, and he calls the wolf stupid trash. One of the soldiers looks alarmed at the monster, which growls. The protagonist sits with a blood stain on his cheek and says that he really thought that he was a pathetic loser who could be attacked just because he had no demonic energy left, and even if he became a little weaker, he is still such a monster loser like him. He is no match. A look of worry appears on his face as he remembers lifting large rocks and reflects that it reminded him of his endurance training in Isekai'd. He turns his gaze to the wolf and thinks, but the monster lies in a pool of his own blood, and the guy thinks what he is doing in this world. He rises to his feet as the military looks at him in shock. He turns around with a menacing expression on his face, saying that he apologizes too. The soldiers flinch at his gaze and shout that he should not come near. There is a green sign hanging above the street, which says that the evacuation point is 1 kilometer away. A military vehicle drives down the road while someone says that he doesn't understand why the kid went so far. Min-jun looks on in surprise, wiping his face with a towel, while they tell him that he could be put behind bars for this. It's lucky that the commander allowed them to let him go so as not to escalate the situation. The man behind the wheel looks at him and asks if he seriously doesn't know what's going on. The protagonist with a smile on his face says that yes, he just lived abroad for a long time, but he just arrived and he thinks that he was actually in another world. The corners of his lips turn down and he furrows his brows, thinking that Korea is no longer the same. What has happened in these 2 years? Various monsters emerge from a blue portal, and the protagonist thinks that when he was 7, dungeons began to appear around the world. Monsters appeared in their reality, and he even remembers how soldiers killed them then, much like now. A pumped-up guy stands surrounded by a blue aura, and the guy thinks that along with the dungeons, the so-called awakened ones began to appear. A girl cuts a goblin with a dagger. The man grabs the monster with wings by the neck, and Min-jun thinks that their powers are significantly superior to ordinary people. He raises a knife over the monster, and the guy thinks that a detachment of hunters has been created from the awakened ones, whose task is to immediately destroy the monsters that have escaped from the dungeon. The blonde girl folds her hands and smiles, and the protagonist thinks that since that viper called him, there were no problems with monsters in Korea. Min-jun turns his head away and frowns, saying, "Stop. Really?" He holds his phone with the game open and thinks that the server for the strongest fighters has not opened. Sweat runs down his face and he pokes his finger at the screen and thinks that he really didn't come back in vain. He wants to play a mobile game so badly, cursing the internet connection and telling it to load faster. The military guy looks at the guy in bewilderment, thinking that the whole world is in the same situation. And he says that he doesn't know anything. It's somehow suspicious. Sweat runs down his face as he remembers how the protagonist slammed the monster to the floor and thinks that he better mind his own business, because he is sure that he had his reasons. He looks at Min-jun in shock when he calls out to him. The protagonist gets a serious expression on his face and asks if people were able to evacuate painlessly, especially game developers. What does he think? Is it possible to find a job now, especially in a gaming company? What about the buildings? Nothing was destroyed. What about the server rooms? What actually happened? What a mess this is. The military man looks at him with alarm and says that he will tell everything he knows. It may not be obvious from him, but at the university he had the highest score in the theory of dungeons and monstrology, to which the protagonist asks, "Is this really what they teach in universities now?" That he replies that in their day, it is more difficult to find a university that does not teach such things. The soldier looks at the road, saying that is the reason why the situation has gotten so bad. The workers in helmets look in amazement, and the guy says that a strange phenomenon that arose in the dungeons about 2 years ago. One day the dungeons simply began to appear more often. A huge red portal burns in front of the workers, and the military man says that they are getting bigger. Fingers stick out of the portal, and the military man tells what the worst is. The workers look in shock at the monster emerging from the portal, and the military man says that the number of giant monsters has also increased significantly. The guy clasps his hands in his hands and says that because of this, the military had a hard time controlling the situation, and in the end they even had to cordon off several of the most violent residential areas. And since then the army has been constantly trying to push the monsters back, but there simply are not enough people. Min Jun looks at the guy in shock. Desperation appears on his face, and he wonders what is wrong with gaming companies in the end. He just wants to play the strongest dungeon fighters. The military man looks at him and asks how old he is, to which he replies that he seems to be 21. A smile appears on his face, and he says that then it turns out that very soon he will need to serve 5 years of his life down the drain. The corpses of monsters lie along the streets, and the protagonist asks whether only the awakened ones serve for 5 years, and the ordinary ones for only 3 years, to which the military replies that due to the deterioration of the situation, the authorities changed the law and now everyone, not just the awakened ones, serves for 5 years, and if he is 21, then he should have already received a summons. Min Jun is in a black space. His face darkens, and he thinks that the guy was really serious. Upon his return, he was going to do nothing for a while and just play fighters and relax. Anger appears on his face, and he thinks that now he is being called up for 5 years, and he cannot even log into the server. A notification about the address to the nation appears. The protagonist looks questioningly at his phone. A message appears on the bright screen of the phone, and he asks what the hell is this? A message about the beginning of military service of Unit X. He looks at the phone screen and asks, is this tomorrow? Now that, according to messages, summonses are being sent out, the timing was chosen. On that the military guy says that yes, everything is serious, and he replies that it is true. Min Jun turns to the guy and scares him by shouting that this is really true. Now they don't even conduct a medical examination, they just send a message and that's it. The military man looks at him with alarm when he shouts that how can anyone even report the draft the day before, to which he replies that he already said that there are not enough people. So the medical examination is carried out right on the spot, and as for the date, it's probably he simply missed past reminders. Min Jun flinches and is surprised when the guy asks that why don't he go to the computer club near the evacuation point and take a look. He presses the mouse buttons with his hand and reflects that after his parents disappeared, he spent the whole day at home playing games. There are dirty dishes and empty jars on the table. He thinks that when he was called to Isekai'd, he was in grade 12, without a single friend. He presses the keys on the keyboard and thinks that this is his lost paradise. The player character strikes the monster. The girl walks past the happy protagonist, who thinks he loves computer games, saying that this game is divine, and he hasn't gone on a boss raid for a long time. The protagonist is distracted from playing with the girl while he says that he would like to personally thank the owner of this establishment for not closing this computer club even in such difficult times, and shouts for him to bring him a hot dog, to which the girl thinks that he eats a lot. Min Jun puts his chopsticks on the table. He props his head with his hand and says what it is. He leans his elbows on the table and says that it's all for real. He thinks about it, that after satisfying his need for games, he checked the news from online sources. He sees a major news article with a photo of a wolf attached, and it is written that this year the damage caused by monsters is 48% higher than in the previous year. The hunting party puts the safety of the population first. Due to the increase in the threat of monsters, a group of hunters will take preventive measures. Cases of monster attacks are increasing. The authorities are looking for a solution. Citizens are evacuated after the unexpected appearance of a new dungeon. He sees comments that say that they will really die like this. Yesterday a dungeon appeared in their area. They need to recruit more people as hunters, and the protagonist thinks that the words of that soldier turned out to be pure truth. An angry look appears on his face as he remembers the summons, and reflects that including the fact that he was warned in advance about the draft, and apparently, his first day of service is tomorrow. Min Jun stands on top of a cliff above the corpses of the brawlers, and reflects that if he had dark magic on him, he could clear all the dungeons on his own. He realizes his hand and thinks that for some reason his body has been completely drained of the demonic energy that was the source of magic. He hits the wolf's head on the asphalt and thinks that it's not that he is completely defenseless. Perhaps he can still clear all the dungeons on his own. He looks ahead questioningly. The rest of the club's patrons turn at him in shock as he shouts that this is exactly what he should do. Min Jun opens the website for his favorite game and says everything is perfect and they should just wait for him. A wide smile appears on his face and he frowns. saying that he will solve all the problems himself. The next day, a military man stands in front of the entrance. The protagonist brings the kebab to his mouth. He looks around the crowd of people and says that a lot of people have gathered. A woman wipes her tears in front of a bald man. The guy calms down his girlfriend. Min-jun walks among the people with food in his teeth. He says with a smile on his face that they are all so depressed. A loud voice is heard asking for attention, and the recruits are asked to urgently proceed to the auditorium. The protagonist walks towards the gate along with other men and says that there are rumors that the army is no longer what it was before. Will it really be tougher than in Isekai'd? Clouds float over a multi-story building, and someone shouts for these fools to stand up straight. They didn't come here for a picnic. A crowd of men stands in front of the stage, and someone shouts for these lazy mediocrities to stop walking like snails. Keep their heads straight and look straight ahead, and not to the sides. Two men in military uniforms stand on stage, and one of them shouts for them to move an inch forward, for them to push those in front of them with such force as if their lives depend on it, while the other shouts that why don't they repeat that they were ordered. Min-jun looks on in surprise as the guys nearby scurry around, lining up an inch forward and shouting to them that this is really the best they can do. A slight smile appears on his face when he remembers how he was beaten, with the words that this is not what he does. Why doesn't he listen to him? And he thinks that he forgot to kill that worm before returning, and the local instructors are nice guys. A military man approaches the microphone and says, "Attention." The sun shines on his face, and he says that before he speaks, he asks those who want to join the hunting party to raise their hands. A crowd of guys look at him while he says that, as they already know, the attitude towards hunters is completely different than towards representatives of other units. Salaries there start from 3 million won. The guys look away in alarm when he asks if it's really anyone. The eyebrows on his face lower, and he says that this is just a formality, and now they can move on. But before he can finish speaking, another military man calls out to him. The guy raises his hand, and the military man says that there is one person who wants it, to which the commander asks where. The guys look at the protagonist with concern when he is told to come forward. The wooden floor breaks under his feet. He jumps, and the others look on in shock. The protagonist flies over the heads of the military. He lands on the stage. The commander looks at him in shock. A wide smile appears on Min-jun's face, and he says that he is a recruit, Kim Min-jun, and would like to become part of the hunting squad. Jagged mountains rise above the mist in the northern region of Isekai'd, the Forgotten Canyon. There is a cave in one of these rocks. The light reflects off the walls of the caves and says something, in general, he wants to say. A man sits on a spider and says that dark magicians have the same problems, the worst choice of activity. The man in black extends his hand using magic, and the man says that even though they have wild skills, without demonic energy it is useless. The old man with the staff is surrounded by a blue aura, and he says that mana is inside him and needs to be accumulated. And the guy says that it is not restored like mana, like ordinary magicians, it has to be accumulated by killing demonic monsters. A dark mage uses magic on a crowd of slugs, and the guy says that earning energy while spending it is not very profitable, and it is almost impossible for a dark mage with such and such a reputation to join a normal squad. You run out of demonic energy, you're dead. The guy raises his index finger and says with a smile, and then he has a question for him, asking how a dark magician can more or less effectively accumulate demonic energy. Sticks and branches burn in a fire. Min-jun sits with folded hands. He sits surrounded by the corpses of spider monsters and clicks his tongue and says that there is deathly silence here, probably because they are all dead. Something sharp stuck into the ground. The protagonist turns his gaze and says that in that case, a huge spider towers over him. This is the Forgotten Canyon, a nest of arachnids, the hidden boss of the dungeon, and he asks why even the boss is silent. The spider's eyes glow red and it hisses when the guy asks if he really just came here, because he almost died of boredom here. Spiders lie in pools of green blood. Their abdomens are torn, and they are bleeding. A huge spider opens its mouth and screams. Min-jun turns his gaze to the monster and asks with a smile, and this is his answer, otherwise his breath stinks. The guy hits the spider on the head, saying that he answered incorrectly. He raises his fist and says that the correct answer. Dark energy surrounds him, and he says the answer is to pump up your physical strength. This is Min-jun, a dark magician at the peak of his powers, 645 days before returning to Earth. Present tense. A man's hand touches a mug with hot contents and he says his name is Min-jun, to which the guy replies yes. The protagonist holds a mug in his hands while the military man tells him to wait here and one of the hunters will come soon, to which he says, "Thank you." The man takes a sip from the mug and says that the guy is full of enthusiasm. Let him tell you why he is so eager to join the hunting party. Min-jun turns his head with a smile when the commander says that things are bad in Korea these days. Many are moving to other units and even awakened ones, to which the guy replies that yes, he just has business in the dungeon. The guys find the room in silence. A smile appears on the soldier's face and laughing, he says that the guy is funny, to which he asks if this is really true. Min-jun takes a sip of a drink from a mug while the man shouts that he likes him because he's funny and won't even force him to pay for a broken floor, to which the guy thinks that this old man should stop laughing already, he's serious. All Korean dungeons are under army custody. There is a group of armed men in black standing. The task of destroying the escaped monsters on the spot, of course, lies with the hunters. The hand grips the handle of the knife. Each of them has exceptional skills, and you can quickly rise in the hunter squad if you prove your strength. Several emblems fly down. Their career growth has no limits. The military man beats the goblins with his fists, and the protagonist thinks that if he gets into the hunting party, then in theory he should be allowed into the dungeon. He will deal with most of T. He monsters on his own, and hopes that among them there will be at least a couple of demonic ones. Min-jun stands in his uniform, using magic, and he thinks that then, given the opportunity for career growth, he will be able to fully restore his strength. A wide smile with all teeth appears on the spruce face. He puts the empty mug on the table and thinks that in 5 years he will get 5 stars, which is literally impossible, and complete every single Korean dungeon. A thoughtful look appears on Min-jun's face and he raises his hand, thinking that then the creators of the fighters will finally be able to calmly finish developing their new project, and he will become rich and successful. A military man in a black uniform salutes and says that Sun Ho from the hunting squad is there. The commander points to the protagonist and says that here is the newcomer he promised him, to which the guy wonders if the battalion commander is really addressing the sergeant in a respectful manner. Sun Ho turns his stern gaze to Min-jun and asks if he even has the abilities of a hunter. The protagonist looks at him carefully as he says that if he is truly awakened, he should be able to open the status window, let him dictate his stats to him. Min-jun sits on the sofa and wonders what this guy is talking about. Are all hunters really like this? He raises his hand and thinks that, okay, that's the way it is in the army. If you're told to do it, then you do it. You have to obey. The blue system window glows in the dark, and the protagonist thinks that Isekai'd also had status windows, although he rarely opened it, because there is nothing there except statistics points and skill descriptions, and it's interesting how it opens here. Min-jun extends his hand and says with a smile, "Status window." He looks in shock at the blue window that appears. Sun Ho raises one eyebrow and asks what's going on. The protagonist looks at him awkwardly. A notification with an error is displayed on the blue glowing panel, and the guy says that it gives an error, to which the hunter asks, "How can this be?" Sun Ho's face turns red with anger, and he asks if the guy is laughing at him. Somewhere in Gyeonggi-do, the hunting squad's training center. The sky turns pink above the building. There's a sign on the back door that says this is the battalion commander's office, and someone says they haven't seen each other for a long time. The man in the black uniform smiles and says that on the last day they crossed paths in Woncheon. 10 years have already passed, and he did not think that he would bump into him here. A girl with blue hair stands in front of him, and he says, "Why don't she sit down?" Huntress Yoon-seo. The girl looks carefully at the man and says that she is not a hunter yet, just one of the recruits, like everyone else here. She frowns and says that she doesn't want to rush to conclusions, but if he called her here only because of her father, then she should immediately warn that she doesn't want special treatment during the training period. The man closes his eyes and laughs, saying that she misunderstood everything. He called her for a completely different reason. A blush appears on Yoon-seo's face when the man says that of course he won't have any special relationship with her. After all, the hunting party is a serious place, to which she asks why he called her. Through the video window there is a silhouette of a man who says that he, as a commander, could not help but be interested when he learned that they had received such an interesting recruit. Very soon she would not have time to talk, so he wanted to tell her something in advance. Yoon-seo's cheeks turn red when the commander says that he is sure that it was a difficult decision to start from the bottom like other recruits. They need people like her, so he thanks her as a military man and as a Korean citizen. Sweat rolls down the girl's face, and she says that she thanks him for such kind words and thinks that she is very embarrassed. The man turns to see an approaching car. The girl looks at the commander in amazement when he says that he recently received a very funny report. He turns his gaze to the girl and says that she will have one interesting friend. She looks at the man questioningly when he asks her if she wants to go and see him together. The sunset illuminates a multi-story panel building. Min-jun raises his head in confusion. He looks around and thinks that how much taxpayer money they have invested in this. Everything is serious here, and perhaps there will even be a computer club. Sun Ho looks back at the protagonist and tells him not to look at the local species. It's too early to relax, because he hasn't been accepted yet. The guy follows him with an angry look on his face while the sergeant says that he is a special case, so he will personally test him. If not for the decision of the higher-ups, he would not have bothered with him and sent him straight to Yangchang. Min Jun looks at him interestedly as he speaks, so that he takes into account that as soon as the test reveals that he lied to them, he will immediately be sent to court, to which the guy thinks that he is disgusting and asks what the test is. Sun Ho taps the red crystal with his fingers and says, "What is this?" He points at the crystal with his thumb and says that if he can move this block even a centimeter, then he is accepted. He frowns and says that he will have 10 minutes to do everything, thinking that if he has even the slightest bit of talent as a hunter, then let him prove it. The crystal glitters on the chips and Sun Ho thinks that this mineral is called red stone. It appears in dungeons and this material is not only unusually heavy, but also extremely hard. A block of this size will not even flinch under the pressure of an ordinary recruit. A wide smile appears on Min Jun's face, and he asks if that's all. He passes by a military man and says that this is some kind of simple test. Sun Ho looks back at him angrily. He watches the protagonist approach the stone and thinks that it is impossible to look into the window of another person's status. And among the warriors there are a lot of hypocrites who abuse power left and right. He folds his arms over his chest and thinks that he jumped onto a 5-meter platform, but he doesn't want to show the status window. It's clear that he's lying. The commander and the girl are standing on an elevated platform, and he says that here he is. With a smile on his face, the commander says that during the gathering of recruits he demonstrated outstanding abilities, but the young man claimed that his status window was displaying an error. Min Jun touches the scarlet stone as the man says that he has never seen such a case in all his time as a commander. He has high expectations and hopes that the recruit will meet them. The protagonist raises his head, reflecting that these stones were scattered throughout the dungeons of Isekai'd and they are absurdly heavy. In the reflection of the stone, a smile appears on his face and he thinks that he can handle it with ease. He swings his fist at the stone. Sun Ho looks at the guy questioningly. Yoon Seo lowers his interested gaze. Min Jun furrows his brows and smiles, wondering if he even has demonic energy. He hits the stone. Cracks appear on it. The crystal breaks into small pieces. Shards of stone fly next to the protagonist, and he says that it would be a pity if this is not so. The girl and the commander open their mouths wide in surprise. Sun Ho's face shows confusion and shock. Steam rises from the remains of the scarlet stone, and the military thinks that the scarlet stone has collapsed. A smile appears on his face, and he thinks this is some kind of madness. Min Jun looks at his hand and says that there was nothing inside, and the man thinks that he is just a monster. Sweat rolls down the guy's face, and he breathes heavily. He's walking up the stairs with a bunch of other guys in uniform, and they're all breathing heavily, and he thinks this is somehow wrong. The weighted foot steps onto the step of the stairs, and Sun Ho remembers that even before joining the Hunter Corps, he knew that training would not be easy. The guy frowns, and the sergeant thinks that at the end of the training, the recruits are immediately sent into battle, so they are driven around all day for a month in order to somehow prepare them for the difficulties ahead. A long staircase is in front of the recruits, and the man thinks that on the first day they were given weights and forced to run up the infamous 6,000 steps. A man in a red cap stands with a stopwatch, and this is the instructor of the Hunter Training Center, Sergeant Sun Ho, who is called the Devilish Instructor, and he thinks that as if this were not enough, the instructor is timing the distance, which is slightly unnerving, but this was expected. The recruits stagger and they walk, breathing heavily, and the military man thinks that this is the only way to improve physical performance in the shortest possible time. And it seemed to him that this is how it should be when you are a recruit in the Hunter Squad. The rookie looks up in surprise, and Sun Ho thinks that maybe he was wrong. Min Jun runs with weights and a big smile, and the military man thinks this guy broke all the rules. Tears appear in the recruit's eyes, and he asks if it's really because of them. The protagonist runs, looking at the rocks. He climbs the steps and thinks that his body seems light as a feather. If he also had demonic energy, he would simply fly. He moves his leg and thinks that these hellish hunter trainings turned out to be quite pleasant, and in comparison with Isekai'd rags, the military uniform seems to suit him. Min Jun looks with surprise at the assortment of the canteen and wonders what about the food served in the center's canteen. The recruits are sitting in the hall while military man is telling them something, and the guy thinks that there is more. Sun Ho points to a magnetic board on which the training schedule is written. At 6 o'clock wake up, 6 o'clock 10 minutes roll call and warm up, 8 o'clock 30 minutes breakfast, 9:30 morning training, 12 o'clock 30 minutes lunch, 14 o'clock afternoon training, 18 o'clock dinner, 19 hours of lecture, 21 hours of rest and lights out. And the protagonist thinks that after all the points on the schedule there is rest. On the whiteboard, it is written that at 21 p.m. there is rest and lights out. Min Jun frowns and thinks that he found out that there really is a computer club here. and it is no worse than those located in peaceful zones, and he believes that the authorities do not care what he does in his free time. As long as the territory did not leave the center, he thought that he could escape with the help of those crumbs of demonic energy that he could get if he did not like the conditions, but in the end, he opens his mouth wide in a smile and runs, thinking that here they help him keep in shape, feed him delicious food, pay him well, and give him free time to play. He smiles and raises his head. The recruits watch him run. The guy runs up the stairs, shouting that the hunting party is simply the best, and laughs, to which the recruit asks that he ran even faster. How is this even possible, and what was he muttering there? To which the other replies that wherefrom he knows, it would be better to stop talking to him. Sun Ho looks up in shock. He jumps in surprise when he sees the protagonist running. Min Jun places his foot at the end of the stairs. He swings to the side and asks if he is already at the finish line. He looks around and asks if there's a good view from here, to which Sun Ho looks at the stopwatch and wonders what's wrong with this guy. For the average recruit, this distance takes about an hour and a half, and he's already there. The protagonist turns his head towards him. He hangs around the military man and says with a smile that he seemed to say that they would give a day's leave to the one who could run the distance in less than half an hour, and I wonder how long it took him to do it. Sun Ho pulls out the piece of paper in front of him, and he rejoices. Min Jun leaves the military man and, holding a piece of paper, asks what he should do with his day off. A smile appears on the man's face. He holds a stopwatch in his hands, which reads 21 minutes and 1 second, and he thinks that he is the first recruit ever to actually receive this piece of paper. Sun Ho turns to the training protagonist and thinks that good stats and physical strength are not enough. The most important thing is the ability to resist monsters. The shadow of the cap covers his eye, and he thinks that he will be watching Min Jun. The recruits sit in their bunks and ask if it will really be like this every day, and complain about back pain. One of them looks in surprise at the stats window and says that his stats have improved. His stamina has increased by 1, to which the other congratulates him. The protagonist turns his surprised look at the guys when one of them asks how many points the guy had before. He will now check his stats, to which the guy thinks that he really heard wrong. He is glad that his stats for 1 point have improved. A look of fear appears on his face as he remembers how the man in the helmet asked if he really wanted to improve his stats, and thinks that during his Isekai'd training, they improved by 10 points every day. One of the recruits turns to Min Jun and asks, since he got a day's leave, when does he plan to use it? To which he replies that he doesn't know yet. The other two guys turn around and one says that he is jealous, and the other that he overheard the conversation of the instructors, and according to them, no one has ever managed to get a dismissal from Sergeant Sun Ho. The protagonist looks in amazement at the joyful guys who ask if he exercises regularly, because it was amazing, to which the guy wonders if they are really trying to talk to him. People move away from the man in black, who asks where the baths are, and the guy thinks that while he was a dark magician, the inhabitants of Isekai'd refused to even look him in the eyes and were afraid of bringing trouble upon themselves. And finally, he has communication. Min Jun winces when he hears two recruits talking, and one asks that the computer club is open and if he wants to go, to which the guy replies that he has no energy left for anything. He pushes one of the guys on the shoulder and shouts that the computer club is really open and why is he only now hearing about it. The guys look in surprise at the happy protagonist at the computer. The hands of the wall clock show the time 9 hours 5 minutes, and the guy thinks that it's already 9 o'clock and he should leave at least 2 hours for sleep. A pumped-up man in a helmet lifts the protagonist's bed, throwing him off, and he thinks that in Isekai'd even an hour of sleep was an unaffordable luxury for him, and 2 hours is practically hibernation. The guys wince when the guy starts playing furiously, and he thinks that he is going to quench his thirst for games every night. The sky is clear over the training recruits, and Sun Ho at the beginning of the formation shouts for them to keep up the pace, and the recruits who did not manage to run 40 kilometers in 2 hours will not receive breakfast, and asks if they understood him, to which they shout to him that yes sir. Min Jun smiles and raises the flask, saying that yesterday he maxed out 10 characters. The rookie guy holds his knees and looks at him disapprovingly, saying that he didn't even sweat, to which he replies that they were just jogging leisurely, to which the rookie asks, he's been playing all night long for the 4th week in a row. How is this possible? Is he some kind of monster who doesn't need sleep? The protagonist tilts the flask, pouring out the water, and says that he brought water to his dear comrades, but apparently they don't need it, to which the guy shouts that he didn't mean that. His endurance is just incredible and that's all. With a big smile, he pours water into the recruits' mouths as they scream for him to share this elixir of life with them, and he says they are just like chickens. The military man takes a few steps. The recruits turn to the man on the stage who is shouting for attention. The man frowns and shouts that the lieutenant is disappointed in them. This is the last week of training, and only half of the recruits somehow passed the standards, and they are the most lagging group of all. So the lieutenant is extremely dissatisfied. Min Jun raises one eyebrow, while the guys stand in horror, and he thinks why he talks about himself in the third person. And the man continues that with such results they will die in the field in the first week. Do they really think that's all? Just jokes. The lieutenant opens his mouth wide, shouting that with such an attitude they will not cope with the last stage of the training, preparation for work in the dungeon. The man's face darkens, and let's stop for a second. What kind of work does it take to prepare for dungeon work? A wide cave opens up in front of a person. Most dungeons disappear after killing all the monsters inhabiting them, but when a dungeon remains in place even after being completely cleared, then it becomes a rotating dungeon, and then the structure of that dungeon changes regularly. Blue blocks hang on the walls. These dungeons are great for field training because they allow you to experience all sorts of hunter situations. There is a red cross on the map of the area, and training in such changeable dungeons is called preparation for work in the dungeon. The recruits look at each other and say that if they don't prepare for work in the dungeon, well, they really have to go there. They will die. A smile appears on the sergeant's face, and he thinks that they were nervous. A little seriousness would not hurt them. A rider races on a horse, and a man thinks that recruits need to be treated like horses in a race. Sometimes a whip is needed to drive them forward. The sergeant's face sparkles, and he thinks with a smile that sometimes a carrot is needed, telling them not to panic, since it will not be of any use. The pupils of his eyes shrink when he says that the recruit with the best score in the dungeon will receive 3 days and 2 nights of dismissal. The crowd stands there looking disappointed as he thinks they should cheer. The sergeant puts his hand in front of him. Excitement appears on his face when he shouts that they really didn't hear. This is dismissal. For 3 days and 2 nights, they don't want to rest. So why aren't they happy? He walks around the stage thinking, so what about them? Why don't they react to the word rest? The guys look back at Min-jun, who has a wide smile on his face, and the man wonders why only one recruit expresses any kind of enthusiasm. Clear sky over green hills. The guys look with surprised glances while the protagonist picks his finger in his ear, and they shout that this really is a dungeon. 2 military men stand in front of a portal with a blue glow, and recruits shout that the portal is simply huge. Day of preparation for work in the dungeon. The car drives up to the guys, while one of them asks what they will need to do, and the other answers that they will probably survive a couple of days. They get scared by a truck that stops next to them. They sit in the dust with surprised and worried faces, and one asks what this truck is doing here. Min-jun looks in the other direction with interest. Yellow eyes glow from the dark cells, and someone shouts what it is. The sun illuminates the grinning wolves. These are hounds. The recruits step aside behind the disinterested Min-jun and shout T. Hat, these are monsters, and this is the first time they have seen them so close. A smile appears on the protagonist's face, and he thinks about dogs, thinking that there is nothing to be afraid of. They are no more dangerous than a chihuahua. The guys flinch when the lieutenant shouts behind them that why are they afraid? They have to deal with these monsters, to which they shout that he really wants to pit them against these monsters. He opens his mouth wide, shouting that they will form groups of 2, and each group will have to defeat at least 1 hound and return from the dungeon within an hour. The recruits stand in a row with their arms outstretched as the sergeant tells them to put aside their fear and strengthen their morale, to which they shout, "Yes, sir." A man in a red cap is standing near the boxes when the sergeant shouts that then let them come, and the man says that they should come one at a time. White armor with shoulder pads. The special protective suit of the hunting squad MYD-11, designed to protect the body in extreme conditions, is extremely heavy and simple in design. Min-jun holds the suit in his hands, while other recruits in armor say, "Is there really nothing better? Their legs seem to give way in this thing." To which the guy thinks that there is no mobility and comfort, only protection, and is it really worth 50 million out? Beads of sweat roll down his face as he thinks that they should make the most of such expensive equipment. He can actually smell the sweat and fear of the previous owner, and this thing has a nasty aura that he doesn't like. The lieutenant turns to him when he points to the armor and says that he has a question. Is it possible to immediately remove the armor after they kill the hounds? To which the man shouts that this newcomer has really lost his fear. A wide smile appears on the protagonist's face when the lieutenant says that this is Min-jun. Then let him do as he wants. The sergeant raises his index finger and tells him to remember that this is a team training after all. He cannot do everything for his comrades, and they will see how he can work as a team. The protagonist turns around with interest at the newcomers, thinking that this is a team training session. One of the recruits holds a knife and asks how they will kill the hound with this, to which the other says that they need to come up with a plan. Min-jun puts his hand to his face and smiles, thinking that it will be easy. You just need to tell them how to kill hounds correctly, and that's it, the job will be done. The guys turn to him when he tells them to listen to him, because he has a plan that he came up with, to which the guys ask if he really came up with a plan. The protalist presses his hands to himself and says that the hounds will rush at them in an attempt to bite the neck, and when they jump, they should not panic, but simply grab them by the paws and break the spine. He turns and swings, saying that usually this is enough to kill the hound. But if it is still alive, then you just need to separate the two parts of it in different directions and tear it in half, just like kimchi. A blush appears on his cheeks and he asks, "Okay." The guy's faces change to serious and they think that. The lieutenant points his thumb down and shouts, "Let him out." A man in a red cap holds a cage. The doors open for the hounds. They immediately jump out and run from the truck. They run up to the portal and enter it. The bald guy looks at the portal with a surprised look, saying that they immediately ran into the dungeon, without even paying attention to them, to which the protagonist says that they spent the whole day in a cage, and then their house appears in front of them. Why would they run somewhere else? The guys smile and look at Minjun and say that yes, this is logical and makes sense. One of the recruits asks how he knows the psychology of monsters so well, and the other asks to be let into the dungeon now. The guy lowers his head in black clothes and says that he is a master, a true master. He is standing in his room. A smile appears on his face, and he thinks because he was like that. The guys get scared when the lieutenant comes up and points at them, telling them to leave their laughter and chatter in training. Do they really want to die? To which they answer that they don't. The man furrows his eyebrows and shouts that great. Then the lieutenant has made a decision and their team will go first. The guys are surprised. Alarm appears on their faces and they shout that they are really the first. A man in a red cap waves a baton and shouts for them to go. The guys take steps towards the portal. They stand in front of the blue portal and Minjun says that maybe it's a good thing, because the sooner he can take off this stinking heavy suit, the better, to which the bald guy asks him if he's serious. The sergeant pulls out a walkie-talkie and tells the instructor into it that training is starting and that he should be vigilant. Let him control the situation in case the recruits are in danger and need help. A man in a red cap holds a walkie-talkie, sitting somewhere in a cave with another man, and says that he understood the lieutenant. The man looks into the hole in shock. He notices a group of 4 people. He looks at them, telling Corporal Ho Jun that the recruits have entered, the first group inside and the rest outside, to which he asks what else is there. The pupils of the man's eyes shrink, and he says that the same worm is with them. The guys look around while the protagonist smiles, and the man says that Minjun is with them. Ho Jun raises his head in alarm, thinking that this boy, a subject under special surveillance in the dungeon, is the strongest recruit. From the depths of the cave, where the blue crystals are, the eyes glow and the man thinks that his successes during 4 weeks of training are amazing, and he will probably show the highest class in the dungeon. The hounds run to another place behind the guys' backs. Minjun turns behind him and wonders if they are really about to attack. How impatient they are. The monsters stand behind the crystals and growl, while the guy thinks that he could finish everything quickly by killing all the hounds himself, but then his teammates won't get any combat experience. The guys turn to Minjun when he stretches out his hand and thinks what kind of guy he is still carrying and says that they are already here, to which the guy asks who he is talking about. Wolves with glowing blue eyes run out, and the protagonist says that of course he meant the pack. The guys get scared and retreat, saying that they are already here, to which the protagonist with a smile says not to be afraid, because the protective suits they were given are really strong. Minjun stands in the pack's path and says okay, then he'll take command, asking who will go first then. The hounds run away in different directions. The protagonist dodges the monster's attacks. He raises his fist, asking if it will be you. He punches the monster, causing it to fall to the ground with a crash. Cracks spread across the floor from the carcass of the beast. It is dead. Minjun turns to look at his comrade, whose hand was attacked by a hound, and he screams for help. The hound looks away. The protagonist approaches and kicks the monster. The hound hits the ceiling and is now dead. The guy stands next to his friend and says that if the monsters rush at them, then they don't need to stand still, they need to attack. The wolves will think that they are easy prey if they panic, to which the bald guy replies, "Yes, sir." Minjun asks what kind of sir he is to him. They are comrades, to which the guy apologizes. The eyebrows on his face frown and he says that if this was a real foray into the dungeon, 2 people would already be dead. There are many of them and this advantage must be used to pin the hounds against the wall. The guys surround the hound and the protagonist from behind with a smile says that this is right, you need to press on them, because the monsters are already afraid. Let them continue in the same spirit, and soon the hounds will lose their greyhoundness. Ho Jun and his comrade peek out from behind the crystals and he asks if the guy is really an ordinary recruit, to which his comrade replies, is he really talking about Minjun? The bald guy holds the wolf while the other holds the knife, and the corporal says that usually during the first practice in the dungeon, recruits lose their heads from fear and will not be able to do anything, but thanks to the instructions of the protagonist, this group managed to cope with the fear. The man shudders and fear appears on his face when Ho Jun asks what his comrade thinks. whether it could be that some sergeant was reborn in the body of a recruit, and asks if he really reread the novels. Minjun pats his comrade on the back while the others sit and rest, and the corporal says that he didn't just deal with all the hounds on his own, but helped his comrades cooperate and organize teamwork, so he gets the highest score for preparing for work in the dungeon, and the rest get an average score. The protagonist, in surprise, turns his gaze to the men who have appeared, one of whom says that everything is fine and now they can go out, and the bald guy asks that there really were instructors here all the time. The corporal turns to the protagonist, who points to himself, asking, "And when will they be told the points, he will get fired?" To which the man says to shut up already, and they will say everything when they see fit. A smile appears on the guy's face, and he says that they were really worried about the newcomers. He knows what kind people they really are inside. To which Ho-jun turns around in shock and shouts, asking, "Good people." Blue glowing ones fall on the shoes. Everyone gets scared and crouches down, shielding themselves from the fragments. The man looks forward in fear and says that this is really it, to which the corporal shouts for them to quickly move towards the exit. The guys raise their heads up, asking if an earthquake has started, what is happening, to which Min Jun replies that it is not an earthquake. The guy frowns and says that they are in a changeable dungeon and it is being rebuilt right now. The bald guy shields himself from the fragments with his hands and asks what will happen next. The pupils of his eyes shrink and he asks, "Wait, what?" A blue light dimly passes through the wall, and he shouts that the entrance has really closed by itself. Sweat runs down the bald guy's face, and he screams, "What the hell is this?" The instructor looks at this with fear and says into the radio that everything is bad. Min Jun lowers his eyebrows and thinks that it looks like he won't be able to go out anymore. Blue lightning breaks through the darkness, and the guy thinks that things are bad. The man turns to the corporal in alarm, shouting that the walkie-talkie has stopped working and the dungeon is changing too quickly, to which Ho-jun shouts that there should have been another month before the next transformation. So why is this happening? And they need to urgently evacuate the newcomers to a safe place first. Crystals glow on the ceiling of the cave. The recruits sit on the floor while the corporal says they noticed there was an emergency. The guys look at him worriedly while he says that, however, there is no reason to worry. They can wait an hour at this place. As stated in the instructions, maybe the entrance will open again. Sweat runs down Ho-jun's face when one of the recruits screams and asks that is it really true that in order to get out of here, they only need to spend an hour here, and he was already afraid that they would get stuck here and he was very scared. A wide smile appears on his face and he shows his index finger, laughs and says that he is sure that the other side is also working on solving the problem and the lieutenant will take all necessary measures. They just need to wait and help will come soon. Min Jun stands behind him and looks him over, wondering if he really thinks that way. He furrows his brow and muses that the reason this particular dungeon was chosen to train the cadets was because they were 100% sure of its unpredictability. There are many chains with locks on the door, and the guy thinks that the fact that the entrance was suddenly closed to everyone was a surprise. Min Jun looks up at the instructor, who is addressing the corporal. Ho-jun looks anxiously at his comrade, telling them to move away to talk, to which the guy thinks that it looks like the instructors also smell trouble. They don't show it, but most likely the instructors are also confused and don't know what to do. The protagonist stands with his arms folded on his chest and thinks that if the dungeon has been transformed into a closed one, then getting out of it will not be so easy, and something similar happened with Isekai'd, but nothing truly catastrophic happened, because he is here. The instructor stands surrounded by crystals, and one says that this is the worst-case scenario. Ho-jun raises his hand to his face and says that he believes the man has already realized that this is now a closed dungeon, to which his companion asks what. Fear appears on his face and he shouts that if so, then it's bad. He certainly didn't understand anything. But is it really true? To which the corporal says that he wasn't aware until he told him, stupid about it, asking what he was going to tell him then. The crystals glow on the walls of the cave, and Ho-jun says that the entrance to the dungeon can disappear in two cases. The first is when the dungeon disappears. The entrance disappears after being completely cleared. The red cap obscures his face, and he says that the second case is when the dungeon is of a closed type, in which case, the exit disappears after entering it. He raises his index finger up and says that it turns out that the dungeon has been transformed into a closed one, and the exit has disappeared, and monsters have appeared here again. The only way to get out of a closed dungeon is to kill every single monster in it. The pupils of his friend's eyes shrink, and he says that it's working out. Sweat runs down Ho-jun's face, and he says that they can't help them from the outside either. For stick figures and 2 wearing red caps, the corporal thinks they have 4 cadets with no combat experience and 2 instructors. Ho-jun turns to his team and thinks that with this team they will have to go through the dungeon, and realizing the seriousness of the situation, they noticeably tensed. He looks at his hands with alarm and thinks that they still don't know what monsters have appeared here. If they are unlucky with the enemies, everything could end in tears, but nothing can be done, because they need to move while they still have the strength to fight, and it would be much easier if they, the instructors, had the proper equipment. The instructor stands in front of the goblin coming out, and he thinks that otherwise he could die even from ordinary goblins. With his bare hands, he would have to spend at least 10 minutes on one. He turns to one of the new recruits and thinks of a realistic plan they might have a chance of succeeding with. Ho-jun grits his teeth and thinks that this is to use the recruits' protective suits to the fullest, because they are idiotically heavy suits. The bald guy stands in front of the goblins, and the corporal thinks that he needs to put the cadets in front so that they take the blow, while they, the instructors, will kill the monsters distracted by the newcomers. Ho-jun turns away, and the recruit looks at him questioningly. A bunch of new recruits are climbing the stairs, and the corporal thinks that these worms trust them. So far, they have done everything they told them and completed absurdly difficult tasks. The guys run in formation after the instructor, and he thinks that it's really possible to use his own charges as cannon fodder. He takes a few steps forward and thinks that his dignity will not survive this. Min-jun exhales when the guy in front anxiously says that, damn, this is the situation in the last week of the training. He turns his gaze in surprise. The protagonist raises his head, which the instructor notices. He opens his mouth and the man asks if there is any problem. The guys flinch when they hear the growl. Ho-jun grabs his neck and leans back, coughing. Foam comes out of his mouth and someone screams shrilly. His comrade runs forward, addressing him, to which Min-jun extends his hand and asks where he is going. The guy raises one eyebrow and says that there is no point in running. The men are lying on the floor, holding their throats, and the guy says that anyway they won't help him in any way, and the other recruits shout what's wrong with the instructors. The protagonist approaches them and with a serious look tells them to stay in their places, and if they approach them, the same thing will happen to them. He sits down next to the instructors and thinks it's just a fainting spell and nothing serious, so he's not surprised. He turns his gaze and thinks that there is a familiar smell. Min-jun throws the instructors to his group and tells them to catch them. He furrows his eyebrows and tells them not to follow him, but just stand at the entrance. The bald guy holds the instructor in his arms and shouts what he is talking about. Where he is going, this can be dangerous and even the instructors could not stand it. Min-jun runs deeper into the cave while the guy shouts at him that he could die. Is he crazy? Let him come back. A smile appears on his face, and he thinks that he is very glad that she is on Earth. The man is lying on the ground in front of the skull, and the guy thinks that this is demonic energy, and it was because of it that the instructors felt bad. Min-jun smiles with all his teeth and thinks that he is not surprised that they feel worse, even though they are awakened. A man in armor bows to the magician, and the protagonist thinks that before going into a dungeon with traces of demonic energy, special protection was placed on the Isekai'd warriors. He furrows his eyebrows and thinks that his influence on ordinary people could be deadly. The phone is connected to the charger, and the guy thinks that for dark magicians, demonic energy is like a phone charger. A funnel of purple energy, and the guy shouts that here it is, the source of demonic energy. He resorts to pink crystals. Min-jun stands on one of them and looks around, thinking that there is silence here, and there are no monsters to be seen. A pink light illuminates his face, and he thinks, except perhaps. He lifts his head with a slight smile. The wolf clings to the crystal on the ceiling, and the guy says that he really thought that the monster could go unnoticed. He just smells of demonic energy. A wide smile appears on the protagonist's face, and he raises his hand, saying that he never dared to dream of meeting a dark hound. The dark wolf reveals his teeth in a grin. A dark wolf with purple fur sits, and the guy thinks that it is a dark hound. And let the name not deceive, it is far from the same as a regular hound, because dark hounds are much stronger and more dangerous. Min-jun runs away from a huge wolf and thinks that he first met this creature about a year later, after being called to Isekai'd, and then he almost died, because he had never read about this species in any book before, and of course, he tried to attack it. The hound jumps from the crystal onto the guy, and he says that in general, he is pleased to see his familiar face again. The protagonist steps back and swings. He hits the wolf and throws it away from him, saying, thanks for the treat. Blood comes out of that monster, and the guy says that he loves demonic energy. Streams of light energy emanate from it. The guy looks anxiously at his bloody fist and says that the smell of blood still makes him sick. Dark energy floats in the air. Min-jun extends his hand and says that after death, a lot of demonic energy spills out of it, and that is why they are difficult to defeat. The blood of this monster is poisonous. Upon contact with it, the skin of ordinary people begins to rot. Dark energy flows into the guy's hand. The veins on his arms swell. A smile appears on the guy's face, and he says that, of course, this does not apply to dark magicians. A low charge icon appears on the phone. The guy thinks that it's nice for him to absorb demonic energy for the first time in such a long time. Otherwise, it's as if his charge is at 0. He stands with his hand outstretched and thinks, and yet, where does the Dark Hound come from in this world? He thought that only in Isekai'd there are such things. It's good that there are also monsters containing demonic energy on Earth. The men are lying on the floor, twitching and clutching their necks. The guy thinks that judging by the reaction of the instructors, you rarely see such people here. And there were no mentions of demonic energy at all during the lectures during the exercises. Min Jun in the robes of a magician stands in front of a dark portal, and he thinks that the probability that the Dark Hound made interdimensional travel is 0. A very strong dark magician like him is capable of this. The blonde girl puts her hands together, and the guy thinks that a priest using divine powers is also capable of this. In general, creating portals is not accessible to everyone. Min Jun rubs his hand and thinks that he is screwing himself over. This is most likely not an important little thing, and suddenly this is the first appearance of the Dark Hound in Korea. He raises his hand to his face and looks around, thinking that he will need her corpse for his report. The monster lies and dark energy comes out of its mouth and the guy says, "So here he is." Sweat runs down Ho Jun's face and he lies with his eyes closed. He opens his eyes slightly when he hears the instructor shout, "Get up." The recruits stand over him with worried faces and say that he seems to have opened his eyes, and another asks if he is sure. They ask if the instructor is okay. The man suddenly jumps up, sitting down, and the recruits get scared and scream. The corporal turns to the recruits and asks if they are safe or if there are any wounded, to which they answer that everything is fine. Ho Jun winces when the bald guy says with concern that Min Jun went alone to explore the dungeon. The stones glow blue, and the guy explains what happened. The corporal takes him by the shoulders and shakes him, asking if this fool really did that, to which he replies that yes, that's how it all happened. The man clenches his teeth and thinks that how did he even think of separating from the group in such a dangerous situation? For this alone, Min Jun deserved to be expelled from the training center. Although does he have the right to talk about it now? He was supposed to protect the recruits, and he himself fell faints. Meanwhile, he doesn't have such thoughts. He needs to follow the guy's trail. One of the recruits points his finger to the side and shouts for the instructor to look. The protagonist comes out holding a dark hound on his shoulders and asks how they were here without him. Shock appears on the men's faces, and the corporal asks if it is a hound, to which his comrade shouts that no, the hound looks different. Min Jun throws the hound's body on the ground and tells them to look at this worm. The men sit down next to the corpse, and one of them asks if they lost consciousness because of this, to which the other replies that it seems true. The guys with alarmed faces look at the hound and point with their fingers when the bald guy asks, so it turns out that Min Jun himself killed such a huge monster, to which the other replies that before that there were some little ones. Not like this Hulk, and the other guy adds that he doesn't even want to think about it. The protagonist turns his surprised gaze. There is a glowing blue portal in front of them, and someone shouts that the portal is opened. Ho Jun puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and asks if he could really handle this hound himself. A smile appears on Min Jun's face, and he nods. The corporal looks at him worriedly and says that it's clear now. He turns to his comrade and tells him to take the recruits out and soon catch up with them, to which he replies, "Yes, sir." He watches the guys exit through the portal. Ho Jun sighs and stands in front of the protagonist, saying that after leaving the dungeon, the cadet will need to report everything that happened personally to the lieutenant. He takes off his cap and closes his eyes, telling him not to leave out any details, including their incompetence. He covers his face with his hand and glances with one eye, saying that after all they dropped out, leaving the newcomers on their own, and there is no excuse for them. They deserve to be court-martialed. The corporal waves his hand, saying that everything ended well only because of Min Jun, and he appreciates it. The protagonist scratches the back of his head and a blush appears on his cheeks. He says that he is embarrassed by him. Ho Jun covers his face with his cap and says that a real man should be able to admit mistakes, and therefore it's time for them to return. He enters the portal and says that he doesn't even know how to inform his superiors about his failure. He definitely won't be able to sleep that night. A casual smile appears on Min Jun's face, and he says that the last week of training has been eventful, and it's really time for them. He is surprised when a blue stats window appears in front of him. A text appears on it stating that the error has now been corrected. Min Jun furrows his eyebrows and asks what other bug has been fixed. What the hell is going on here? Anger appears on his face, and he shouts that this is an idiotic system. In this world, he is the same stupid piece of garbage as he is. On the blue glowing panel, it is written that he is Kim Min Jun, the founder of the Lumi Sis cult. The best character and his strength, agility, endurance are 60 points, and his demonic energy is 10, and he also has the skill of damage. He points his finger at the window and shouts that this is strange. What is all this? He looks at the window that says he is the founder of the cult Lumi Wani-chan best character and shouts what this is doing in his status window. A girl with white hair extends her hand, and the guy thinks that the cult of Little Sister Lumi is the best character. She is from the game The Strongest Fighters of the Dungeon. Having achieved the best results in dark magic during her stay in Isekai'd, he created this cult as a joke, to beat off the fanatics who are everywhere they followed him. Min Jun turns around at several adventurers, and one of them shouts, asking them to conquer the world together with him. Asking what kind of Little Sister Lumi is the best character, to which he replies that this is his authoritative opinion and let them fail now, and he thinks that after that, the number of fans only increased. He brings his hand to his face and raises one eyebrow, saying that he seems to be significantly weaker. His stats are worse than he expected. The guy stretches out his hand to the dark portal, and he thinks that having discovered that upon returning to Earth, all his magical energy had disappeared, he decided that he should expect other unpleasant surprises. On the blue glowing translucent window, it is written that there is a corruption skill, and the protagonist thinks that this is too much. Out of the countless number of skills that he managed to master, he only has one left, and besides, it is weak. Min Jun furrows his eyebrows and thinks that as far as he remembers, the effect of the corruption is a pain in the stomach. A book appears depicting a dark magician and skeletons who are rejoicing, with the title Life of a Dark Magician from Scratch, and the guy thinks that everything was different in the short stories and now he feels bad. He folds his arms over his chest and thinks that this way he will not achieve his goals, but the guy examines the cave with crystals and thinks that in Isekai'd he could pump his skills to the maximum, believing that he would succeed here too. A huge multi-story building rises in the sky, and the protagonist thinks that now he has a clear goal, to urgently restore strength in order to save the gaming company, which is not making a game due to an attack by monsters. Min Jun exhales and raises his hand to his forehead, saying that this is a doable task. He takes steps to exit the cave and thinks that anything is better than the days in Isekai'd, when he had no choice but to endure. Let the developers wait for him. Clouds fly over a red building across the sky. That day there was complete chaos in the training center. The men point their fingers at the portal to the lieutenant. That the dungeon was closed during a training exercise and the lieutenant was unable to give clear orders. The dog lies dead and dark energy comes out of its mouth. And also the fact that the rookie eliminated several monsters with his own hands without outside help, while the instructors immediately dropped out. Due to a series of unforeseen events, recruits who should have been assigned to their first ranks and released in peace before departing were now forced to. The guys are sitting on their bunks and talking. One says that he is cursed and why do they need all this? To which they answer that this is also in the last week of training, and the brown-haired guy joins the conversation, saying that at least they would let them watch TV, but then there is nothing to do anyway. One of the guys approaches the bald man and asks if it's really true that Min Jun himself killed the hound, to which he is told that yes, it's huge, and at first he thought that it was not a hound at all, but a boar, to which the guy asks if it's real. The sun illuminates the ceiling from the barracks and someone asks how he thinks the guy will be able to reach the rank of sergeant in 2 years, to which he replies that they have tough exams, and he heard that by the end of the 5-year period they don't get further than corporals, and some remain ordinary, which is depressing. The rays illuminate the dark black door. The protagonist salutes and frowns, saying that Private Kim Nam-jun is in place. The man salutes and tells the guy to come through. The guy looks excitedly as the lieutenant stands, leaning on his head. The man salutes the commander, and he tells him that he can go and the lieutenant replies, "Yes, sir." He grabs the door handle. A wide smile appears on the commander's face and he asks if the person in charge of checking the dungeons deserves punishment, doesn't he? To which the guy replies that yes, sir, he is right. The man puts his hand on the back of the chair and says that now we can get down to business. Min Jun looks at the commander in amazement when he says that he called the private to tell him something. The man rests his chin in his hands and says that he got a perfect score. So now he has a proposal for him and asks if he wants to listen to him. The heron raises its head. A heron among hens. The guys are running, sweat running down their faces. This is how people are described. One of the white silhouettes overtakes the others, standing out from the crowd. The commander rests his chin in his hands and smiles, thinking that he is truly an unusual guy and that he is lucky to live to meet him. Another white silhouette overtakes all the previous ones. Who knew that the heron would turn out like this? Min Jun raises an eyebrow and looks questioningly. That compared to her, even excellent recruits will seem like a flock of chickens. The sun illuminates the back of the man's head, and he thinks that the army and the country will lose a lot if he is sent to the regular troops, because they are so short of people. The protagonist stands in front of the commander when he says that he heard that he wants to rise through the ranks as soon as possible. However, according to the rules, privates cannot apply for promotion in rank during their first year of service. Min Jun's face shows surprise when the commander asks, but who said he couldn't make an exception. The man furrows his brows and his mouth opens wide as he shouts that if he agrees to join the hunting party in Chorwin, then he will use the rank of commander and help him, and begins to laugh. He slams his hands on the table and shouts that this way he won't have to wait a whole year, asking what he thinks about it. The guys stand opposite each other in silence. The man smiles with all his teeth and is alarmed. He thinks that perhaps he went a little too far with Chorwin, and it is unlikely that the guy is so desperate, and the promise of a rise in rank will not be enough here. Min-jun looks away and thinks about Chorwin. The skull holds a lightning bolt in its jaw and crossed knives at the back. The protagonist thinks that this is the 104th unit, a squad of invulnerables. The other recruits advised him to stay away from him at all costs. A man stands holding a plastic shovel in his hands in the snow, and the guy thinks that it's terribly cold there. It's constantly snowing, so there are snowdrifts everywhere. But if that's not enough for him, there are also monsters constantly appearing out of nowhere, and new ones are always opening up dungeons. Chorwin is considered the most extreme location of the hunters. Min-jun opens his eyes wide and thinks, this is perfect. He stands with his hands down and thinks that in fact it really doesn't matter to him where to serve, as long as there is a promotion, and if they make an exception for him, it will be absolutely perfect, and on top of that, Chorwin has a lot of dungeons, and this is exactly what he needs. A person with a high rank stands between the doors with squads, and a person with a low rank is perplexed, and the guy thinks that for his plan, rapid promotion is simply necessary, and the higher the rank, the more options for mobility he has, and even a fool will understand that the fastest promotion is possible achieved by clearing dungeons. The man sighs heavily and closes his eyes when the protagonist says that he agrees, and the man begins that okay. Let him just say where he wants and not have time to finish. Surprise appears on his face, and he asks, wait, what? Min-jun furrows his eyebrows and opens his mouth wide, shouting that he is ready to go to Chorwin. Recruits stand in groups in front of cars. The bald guy has tears in his eyes and shouts for Min-jun to contact him as soon as he arrives in Chorwin. The protagonist stands near the car and says that yes, of course, but he will immediately forget when he arrives, and he is sure of it, to which the guy shouts that no, he swears that he will not forget. Baldy wipes the tears from his eyes with his hand and says that he can't even believe that he's really going to Chorwin, asking, but still, why did he volunteer to serve where everyone is afraid to go? Min-jun smiles and raises one eyebrow, saying that he simply doesn't understand. He has incredible ambitions in life, and the guys can't even imagine what they are. Clouds are flying across the sky. The guy asks, what, for example? Is it really possible to raise the maximum level of a skill? To which the protagonist says no, he just raised the 13th yesterday, so 100 is not that much. To which the surprised guy says that he is simply crazy. The guy waves from the car to the protagonist and shouts for him to call him. Min-jun exhales and his face becomes serious. He says that the noisiest one has left. Dust clouds fly past him, and he says that now he is left alone. A truck will kicks up dust. A military vehicle stops in front of the guy. The passenger side door of the truck opens. Min-jun turns in shock when he is addressed. In front of him stands a man with a scar near his eye and black glasses. The light is reflected in the man's glasses, and he says that he has been waiting for a long time. He just couldn't drive for a long time because of the snow. The guy opens his eyes wide in surprise, saying that he is Private Min-jun. He didn't wait long and wonders if it was really snowing, and isn't it too early for snowfalls, because it's not even winter yet. The man takes a few steps. He turns sharply to the truck and says that they need to move out and let the guy climb into the back, to which the protagonist thinks that yes, he's kind of slow. Min-jun sits on the bench in the back. He shakes his head and looks away, thinking that once they reach the base, his life as a soldier will begin. He folds his arms across his chest and reflects that he doesn't care about harsh training and constant attacks from monsters. There's only one thing he cares about, and that's hazing. The man throws checkers over the guys and tells them to find all the Dragon Balls. He grabs one of the guys by the neck, and Min-jun thinks that he doesn't want to get into a stupid situation like in all those programs. The eyebrows on the guy's face frown, and he thinks that he simply doesn't have the patience for this. He closes his eyes and thinks that even if this happens, he will just have to hold out. A military vehicle drives across a bridge, and the guy thinks that just one blow to the face of a higher-ranking officer is enough to land him in a military prison. There is snow on the branches of the Christmas tree. There are already some scuffs on the sign. Min-jun looks up. A truck drives along a road next to which there is snow, and the guy thinks that there really is snow everywhere. This is Gangwon-do, Chorwin, 104th Hunting Squad Division, 2nd Battalion. Min-jun follows the man down the white corridor and looks back. The soldier pulls the door handle. He pushes the protagonist into the office and says that here is a newcomer. The guys turn to the guy, and the man says that they should show him what it's like here. The guy with red and blonde hair begins to sparkle, and they ask if they will really have a newcomer. The The guys are talking loudly, and the guy with red hair points at him when the other one asks what his name is, to which the protagonist replies that his name is Min Jun, to which the red-haired guy says that so he is the super soldier that everyone is talking about, the man who tore the hound apart with his bare hands. He throws a large bag to the other guy and yells at him to take the new guy's things. A look of worry appears on Min Jun's face, and he wonders if these two really run the show here. The guys smile widely with all their teeth, and the protagonist thinks that they are looking at him with such happiness in their eyes, as if they were given a new toy. The blonde guy comes closer and says that he could have gone to the rear, given that his grades are definitely normal, so why did he come to them? Min Jun furrows his eyebrows and says that he heard that the front is the easiest place to gain combat experience and the easiest to advance in the ranks. The guys look at him questioningly. They start smiling widely, and the red-haired guy says that he's just crazy. Snowflakes fall from the sky, and the guys ask if he has sisters or a girlfriend, to which he answers in the negative, and they tell him that then let him show them what he can do. Min Jun raises one eyebrow and thinks that if he shows them what he can do, then they will definitely not leave high. Alone, he shows them his index finger and says that he will now demonstrate to them push-ups on one finger. The red-haired guy clenches his teeth and shouts that this is really something special. He can do push-ups like this all day long, to which his comrade says that Sergeant Cho should not freak out and let him show what he is capable of. Their mouths open in surprise. Min Jun puts his finger on the floor. The guys look at the guy with alarm as he does vertical push-ups on his finger. They open their eyes wide, and the red-haired guy asks, "Vertical?" To which his friend asks that he really knows how to do vertical push-ups. The protagonist does push-ups and keeps count while one of the guys shouts if anyone can do the same, to which his friend replies that perhaps it's the same worm, to which he hears in response a cry that worm is a sergeant. A man stamps his foot in front of the door. A man stands in the doorway and tells the guy to move away. The blonde guy points his finger at the door, while the red-haired guy shouts not to ruin their fun, and the guy shouts that this is the worm. Min Jun lifts his head, thinking he hears a familiar voice. The man looks at the guy in surprise, and he realizes that this is Sergeant Sun Ho. The guys look at the man who enters the barracks, and the red-haired one tells him that why is he showing off if he just arrived. After which the fair-haired guy asks if he was sent on leave again for torturing children, and for how many days this time. The red-haired guy says that he's certainly an arrogant worm, pretending that he doesn't hear them. He makes an insulting gesture to Sun Ho when the man shouts that he was sent here for 4 days, and they should leave him alone and stop messing with him already. The fair-haired guy waves his hand and says that he is so meticulous that they themselves were going to leave, and the red-haired guy adds that 4 days is a long time, and therefore that's what he needs. The sergeant looks back at them and grins, saying that they annoy him very much, and it's a pity that he can't beat them well, to which the protagonist thinks that they have finally left. Sun Ho falls onto the bench with an exhale. He picks up the phone and looks at Min Jun. He raises the phone above him, watching a video in which they say that as they see. In the volcanic dungeons, temperatures reach levels dangerous to health, which can cause serious damage to the hunter. Min Jun looks at him in shock and thinks that even in such a small place there are representatives of all different ranks, and there doesn't even seem to be anyone here who is over 30. Sun Ho turns his head and addresses Dong Jin. The brown-haired guy comes up to him and says that he is Private First Class Dong Jin, to which the man says to instruct the junior in rank, and he shouts, "I obey." The protagonist looks at the guy with interest and wonders if he is higher in rank than him, and Dong Jin greets the guy, saying that his name is Dong Jin. The brown-haired man puts his hand to his face and asks in a whisper that maybe they can have a snack first. He just received permission to visit the soldier's store, to which Min Jun thinks that permission is really needed even to go to the store. Dong Jin points to the red brick building and tells the guy to take whatever he wants since he is paying, to which he asks him if he is sure he has a very good appetite. A smile appears on his face, and he says to choose, let him eat as much as he wants, to which the protagonist thinks that he is a cool guy. The brown-haired man holds out his card with trembling hands when the cashier says that he's charged 300,000 won and asks why he's shaking so much. Does he have a cold? The sun's rays pass through the clouds. Min Jun is holding a pack of chips, and there is a bunch of junk food on the table, to which Dong Jin wishes him bon appetit, and the guy asks why he can't go to the store whenever he wants. He said something about permission. The brown-haired man looks anxiously at the guy with a can of soda in his hands and says that privates first class and below can go to the store a maximum of 3 times a week, and only privates first class and above can go to the gym and computer club. The protagonist chews chips and is surprised, thinking that now he really can't go to the computer club. But not this. Dong Jin brings the soda to his lips and says that of course this is stupid, but they still can't do anything about it. They'll have to put up with it. His eyes widen when Min Jin asks if he's sure there's no way. The brown-haired man looks away and says that in order to be able to decide something, you need to rise to at least the rank of corporal, although even more likely to sergeant, But this is not so easy. An anger appears on Min Jun's face and he crosses his arms, thinking that tricks and manipulations may not work well, and the ban on visiting the computer club is too much. Is there really no way other than promotion? Dong Jin scratches behind his ear and says that it is very difficult to even become a sergeant in their squad. He has already failed the exam many times. He has already entered his third year as a private first class, asking that this is really a failure. A smile appears on his face when Min Jun says that no, he is sure that a promotion will soon await him, and he thinks that once he rises, he will be able to take it with him, and the guy thanks him for his kind words. A man with a shaved eyebrow takes the brown-haired man by the shoulders and asks what they have here. Dong Jin turns to him, concerned, when he asks if they are really eating goodies without him, to which the guy tells Sergeant Wang Shik that of course not, and he can join. The man smiles and agrees. He throws chips into his mouth and washes it down with soda. Min Jun raises one eyebrow and wonders what kind of character this is. Wang Shik chews the chips and says with a serious face that he will not say anything about their chatter, but let them know that if tomorrow at the shooting range they turn out to be worthless, they can consider themselves walking corpses, and they may not even hope that he will make concessions to beginners by asking, since he already knows how to shoot. Dong Jin scratches the back of his head and says with a smile that he was just about to tell the guy about the shooting training. After all, things are a little different here. Wang Shik takes a deep breath and turns his gaze to the private, asking, however, whether he really thinks that he is again overstepping the boundaries of what is permitted. Does he really think that he is demanding too much from them? The brown-haired man excitedly replies that not at all, and he just didn't express himself that way, to which the man asks why he's still a private if he's so skilled. Maybe the examiners are fools. Min Jun frowns and accumulates magical energy in his hand, thinking what and why he has found fault and is running out of patience. With magic under the table, he touches Wang Shik and thinks that he would spit out all the food. The man jumps up with his mouth open in surprise. He gets up from the table and the brown-haired man asks what happened to him. He examines the packages of marmalade and soda and says that it looks like he ate something wrong, and the protagonist wonders if he is really looking for expiration dates on the labels. Sweat runs down Wang Shik's face, and he says that it's nothing special and that the guy shouldn't stay here too long. He leaves, trembling and holding his stomach, and the brown-haired man turns to him. While Min Jun thinks that sometimes an E-class skill can come in handy, and the man thinks that his stomach is so twisted, although the food is not spoiled, he checked and why. Then it's done. Dong Jin turns around with a worried expression when the guy asks him what it's like about training at the shooting range. The guy raises his index finger, pointing at the machine gun, and asks if he's ever fired a KX-2 with enhanced ammo, because their weapons are even more powerful. The firearm trembles in the hands of a guy in uniform, and the brown-haired man says that bullets in training are like riding ponies. The muzzle of the machine gun jerks up and down, and the guy says that their weapon is like an unbroken horse. The recoil is much stronger, and the noise is as if you were shooting from a cannon. Dong Jin smiles and waves his hand, saying that monsters appear here much more often than in other regions, so stronger weapons are needed. At first, of course, it may be a little hard to get used to, but don't let him worry if the sergeant scolds him a little. This fine. Min Jin remembers horses with glowing red eyes and thinks that a riding pony and an unbroken horse are very good comparisons. There is an elephant behind the unusual pistol and revolver, and the guy thinks that then the firearm from Isekai'd will be an elephant or so, because it's hard to even call it a weapon, and if their weapon is just a gallop, then he will be immensely happy. An evil smile appears on Min Jun's face, and he thinks that tomorrow would come soon, and Dong Jin asks what he thinks happened to the sergeant. He ran away so abruptly. Guys in uniform walk along the path. The sounds of shooting can be heard from the panel building, and the sign says shooting range. The military man fires a blue beam from his weapon. A hole appeared in the image of a cardboard dog on its head. Smoke comes out of the muzzle of the machine gun Min Jun is holding, and he says that it was one mistake. It's a shame. The man waves a red flag in alarm, telling him to stop. He has 19 hits and 1 miss. Surprise appears on the faces of the rest of the guys. Min Jun smiles, holding a machine gun. While the guys say that the private made as many as 19 hits, does he really have an autoguider in his eye? He's just lucky. How can you be so lucky? The red-haired man frowns and says that his personal best is 14 and that is above average, to which his friend asks if this is really true. There are 2 silhouettes in the observation booth. One of the men looks worried, saying that he took 19 hits to the head. This man is the commander of the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Lieutenant Min Chul. A man with a calm face looks at the guy and says that he heard that he is a genius, and it turns out that the rumors were true. This man is the support and administration officer of the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company of the 2nd Battalion, 1st Sergeant Tae-suk. The guys look at Min Jun, and the red-haired one shouts how he did it, to which the guy replies that he was just following the instructions. Sweat rolls down the blonde man's face, and he says that there were no instructions. A man in black glasses appears behind the guys and says that this is a great job for the first time and let him continue in the same spirit. Min Jun's eyes widen when the man says he can't wait to watch him shoot during the evening's extra shooting practice, to which the guy wonders what kind of extra practice. The red-haired guy points his finger at the protagonist and says, "So the newbie is off to some extra training," and the blonde-haired guy asks Sergeant First Class Min Ji if it's too early. The man grits his teeth and tells them to put their helmets on their heads and go to work. The private guys stand in front of Min Jun and clap their hands, while one of them says that the protagonist is really talented and it's a pity that he didn't hit all 20 times. He was then given a day off, but what can he do? To which he thanks them. Min Jun raises one eyebrow and asks, "What's so special about this extra training?" since he hasn't heard anything about it. Dong Jin, with a smile on his face and worried, apologizes for not telling as he didn't expect such good results from him. Usually newbies are not allowed to do additional training until they are used to using their regular weapons, and he is there anyway will explain, but he will tell briefly. A path with two forks, called A and B, and Dong Jin says that during additional training, two squads go through a kind of obstacle course in parallel, and on the way to the finish line, they must deal with monsters. The military man shoots at the lizard on the wall, and the guy says that usually there are particularly dangerous opponents there, but they are still moving targets, and you also need to be prepared for a retaliatory attack. The white silhouettes of people are blocked by a prohibition sign, and Dong Jin says that you still can't hit the models of people that sometimes appear on the way, because one hit on a civilian is an automatic failure. The brown-haired man waves his hand and tells Min Jun not to be afraid, since the monsters there are not dangerous at all, and everyone is also monitored by those higher in rank, so there is nothing to worry about. A blush appears on the protagonist's face, and he wonders if there will really be an obstacle course with live monsters, and it sounds like a lot of fun. Guys in dark uniforms help themselves to food. Dong Jin and Min Jun are sitting at the table and eating, talking. The brown-haired man says that he can't even believe it, that he hit 19 times, and he's just a born soldier, to which the guy replies that 13 is also an excellent result. A blush appears on the brown-haired man's cheeks, and he says that he is already experienced and so, to be honest, he is not so good at this matter. The man stands with a serious face and a firearm, and the guy says that Sergeant Sun Ho is a real professional. He averages 17 hits and is considered the best shooter in the squad. Min Jun raises an eyebrow and lifts the food to his mouth, thinking that the average score is 10 hits, so yes, he's good, although in truth, now it seems like he's the best here. Dong Jin gives a thumbs up and says that he has no doubt that the guy will do a great job in the training. Min Jun gets a big smile on his face and says that he kind of said that there would be two-person groups during the training. Would he like to join him? The brown-haired man looks at the guy with alarm and raises his hand, saying that people are divided into groups by their elders by rank, so he cannot promise anything, to which the protagonist asks if this is really true. Then by what criteria are pairs made? The man draws lines on a piece of paper while the others watch intently, and Dong Jin says that people are saying it's literally a lottery. The sun illuminates the white building and the snow on the fir trees. Minji furrows her eyebrows and shouts that the training will start in 5 minutes. They all need to put on bulletproof vests and line up. Min Jun fastens the bulletproof vest on himself. He turns to the man who addresses him, who says that he was placed in a squad with a newbie, feeling that the difference in skills will be radical. Wang Shik grins and folds his arms over his chest, saying that after all, a private is very far from a sergeant. The pupils of the protagonist's eyes shrink, and he wonders if this worm is really on the same team with him. It seems that he hasn't understood anything yet and continues to try to build it. The man laughs and looks at the guy, saying that the average time to pass the lane is 3 minutes. Maybe their new guy will stand out here too. He clenches his teeth in an evil smile and says that he should try to make it in time, and if he doesn't do it in 3 minutes, then he won't be happy later. Min Jun looks at Wang Shik questioningly. The man bends down in front of him and asks why he is silent. Is he really blown away? The 19 hits never happened. The protagonist smiles widely and he narrows his eyes, thinking that the sergeant is just hopeless, and says that what is this sir talking about? He will try hard. Wang Shik points his thumb at himself and says that he doesn't care about his efforts. He needs results, and if he slows down, he will beat him. He points to 2 other people and says that this is the team in front of them and let him watch what they do. Min Ji puts his hands on his hips and asks if they have problems, to which the 2 guys answer that they don't. He stands between the 2 groups and tells them to report their readiness. The guy with purple hair furrows his eyebrows and says that the first squad is ready. He is Sergeant Moon Ji. The man with blonde hair and a ponytail says that the second squad is ready. He is Sergeant Han Yen. The man shouts, "Go ahead." The metal doors close with a bang. At the beginning of the training, 2 people descend together into the underground training complex. The doors open and a military man stands there. Steam spreads through the corridors of the dungeon. Here, according to the idea, the soldiers will have to destroy monsters while protecting civilians, or rather the models that represent them. The man makes a dash deeper. However, in reality, the training became more of a competition among the soldiers. Han Yin runs with a machine gun in his hands. The best one will be the one that clears the strip as quickly and accurately as possible. The red button is on the pedestal, and in the end he will be the first to press the red button at the finish line. A crowd of military men looks at the dungeon diagram. Min Jun looks at the board and thinks that the monster icons are different sizes. He turns to the sergeant, who says that they are all simply different in strength, the more dangerous, the larger the icon, asking, it's better for him to know about this in advance. The diagram shows two teams with images of monsters, and Wang Shik says that there are two monsters on each lane and random opponents appear there. The man goes into the first room, and the sergeant says that so they don't know what to expect yet. A toad appears in front of him with a smell coming from it, and he asks if it is a paddling toad. He dodges the monster, which tries to catch him with its tongue, and he curses. In the top-line diagram, the green light moves to the first room. Min Jun puts his hand to his face, and he thinks that the first team is moving faster. Although he was less lucky with the monsters, the opponents still have a chance to catch up with them. A man shoots a huge rat. Han Yin reloads his machine gun, saying that it will be easy, he will just quickly jump over the next monster. A room with a huge worm opens in front of him. The bullets hit the huge toad. An anger appears on Moon Jiai's face, and he shouts that he really has two rowing toads in a row. It's not fair and his opponent is most likely already finished. He sees a red button in front of him. With a smile on his face, he presses it. The travel time of 2 minutes and 24 seconds appears on the diagram and it beeps. The guys look at the timesheet in shock and say that 2 minutes and 24 seconds is not bad, to which the other says that on the second line at the end there was a desert worm that is very difficult to kill. Moon Ji smiles maliciously while Han Yin is breathing heavily. He asks what took him so long, and how he is going to defend his homeland with such speed, to which the blonde replies that he was just unlucky, and the purple-haired one says that he can make excuses in fact, he's just better, and he also lost him a couple of goodies from the store. He examines the dummy of a man with a bullet hole and asks that he not only came late, but also shot a civilian in the head. He could have taken his time. He would still have been disqualified, to which Han Yin replies that he should stop already. Wang Shik turns to the guys when the blonde tells him not to take too much, to which Moon Ji says that they did not agree on this, to which the man says that it looks like they bet on food. Min Jun shifts his gaze, thinking about the argument. The sergeant looks back at him when he asks why don't they bet on something, to which the man asks if he really heard it. Min Jun frowns and points at himself, saying that there is no way. He suggests betting on a wish, and may the best man win. Wang Shik starts laughing loudly and asks that his elders really praised him and now he thought he was cool, saying that let it be the way he wants. Who is he to refuse it? He folds his fingers into zero and says with a smile that it's true that this is his business. He has no desires that an ordinary private could fulfill, and he will have to at least give away his entire salary for the next 3 months. Min Jun looks at him with a serious expression on his face, wondering if he really needs money, considering that he couldn't be simpler. This is not even surprising. He frowns and says that he agrees. If he loses, he will give up 3 months' salary. Wang Shik smiles widely and maliciously, saying that he is so serious. Dong Jin looks at the guys worriedly. He turns to Min Jun with a worried expression. Min Ji opens her mouth wide, shouting for the next group to get ready to start. He stands with his hands on his belt and asks if the soldiers are ready, if they have any problems or questions. The protagonist frowns and at the same time says with Wang Shik that there are no problems. The sergeant stands with a malicious smile. Drool flies out of Min Ji's mouth as he yells for them to get started. Capsules with guys go down. Min Jun walks down the corridor and thinks that he fell for his cheap provocation. He clenches his hand into a fist and violet energy gathers there. He thinks that initially he did not intend to get into trouble and he knows that he should not do this, but he simply does not have enough maturity not to react to the teasing. Purple energy comes out of the door of the room. The military look at the scoreboard and say that the sergeant and the private made a bet, to which the other asks what is the point. The private has no chance, to which the other replies that it's not even that he can win. Can he at least one monster kill him, and he wouldn't be surprised if the sergeant had to save him in the end. The guys open their mouths in surprise. The military is trying to stay on its feet. They look at the ceiling and ask what's going on. Is this a dungeon? To which Dong Jin says I guess not. On the tabla, an icon of a monster appears in the corridor and someone shouts what it is. Min Jun holds the machine gun in his hands and wonders why the earth is shaking. Is it really because of the monster? He opens his eyes wide. A huge green monster holds a rat in its teeth. Min Jun raises one eyebrow and asks what he's eating there. Is it really a monster? The monster's eye begins to glow pink. He looks down at the guy. The monster growls, clutching the rat in its paws. He swings it and throws it at the protagonist. Min Jun jumps and dodges the throw. He frowns and thinks about chicken for dinner today. If only it would all be over quickly and he could go eat. A cardboard model is standing in front of a white wall, and the guy thinks that if he hits that model he will be disqualified. So recklessly shooting in all directions will cause problems. The monster swings its paw and screams. Min Jun gathers demonic energy in his hand and swings, wondering why he is screaming so loudly. He makes fist contact with the monster. Magical energy flows through the monster's hand. His hand is torn to pieces, and he screams. Min Jun smiles with all his teeth and says that's great. Now he's not so loud. And now there will be ones all over his body. He raises his head in surprise. The monster's flesh grows together. Instead of a hand, he now has a blade. There is a large monster icon on the diagram board in the room. The military men with alarmed faces point to the report card and ask what is happening. There is a new recruit there now. Is this a glitch? Min Ji opens her mouth wide. Sweat is running down his face, and he thinks that the second monster on the second line is the one-eyed demon. The monster's blade burns with green energy, and the man muses that it is also called the devouring demon. This monster absorbs energy, and then its regeneration and attack power increase dramatically. The pupils of Min Jin's eyes shrink, and he thinks that what's strange is that he never attacks first unless his life is in danger. When he leaves the quarantine zone and hunts other monsters, then he runs away. Min Jun smiles widely with all his teeth, and the man wonders what made the monster so angry. He dodges the monster's attacks. The monster swings at the guy in the air as he says this demon is so active. The protagonist jerks the shutter on the machine and says that, of course, it's easy to catch. He shoots the monster in the head and says that this is shooting practice after all. The monster's eye bleeds out and he screams. Min Jun lands behind the ground, looking at the monster. He runs and smiles, thinking that his eye is recovering so slowly, and he must kill it at once and be done with it. The skin on the monster's eye tightens. He swings his blade at the protagonist. Min Jun opens his eyes wide when there is a blade at the level of his neck. He looks at the blade and thinks that he attacks accurately enough. Does he really see well or hear well? How does he do it? He leans back, dodging the attack. The monster hits the floor with its paw where the guy is standing. He is surprised and steam comes out of the hole from his eye. The guy holds his hand and says that this is strange. The stone floor cracks under Min Jun's feet, and he asks if such a rabid monster can be used for training. He doesn't see anything, but he recognized its location twice. His eyes light up purple, and he asks if he can really feel his magic. Iron doors open in front of a man. Min Jin enters the room with a machine gun. He frowns and thinks that this is a failure. Why did this happen to the rookie? He runs down the corridor and thinks that this is all his mistake. The one-eyed demon absorbing energy is a monster that a simple private cannot defeat with a personal firearm. Dust rises under his feet, and he thinks that Min Jun just doesn't die and holds on a little longer. Wang Shik runs with a big smile on his face. He looks at his wristwatch and thinks that everything is fine and he did it in 2 minutes. With such a time, a private is no match for him. He runs and smiles with all his teeth, thinking that, as he thought, the victory is too easy. What should he do with that money? He looks ahead questioningly and thinks about when he will go on vacation. Min Jun bends down in front of the red button, and Wang Shik asks why he is already here. The guy turns to the man. He smiles maliciously and presses the button. Sweat runs down Wang Shik's face, and he opens his mouth wide. Minji stands silently in the room. He lowers his head to the corpse of the monster and asks how it was necessary to shoot like that for this to happen. The sun is shining over a white building, and someone is screaming. That's it. The military clap for the guys coming out, and someone shouts that no one has ever completed the first additional training in 2 minutes. Not a recruit, but a machine. They smile broadly and rejoice, asking if the private defeated the one-eyed demon alone, and the other says that he already thought that was it. Dongjin anxiously approaches the protagonist and asks if he is okay. He is really not injured, to which the guy says that he is okay and he is not injured. An angry look appears on Wang Shik's face when the private asks how he defeated the one-eyed demon, and Min Jun replies that he was just following instructions. One of the guys raises his index finger and asks if they didn't bet on time. It turns out that the rookie won. Wang Shik hits him on the back of the head. He clenches his fist and gets angry, saying that he's really tired of living. The victory was dishonest. So it's obvious that the dispute is annulled, and the guy screams and asks, "It is annulled." Wang Shik points his finger at Min Jun and says that initially there was only one condition. He should not come later than the rookie. The diagram shows the guys and the man says that during training everyone must kill 2 monsters, and only after that go to the finish line, and he, as required by the rules, killed 2 monsters, but he is a rookie. Wang Shik points to the military man and asks if he is a recruit, to which the guy replies that he only killed 1 monster. He points at Dong Jin and shouts that it's not fair. He would have come much earlier too if he only killed 1 monster, and asks the guy to tell him if this is a fair competition. The brown-haired man looks at him worriedly and stammers. Anger appears on Wang Shik's face, and he says that he should speak up now if he doesn't want to die. Min Jun furrows his eyebrows and thinks about how disgusting the man is. The monster's torso is torn apart, and the protagonist thinks that even though it was an unusual incident, he feels bad for throwing a winning punch during target practice, so he just wanted to hush up the argument. Wang Shik takes the brown-haired man by the chest, and the guy thinks that everything turned out differently and why the man is sorting out his relationship not with him, but with a private first class. The crowd stands and talks as the man exits. Wang Shik turns angrily to the side when someone asks if he is ashamed. The recruit was in serious danger, and he shouts what kind of bum is addressing him. The man's face darkens, and he says that usually the one-eyed demon is quite harmless, but when he mutates, his danger increases several times, and it is much easier to kill 2 monsters than to deal with him, and isn't that obvious? The guys look at the man in shock. Son. Ho furrows his eyebrows as people look at him in surprise. Wang Shik gets a worried look on his face and says it's simple. He smiles awkwardly and furrows his brows, asking if he isn't bragging about his title through his successors. Sun Ho glares at the man, saying that he is the only one bragging about the title here. Wang Shik waves his hand and clenches his teeth, saying that he understands, but maybe they won't talk about this in front of the lower ones. It was just a joke. Sun Ho pokes him on the shoulder and asks if he's joking because he's at a disadvantage. A smile appears on his face and he turns around, saying that having a high rank is convenient, especially when you see how the person who used to run everything here obeys him so obediently. Min Jun smiles and wonders if this really happened. Wang Shik's face becomes furious. Sun Ho looks at him and asks if he really wants to say something. The man smiles and waves his hands, saying that it's nothing. The pupils of his eyes shrink when the sergeant says that this is correct. He lowers his head and Sun Ho leaves, saying that this is how it should be. The sunset sky is behind the red building and someone asks, that is, he wants to say that Sergeant Sun Ho has been promoted to 2nd class. Dong Jin stands in front of the protagonist and waves his hand, saying that yes, he excelled in the exam and was promoted to 2nd class, but this system no longer exists. He waves his broom and looks down, saying that people say it was because one junior sergeant who had risen to promotion got into trouble in the dungeon, and Sun Ho almost died too. Min Jun looks at the guy questioningly, asking if that means there is no longer an opportunity to get a special promotion. Dong Jin turns around with a smile and says that of course there is, like, you need to save civilians in an emergency. He lowers his eyebrows and raises his hand to his face and says that otherwise, to achieve results in subjugating monsters larger than the standard size. Although in fact this is all subjective, and just let him think that there are no such rules. Hunters who have been promoted due to there is practically no cost for this. Min Jun holds the broom in his hands and says that now he understands and thinks that it is subjective, which means it is at the discretion of the boss. He rolls his eyes and remembers how people run away from monsters and thinks that no matter how much he wants a promotion, he cannot wish for emergency situations for civilians, because they said that the North Korean army was practically destroyed, and monsters come to the front line every day, although it's very quiet here. The pupils of his eyes shrink, and he thinks that 2 days of living as a simple private were enough for him, and now he wants to start developing. The brown-haired man tells him that he is doing so well, and promotion will not take long, asking if he can hear him. The guy thinks that this thing that looks like a gate doesn't open. The guys turn back in shock. A message is heard from the loudspeakers on the pole that the control department is saying that there is now an emergency situation. The appearance of several middle bats near the oil depot has been confirmed, and all the guards now need to gather at the oil depot and install protective shields, and they repeat that there is now an emergency situation. A wide smile appears on Min Jin's face when the brown-haired boy tells him to hurry up, and he wonders if it's true. A bat hangs upside down in a cave. Middle bat monsters are child-sized bats that live in flocks, and these individuals are not particularly dangerous, but are extremely agile. The monster releases magic from its mouth. Their specialty is to spit fireballs. Several barrels have a sign on them indicating that fire should not be used. The appearance of these individuals at the oil depot meant an emergency situation in which the entire detachment could be destroyed. The men look at the flying monsters, and one of them asks how many of them there are. One military man is already taking aim with a machine gun, saying how dare these creatures fly here. Another military man waves his hand and shouts that he's really crazy. Doesn't he know that it's forbidden to shoot near the oil depot? And besides, what will he do if they attack them here? The guy looks at his friend in alarm and asks, "What should they do then?" "Stand and look at them." To which he replies that they will observe the situation for now. They have not yet flown up to the oil depot. They are monitoring everything and will soon come to install protective shields. The brown-haired man looks at his friend in amazement and asks what they will do if these creatures set fire to the oil depot before installing the shields, to which he replies that if this happens, a huge explosion occurs at the factory, and the brown-haired man says that it's scary to even imagine. He grabs his head with his hands and asks what they should do, to which his comrade replies that he has no idea why these monsters came here in the first place. They turn in surprise at the guy, who says he will distract them. A small smile appears on Min Jun's face when one of them shouts that this is really a recruit from the second company. The guys look at him worriedly and hold out their hands, while the brown-haired guy shouts that where are he going without equipment, and the other one shouts for him to leave now. The protagonist puts his hands in his pockets and wonders if he really has time for equipment now. Bats are circling in the air, and the guy is thinking. That guest immediately appeared who would provide him with a promotion. Min Jun waves his hand and thinks that in this situation, he can get the rank of a private who single-handedly dealt with an emergency in which the entire squad could have suffered, and also experience as a bonus, so he cannot restrain himself, as this is possible. He smiles evilly as he accumulates purple energy in his hand. He remembers the green monster that ate the rat in front of him, how the guy ran towards him while he was swinging at him. The bat opens its mouth and screams. A flock of monsters flies over the guy, and he thinks that, as he expected, they also react to his demonic power. Min Jun smiles widely with demonic energy in his hands, thinking that they are all his now. The soldiers run, carrying green boxes and shouting for them to move faster and not damage the equipment. Two guys touch shoulders. The private looks at the guy with alarm and asks what it is and why he froze, to which he replies there. He opens his mouth wide. Sun Ho is carrying several boxes. Passing by the guys, he asks what they are doing there. Let them not lose their minds and set up shields, to which one of them answers the sergeant that Private Min Jun is there now. The protagonist punches the mice with his fists with a wide smile. Anger appears on Sun Ho's face, and he shouts that now the private is dealing with aggressive individuals, and they just stood rooted to the spot, to which the guys ask for forgiveness. Min Jun tears the bat apart with his bare hands. He wipes the sweat from his face and wonders if it takes a long time to tear them apart one by one. Is there a better option? He turns to the side when someone shouts at him that he is crazy. Sun Ho, with an angry expression on his face, runs towards him and shouts for him to duck down and leave now. What is he even doing here without a bulletproof vest? Min Jun gathers energy in his hand and thinks that this is nonsense. All the monsters are his, and just let them try to touch them with a finger. The sergeant holds a staff in his hand, and the guy thinks about it. Min Jun uses magic and smiles from ear to ear, thinking that it will be fun. The energy touches Sun Ho's stomach. He clenches his teeth and thinks why his stomach is twisting right now. He sits on his knee while a guy comes up to him and asks if something really happened to the sergeant. Is everything okay with him? To which the man replies that he is okay, and the guy asks if he will allow him to use his weapon. Sun Ho, holding his stomach, says that it's impossible and let him quickly run back. Lightning comes from the baton in Min Jun's hands, and he tells him not to worry about it, and he will take care of everything, thinking that this thing is not bad and is probably an electric fly swatter. The lightning light illuminates his malevolent face. He runs, leaving a trail of lightning, thinking, well, it's time to run. Several monsters are electrocuted. Min Jun waves his baton and smiles smugly. Sun Ho looks at him in surprise and thinks this is the guy. The protagonist waves his wand over a bat printed on the floor, and the man thinks that he is suppressing countless monsters. The military man looks up in alarm and shouts that he is there. A bat flies over an oil depot. She collects fiery energy in her mouth. Sun Ho turns to the guys and tells them to shoot under his responsibility, to which they agree. One of the soldiers raises his machine gun. Surprise appears on his face. Min Jun swings the baton over the bat, and he asks if he wasn't taught. He makes a sweeping blow and says that fire is not to be trifled with. The light of the electric baton illuminates the bat. Lightning emanates from the monster, and the soldiers looking at it ask how he managed to go so far and how many meters he has already run. A man's hand inserts a tube into the device. A protective dome is formed over the oil depot. The corpses of mice lie on the tablecloth, and someone shouts that the protective shield is activated. Let them deal with the cables and what's wrong with the monsters. How long will they bother with them? Sun Ho looks up in shock when he is addressed. He salutes when a man approaches him and asks where these creatures came from. They were not detected on the radar. The man plows his hand near his face and asks if he doesn't smell rat droppings. Who did so hard and how many there are? Sun Ho looks at the man with a serious face and says to 30 individuals, wondering what the commander on duty was so busy with that he didn't even deign to show up. A military guy approaches the man and says that the battalion commander will arrive soon, to which the man nods and says that he understands, and Sun Ho thinks that the strategist officer was General Junshik, and even if he is not specialized in military operations, how can he appear only after the situation had been resolved, without providing any assistance? The sergeant rolls his eyes and thinks he must have been looking at the monster radar in the control room. The general smiles and waves his hand, asking if it was he who fried all the mice with electricity. He will report this to the battalion captain, to which Sun Ho replies that it was not him. The man looks at him in amazement and asks, then who was it? Was there really someone else in the squad who could wield electric rods as well as he did? Sun Ho shakes his head and frowns, saying that he not only dealt with one creature with the help of an electric rod, but he also killed them all single-handedly, and let him report that way. The man screams in bewilderment. Is he really mocking him? Is he really saying that all those torn monsters were defeated by one man? The guy takes a few steps and the man shouts that all the managers have already left work, so who else could? He turns in surprise at the guy, who says he's come to return the electric rod he borrowed. Fear appears on Min Jun's face and he holds the broken rod, asking if it was really expensive. The next day, clouds fly across the clear sky and someone tells Min Jun to confess. There is a sign on the wooden door that says the battalion commander's office, and someone asks if he has re-enlisted, to which the guy answers in the negative. Min Jun stands with a tired expression on his face when they ask him if he could be remobilized, to which he answers in the negative. Sun Ho holds his hands on his knees and frowns, saying that if this is not so, then let him not repeat such absurd actions as yesterday. A shadow falls on his face, and he says that this time he was lucky, but he is a hunter and no one knows what will happen next time. Min Jun looks at him silently and thinks that it was not luck, but he has to stand here and listen to this. The planes fly over the fleeing military and the sergeant says that he knows that the hunters are a special organization. The only thing that distinguishes them from a regular battalion in terms of scale is the squad level with 4 different divisions, and besides, their battalion consists of a much smaller number military personnel, a week of an ordinary battalion. The protagonist's eyes open wide and he thinks that the awakened ones cannot be summoned endlessly. Then why did he suddenly start talking about it? Sun Ho lowers his head and frowns, asking if the guy knows. Why is this possible? Min Jun looks at the man questioningly. The sergeant clenches his fist in front of him and says that this is all because every hunter, from private to military leader, is awakened. A guy in a military uniform walks with a folder of documents and Sun Ho says that of course not all of them are fighters, especially many officers who specialize in administration, monster study, military strategy, and weapons research. A man with blonde hair shows his index finger. Min Jun shakes his head, remembering him. Sun Ho stands close to the guy and says that even though they are all awakened, hunters are promoted only on the basis of results and skills, and not by barter. The protagonist raises his head and thinks that in the morning, when he was told that the battalion commander was calling him, he expected something good, so in the end, is it really time for instructions? Sun Ho smiles and turns around, asking if he was hoping for something because of the morning call to the office. Min Jun's eyes widen when the man says that he should have done it back then, because today, the car wheels are worn off by the asphalt. He is driving along the highway. Instead of numbers, the car has a sign with 2 stars, and Sun Ho says that he is a hunter from the 104th Squad who killed the largest number of monsters. A man with a thick black beard sits in the back seat. The car stops, steam emanating from it. The beasts of the black interior open. A heavy foot steps on the ground. The sun shines on a man with a beard, and Sun Ho says that he will come to their battalion. A guy in military uniform stands, saluting. The man puts his palm to his forehead and opens his mouth wide. He is the captain of the 2nd Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Jun Beam. There are several anxious men standing in a row. Captain of the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Company Chung-un, Strategist Officer of the 2nd Battalion Capital Jun Shik, Commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Company of the 2nd Platoon, Junior Lieutenant Min Chul, Commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Company of the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Squad, Sergeant Sun Ho. The men shake hands, and one says he is Sergeant Sun Ho. The man frowns his thick black eyebrows and asks if he was the one who calmly managed the situation yesterday. It was a good job. Min Jun looks at this, and the sergeant thanks the man while the guy thinks he has a lively look. A shadow falls on the protagonist's face, and he wonders what level his 2 hunter stars are. The man with the beard shakes his hand and asks if he is the one next to Min Jun, to which he replies that everything is correct. The protagonist shifts his gaze, thinking that he has a very strong grip. The man with the beard laughs and pats him on the back, telling him to give everyone a rest. He sits on a chair and the military stands in front of him. while he asks if they have found the location of the gate from which the monsters crawled out, to which the man replies that yes, their location is confirmed on a hill, 1.2 kilometers from the northeastern part of the detachment. Their surroundings are under surveillance, and the gate level is under investigation. The man with the beard raises his hand and says that as soon as everything is confirmed, let them immediately report to the headquarters of the division captain. He turns his head to Jun-shik, saying that he heard that they were having some problems with the radar, to which the man shouts that the alarm did not go off until the monsters got inside the unit, and it was confirmed that there were problems with there is no equipment, and now they are checking for blind spots. The man with the beard frowns and says that if the problem is not in the equipment, then it is a matter of quantity. Let him report to the logistics center and install 2 more radars. Jun-shik opens his mouth wide, shouting that he understands him, to which the protagonist thinks that why are they scared? That's cool. The man looks at Min-jun with a frown and says that yesterday he acted very bravely and reacted quickly from the very beginning, but why didn't he take care of himself and take the equipment? The pupils of the guy's eyes shrink and he asks for forgiveness, thinking that at this rate their squad would have been scattered into pieces. The man takes a few steps towards him and says that he is just joking. He gets close to Min-jun and asks if he really killed 30 individuals on his own, to which the guy answers positively. The man folds his hands behind his back and says that if it weren't for his quick reaction, the oil depot would have flown into the sky. He was great. Sweat runs down the faces of other soldiers. A man with a beard says that the division commander owes him a gift. He peels the rank designation off the guy's pocket. He gives him a title with 2 stripes. The man furrows his thick eyebrows and says that he congratulates him on his promotion, but first he had to pass several tests, but the soldiers who achieved stunning results should be rewarded, to which the guy thanks him. He turns to the battalion commander and tells him to give him leave for 3 days, and Min-jun thinks that of course he was hoping for a promotion, but he didn't even count on that. The guy smiles widely with all his teeth and thinks that he was also given a vacation as a reward. The sun's rays illuminate the clouds, and the guy thinks that a soldier's life is becoming more and more interesting. The military man takes a few steps along the corridor. Min-jun looks at Jun-shik, and they walk down the hallway. The man turns to the guy, saying that he's great. He's only recently arrived and they hardly talked, but he's already achieved such results, and thanks to the guy they've given him a lot of compliments. A smile appears on Min-jun's face and thanks him. A blush appears on the guy's faces and Jun-shik asks, this is his first trip home after being drafted. What will he do? The protagonist walks along a busy city street. In front of him is a white sign for a computer club. A wide smile appears on his face, and he says that of course he will play his favorite game in the computer club. Min-jun's teeth shine from the sun's rays, and he thinks that besides, his house is in a controlled area, and there is no internet in the whole city. He takes a few steps towards the building, saying that he will save time on moving and just spend all 3 days here. The man walks and waves his arms, shouting that his comrade was really here. The man at the table looks up at him, asking if he really comes here again, to which the brown-haired man shouts that these soldiers are so vile, and he is not going to go into that very cave, and will just pick pine trees nearby. He takes a sip from the bowl while the man in the cap shouts, well, are they going to stop him? He already got permission from the owner of the mount. Einen even paid him, to which he replies that before the mountain was completely controlled. Chon-sung visited there. He said that the whole mountain smelled of something poisonous. The man wipes his face with his hand and says that because of this, he had a headache for several days, and if he goes there, he will have problems. The man in the cap frowns and shouts that you can calmly put on a gas mask or something like that and walk calmly. The men turn to the guy in surprise, who asks what place this is. They look at each other. There is a sign above the road that says Watchin is 200 meters away. A white car is driving along the road, while the man asks if he really is on his own, to which the guy replies that there is no need to accompany him anymore. The man looks out through the door window while Min-jun thanks him for giving him a ride, and he says that everything is fine and the soldiers would have stopped him anyway, asking if he could really help solve the problem with this mountain. With a serious expression on his face, he says that tomorrow the control will be lifted, and they will be able to enter the mountain. On his chest is a title with 2 stripes. The men look at this and the cap sighs. One of them waves to Min-jun and tells him to be careful, and if anyone asks, they didn't give him a ride, to which he tells them not to worry and to be careful on the way. Min-jun raises his head to a mountain that has a lot of purple energy on it. A wide smile appears on his face, and he thinks that he left the computer and went to Watchin, and there is such a pleasant smell here, and he knows. The demonic energy forms a funnel, and he raises his head, thinking that this is it. Men stand in gas masks in front of the cave entrance. Min-jun stands on the slope and wonders that the entrance to the mountain is blocked only from the front. But is there really such weak border protection from the dungeon side? He gathers energy in his hand, thinking that in this case he is still a soldier and it is better not to be seen. Demonic energy rushes through the air. She finds herself near the military, who are talking among themselves, saying that it looks like their stomachs are really hurting. The man turns to his friend with concern, asking if he is too, to which he grabs his stomach and says that he is patient, but does not finish and says that he will not succeed. They scatter in different directions, and one says that there are no people here anyway and let him solve his problem quickly, because 5 minutes is enough for him, to which the second agrees. Demonic energy flies at the entrance to the cave. Min-jun jumps off, entering the cave. He smiles as purple energy surrounds him. He places his hand on the ground. The protagonist moves along the floor and wonders why he doesn't feel the presence of monsters. So where does the energy come from? He smiles evilly and furrows his brows, thinking that either way, he gathers magic in his hands. Demonic energy spreads from him throughout the cave. A lot of blue signs appear notifying that the magic indicator has been increased by 1, and the guy says that it is slowly rising. He looks up in surprise at the blue window that appears. The blue glowing tablet says that when a certain level of magic is absorbed, the decomposition skill is enhanced. The blue window says that by absorbing a certain level of magic, the Night Wanderer skill was unlocked. Min-jun looks at the signs and smiles evilly. A blush appears on his cheeks, and he thinks that he is very lucky. A blue glowing stat box that says he has raised his demonic energy by 5 and now has the skills of Decay and Nightwalker. An aura of demonic energy surrounds Min-jun, and he extends his hand, thinking that he now has a skill that matches the magic given. Particles of energy emanate from the large black monster, and the guy thinks that this is a Night Wanderer summoned in the form of a shadow. His specialty is to sneak up and kill the target. He is very famous since the times of Isekai'd, so he is very happy about him, and for that in order to maintain the call, you need to constantly feed it with a certain amount of magical energy. Min-jun raises his hands and tells him to get out, wondering if the Night Wanderer is completely worth his price. The hand breaks out of the dark matter. A small dark monster emerges from the matter, its eyes glowing purple. The protagonist stands in front of him and is silent. He bites his lip and wonders what this is. Is it really a penalty for moving in changes, or due to a low magical energy indicator? The guy clenches his teeth and looks at the exit from the cave and thinks that, be that as it may, this is already too much. Where is this creature that is about to melt from one touch of sunlight? He looks at the monster in shock. The little Night Wanderer holds out his hands and says he wants to eat, and the guy says that maybe being short is a sign of a summoned one who can hide in the shadows. The stars are shining above the red building. Min-jun salutes in front of his comrades and says that he is back from vacation. The men come closer to the protagonist, and the guy with glasses says that this is the same hunter who completed the activity of a private in the shortest possible time, and the brown-haired man says that people are discussing the fact that the division commander himself gave him leave. The men wave their hands, and one of them says that he even awarded him a badge of honor, and the others agree. Min-jun looks back. He stands silently while the other guys say that they recognized him immediately, and he's just something. The guy holds out a paper bag. Min-jun smiles, and Dong-jin looks at the package while the guy tells him that he bought the lotion and let him use it for his health, to which his friend replies that no, why shouldn't he? The brown-haired man takes out a green box from the bag and smiles, thanking the guy and saying that he will be happy to use it. Wang Shik comes into the guy's room, asking if he was going abroad on a business trip, saying that they have a very touching friendship. He furrows his eyebrows, imagining a magazine with a girl, and asks if he bought what he asked for, Maxim, to which the guy responds positively. The man holds coffee bags in his hands, and his facial expression dims. The guy with red hair points his finger at the guys and says that he walked past the administration office and saw the list of candidates for the final exam, and his name was there. His friend looks at him in surprise and asks whether it was not compiled long before the youngest arrived. The guys come closer to the protagonist, and the guy with blonde hair asks if he can pass the exam even if a year has not passed since his arrival, to which the red-haired guy says that the division commander probably tried, but not on time. The men look at each other and talk to each other with smiles, whether their youngest will cope with the final exam, and now he is a private and not a junior. Min-jun looks up at his comrades and says that, to be honest, the battalion commander of the training center offered him something. The guy remembers how the man smiled, holding his chin with his hands. He stood in front of him in the office. He shouted that he could offer him service here. Min-jun raises his hand and gestures as he explains what happened to him. The guys look at him in surprise. The guys stand in amazement and silence. Anxiety appears on the face of the red-haired guy, and he asks if he was really told to take the final exam ahead of schedule and come there. Is the commander really crazy? A guy with blonde hair raises his hand to his face, asking that since they paid attention to him, it means he will take the exam for promotion. Wang Shik sits away, and makes himself some coffee while someone says that Min Jun would be crazy if he could pass the exam. The blonde guy smiles and furrows his eyebrows, saying that anyway, those who take the promotion exam on Saturday will be undergoing training tomorrow, and basic weapons are being prepared for them, so it's better to push yourself. The red-haired guy waves his hand and wishes them luck with a smile. The guys talk among themselves, and the red-haired one asks if the sergeant will take the exam, to which his comrade replies, doesn't he himself want a promotion? Min Jun shakes his head questioningly and wonders what kind of basic weapon it is and how it differs from a rifle. Clouds are flying next to a building with an antenna. The man points at the whiteboard and tells them to pay attention here, and he will explain in simple words what to do on tomorrow's test. The military men sit at their desks while Tae-suk tells those who have already taken the test not to become arrogant that they already know everything and let them focus on those who are taking the test for the first time. Min Jun sits with a big smile on his face as the man says that first, the hunter promotion test is divided into 2 parts and the exam is conducted as a written and practical test. The written test can be easily passed with just basic knowledge and is easier than getting a driver's license. The guy takes a few steps on the tiled floor. Min Jun walks down the corridor, clenching his fists and thinks that, as he thought, skill is the most important thing, and the workshop takes into account the mastery of basic weapons, the performance test, and the skills of eliminating monsters. A wide smile with all his teeth appears on his face, and he thinks that it will pass on its own. But if he gets the highest score, he might get privileges. He goes to his comrades and thinks that he needs to be taken more seriously. Snow-white clouds fly in the blue sky. There are a lot of weapons in a green open box, and someone shouts that they are starting basic weapon training. Tae-suk stands in front of the guys with his hands on his hips. He opens his mouth wide, shouting for the rank and file to take their weapons. The guys shout loudly in unison. The guys are taking the weapons off the tables, and someone tells the corporals to take their weapons and go train there, and if he sees them messing around, he will hurt them. The guys stand in groups in front of the stage, and Tae-suk says that now he has taught them the basics of fencing and combat leadership, and it is clear that simply following the basics is not the end, and the main goal is military fencing of hunters. Guys in military uniform hold their hands behind their backs while a man says they should change it and follow their own style. Tae-suk opens his mouth wide, asking if this is clear. The guys raise their heads and say in unison that they understand. The man throws his jacket over his shoulder and shouts that the most important thing is the basics, so let them watch carefully and repeat after him, don't look around and concentrate. Tae-suk takes a few swings with his katana. He swings it while sitting on his knees. The katana blade stops above the ground. There is a smile on Min Jun's face, and he thinks that he now understands why this training is needed. He remembers killing the green monster with his fist. A shadow falls on his face, and he thinks that killing monsters with just a rifle is stupid. The guys with katanas in their hands are alarmed and ask if they are doing it right. Min Jun takes a fighting stance with a katana in his hands. The pupils of his eyes become smaller, and he thinks that fencing was better in Isekai'd. He jumps, cutting the air with his blade. The guy lands on the ground in front of the guys and thinks that everything has a use. The sun shines on Tae-suk's back, and he yells for them to stop moving and for Min Jun to get up to the podium. The guy pays attention to this and says that he is Private Min Jun. He understands him. He takes a few steps forward and wonders what it is. He approaches the steps of the podium. The sun shines brightly in the almost cloudless sky, and Tae-suk shouts that while he was watching their movements, he saw that they still have many shortcomings. He furrows his eyebrows and yells at them to watch Private Min Jun do it. The protagonist opens his eyes wide in surprise. Tae-suk waves his pointer. Min Jun makes a katana strike. The man shouts and points with a wooden pointer. The protagonist kicks forward. He lands, swinging his katana back. The guys look at him worriedly. Min Jun leans his back on the podium and says that he's not even an assistant instructor and it's getting hot. The man comes down from the stage and addresses the guy. He puts his hand in his pocket and says that he was great and really enjoyed his training. He looks at the protagonist and tells him to eat it when he is alone. Min Jun holds the biscuit treat in his hand and wonders if he always carries it with him. He exhales and smiles. He turns his head when addressed. A blush appears on Dong Jun's face and he says that his fencing was wonderful and if he doesn't mind, could he show it to him again during the break? Min Jun points at himself in shock and the brown-haired man says that he knows that today is also his first time training. Dong Jun threw his cheek and says that his main weapon is a sword, but he is still not satisfied with his skills in fighting monsters, asking, could he help him? Min Jun looks at him and is silent, and then says that if he needs help, then he is ready to help at any time. He eats a sponge cake and watches how the brown-haired man trains and thinks, which is immediately clear that he trained hard in battle. Min Jun chews his food and his pupils become smaller as he thinks that he is just an example of military swordsmanship for hunters. He remembers Dong Jun through the back of his head and thinks that the problem is not his movements, but what the guy lacks. Min Jun furrows his eyebrows and thinks he lacks confidence. He remembers how a man fought a wolf with demonic energy and thinks that he specialized in correcting this, but it's not time yet. He smiles widely with all his teeth and thinks that as soon as the time comes. He imagines Dong Jun cutting up a huge orc with a katana and thinks that he will make him a first-class hunter. Saturday, promotion exam day. Several men watch the video. The guys are playing basketball on the court. The guy is holding a book and playing Go. From the loudspeaker, which is located on the wall, a message is heard that the management office is saying that all hunters being examined are asked to go to the stadium. The guys flinch in surprise. Min Jun stands with a smile on his face. He turns his gaze to the other side and thinks that it's time for him to go to the stadium. The sun is shining behind Min Chul. Guys in military uniform stand in groups with their hands behind their backs. The man opens his mouth wide and asks if everyone is here, shouting that he is Second Lieutenant Min Chul, the commander of the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company, and is in charge of leadership. The guys listen to him in alarm, and he shouts that he hopes for the unquestioning implementation of all the commander's instructions and, first of all, let them count and inform him about the number of people in each team. The sun reflects off the bus. The guys line up in front of the car while Min Chul stands and tells them to board quickly and in an orderly manner. A man stands on the bus and says that as they already know, today's exam will be held in the 105th Division, and they are moving to Gapyeong, where the division is located. Dust rises under the wheels of the car, and he says that during the trip, let them solve past exam questions. The guys are sitting on the bus. Min Jun shifts his gaze when someone asks if he heard about something. The guy with purple hair covers his mouth and smiles, saying that there are rumors that even the 4th Battalion will come to this exam, and the bald guy asks him that does this really mean that today they will meet the hunter girls. The purple-haired guy blushes and smiles broadly, saying that today, in front of the girls, he will show all his skills in handling weapons, which he has honed over the course of a whole year. Min Jun smiles at the guys talking when one asks if he's going to ask them for their numbers, and the guy replies that it won't be easy. The protagonist looks out the window at the forest and wishes him good luck. The water surface sparkles in the sun. A military man with a machine gun stands in front of the gate. Gyeonggi-do, Gapyeong, 105th Division Headquarters. There is a piece of paper hanging on the gray door with the inscription that this is the 7th center of the written test for a replacement to increase the level of a hunter. A man stands behind the counter in front of the military. Fury appears on his face. He holds a stack of papers in his hand and says that in the 104th Division, 2nd Battalion, everyone except Young Wook passed. The guys laugh at the purple-haired guy as he feels awkward, and the man says that everyone except him should now go to the practice test center. The guy lowers his head, sweat running down his face. The guys leave the office, where the man shouts that what is he even doing? He said that the written test is easier to pass than the driver's license exam. So why did he fail then? Min Jun walks calmly while an argument is heard behind him. The girl turns her head, looking at the departing soldiers. Yoon Seo furrows his eyebrows while holding a folder of papers. The sun illuminates a huge building, and someone says that they are great for being able to get here. The men stand with serious expressions on their faces, and he continues that the entire 105th Division, including the examiners, greets them. A man with a beard holds a microphone and says that he is Lieutenant Colonel Cheol-ju, in charge of the promotion exam. He stands in front of a whole room of guys and says that they are not taking the exam just to improve their level. Min Jun looks tiredly at the stage while Cheol-ju says that 3 divisions have gathered here and let them be honest and compete conscientiously, and at the end of the exam, there is one who passed it with special honors. The man opens his mouth wide in front of the microphone, saying that these are privates Min Jun and Yoon Seo. The girl flinches when her name is called. The protagonist opens his eyes wide when the man continues that not even a year has passed since they joined the ranks, and he wonders if there is really someone else besides him. The guys stand with their hands folded behind their backs, and Cheol-ju says they have all heard about the 204th Division, and he hopes that they will do without misunderstandings. The bald man turns to his comrades and says that he heard that privates with good academic performance are given some privileges in exchange for going to the front, and is this really true? The man sighs heavily and anxiously says that he also heard that someone from their team also received a similar offer, but they all refused, since this is the 104th Division. The blonde guy frowns and asks if any of them have already become privates. The guys turn around and look around, asking if it's Min Jun. Yoon Seo turns his head back. Min Jun stands with a calm face. On his pocket is the rank symbol of the 2 stripes of the hunter. The girl opens her eyes wide. The protagonist turns his gaze to the side. Yoon Seo turns his head away, blushing. Min Jun exhales heavily and remains silent. Cheol Ju furrows his eyebrows and tells them to all work until they pass out. Another man comes up to the microphone and says that he is Commander Sang Cheol, and now they will begin testing their strength, agility, and endurance. He takes the pedestal with his hand and says that the first test is a test of their strength and its essence is simple. A large man stands with a smile and S. Ong Chul says that they need to do everything to push the instructor back. Sun Ho points to a large red stone and says that if he moves this block even a centimeter, then he is accepted. Min Jun sighs remembering this and wonders if this is a test or a punishment. Saliva flies from the man's mouth as he says there is only 1 minute to go. From the large hall with a green roof, you can hear him say that the highest score is 100 and the highest mark is 10 meters. The male instructor stands on the floor with markings and Sang Chul says that the test begins with the person whose name he will call. He holds a tablet in his hands and says that Private Jin Hyuk from the 103rd Division will go first. The man takes a few steps forward. He grabs the instructor by the shoulder. Jin Hyuk's face turns red as he tries to move the man away. The instructor hits him with his shoulder, throwing him away. Sang Chul's eyebrows furrow and he writes something, saying that Jin Hyuk gets 0 points and is eliminated. The man lies on the floor and the commander says that for your information, if they do not score 40 points on the test, then the exam will fail. Concern appears on the guys' faces. The instructor extends his big hand. The guy tries to push the man and the commander says that Won Ho gets 10 points and is out. The girl pushes the instructor with all her might and Sang Chul says that Min Ju scores 20 points and is eliminated. The girl, red and angry, leaves and the commander says that Young Yuna scores 0 points and Do Won scores 15 points and is also eliminated. The man sighs heavily, his gaze dims. He calls Yoon Seo from the 104th Division. The girl breathes heavily, sweat rolls down her face. The commander says that she scores 50 points and passes. The guys open their mouths in surprise. Yoon Seo moves away from the amazed instructor. A blush appears on the cheeks of one of the guys, and he says that is it really Yoon Seo? She is so beautiful. One of the guys points his finger in fear and asks if her father is not a division commander. He moves closer to the blushing guy while he says that this is what genes mean, to which the frightened guy replies that let him look at her sharp gaze. If he comes closer, he will probably kill her. Yoon Seo shifts his gaze. She furrows her brows and walks in front of the soldiers. Min Jun looks at her and thinks that she was the one who received the special distinction with him. The commander picks up his tablet and says that the next one is Min Jun from the 104th Division. The guy takes a few steps when he is told to get started. A shadow falls on his face. He remembers how he hit the red stone with his fist and thinks that this time it won't work out like with the red stone. Min Jun exhales and smiles, thinking that if he pushes him 10 meters, he might get a bonus point. He advances with heavy steps. The guy puts his hands in front of him. The instructor flies back from the shockwave. The guys are standing with painted faces. A loud crash echoes throughout the hall. The man lands, stopping himself with his hand and grinning. The floor broke under his feet. He furrows his brow, sweat rolling down his face. Sang Chul stands with a worried expression on his face. Yoon Seo looks at the smiling protagonist in shock when the commander says that he scored 100 points. A blush appears on the girl's cheeks and Min Jun scratches the back of his head, saying that it looks like there won't be any extra points. From a large building with a green roof, the commander is heard shouting that Private Young Hua gets 20 points. The girl walks away from the instructor, upset, while Sang Chul says that she is out. The guys are worried and bite their lips with excitement. The man comes up to the microphone and says that the test of strength is over, and without being distracted by breaks, they move on to the test of agility. A crowd of guys leaves the hall when the man says that all those who dropped out need to follow the instructors in an orderly manner. 2 guys are dragging a large green net, and one of them shouts for his comrade to move it to the left. The guys set up a device with a sparkling muzzle. Anxiety appears on people's faces, and they wonder if they will now have to dodge a bullet. Sang Chul smiles widely with all his teeth and tells them to calm down, because the bullets are rubber. Sweat runs down the guys' faces as the man says that if he gets hit, it will still hurt, so they should try to dodge. Min Jun smiles and brings his hand to his face. A man stands with a turret launch button, and the guy thinks that this is something new. Sang Chul turns his gaze to the device and says that the maximum result of the agility test is 1 minute, and you only need to stay within the grid at the edges for 1 minute. The guys are very worried, while the man says that this is a test of agility, but if they are confident that they can withstand bullets, then let them just be patient for a minute, and then they will also pass this stage. Sang Chul puts his hands on his sides and says that the passing time is 30 seconds, If they go outside the net or get injured before 30 seconds, the promotion test will fail and now they will start. Someone approaches Min Jun from behind. The guy turns when he is addressed. Dong Jin waves and smiles. The protagonist opens his mouth in surprise, and the brown-haired man asks what kind of expression he has on his face. Dong Jin stands next to the guy and asks if he really thought he would fail the strength test, to which he answers in the negative and laughs. The brown-haired man turns to the protagonist and says that everyone present except him has already passed the promotion test, and there are almost no people here who have failed the skills test. The cutoff is now much higher than in the days of privates, and if the overall score of the promotion test is low, then he will be in trouble. Min Jun turns his head at his comrade in surprise when he says that rubber bullets fly almost like real ones, so it's better not to try to see them and get around everyone. The turret fires a rubber ball, and the guy says that it is very important to follow the moving muzzle and predict its trajectory. There is a loud crash in the hall while the protagonist asks if this is true, and someone is screaming. The guy lies with a wound on his head. The man lifts him up and helps him walk, while Sang-chul says that Private Gi-tae is out and that the instructor should urgently help him get to the infirmary. A shadow falls on Min Jun's face and thinks that judging by the results of the skills test, it's clear why there is such a passing score. Monsters stand over the soldiers lying in blood. The guy stands with a serious face and thinks that such pickiness is simply ridiculous. The guy is lying on the floor without a shoe and Sang-chul shouts that Private Young-do is out. The commander stands next to the pedestal and frowns, shouting that they are all weaklings. At a nearby training ground, they are currently taking a test for a sergeant of such complexity that it cannot even be compared with this test, and how they're going to improve. The guy walks away awkwardly, lowering his head. The commander looks arrogant and says that next is Private Yoon Seo. The girl stretches her arms, stretching them forward. A rubber ball flies at high speed. Shock appears on the guys' faces. The girl turns away from the sword at 3 seconds. 3 swords fly at her. Yoon Seo boils away from them by jumping at 9 seconds, 20 seconds, 37 seconds, and 52 seconds. The guys open their mouths in surprise at 57 seconds. Sang-chul furrows his eyebrows and shouts that this is exactly how it should be. At 58 seconds. The girl dodges 4 balls at 60 seconds, and the man shouts that Yoon Seo is doing a great job. She walks next to the guys. She turns to Min Jun. He looks at her and is surprised. He looks at her questioningly while the other guys wonder what's going on. Yoon Seo furrows his eyebrows, and the guy thinks what is happening and what is going on. The commander's cry echoes across the spacious hall that Private Min Jun is next. The protagonist turns his back to the girl. He frowns and looks around. Yoon Seo looks at his back, and he thinks that she is still looking at him, and somehow he doesn't like it. He raises his hand to his chest, standing still, and thinks that if she is really asking for praise for the highest score, she would have asked for it at home from her family. The muzzle of the metal turret turns. The ball flies at great speed. Min Jun shakes his head, dodging him. Yoon Seo's mouth opens in surprise. The guy puts his hands in his pockets and thinks he's just. He stands in front of the flying balls and smiles, thinking he will show them the difference in skill. The guys open their eyes wide and are surprised, shouting that this is happening and how this is possible. Min Jun dodges bullets by swinging in different directions, and someone shouts that he is moving forward. A rubber ball flies near his face. Sweat runs down Yoon Seo's face, and she opens her mouth wide. Min Jun dodges the balls and looks at her. Sang-chul furrows his eyebrows in surprise. He looks at the stopwatch, which shows 1 minute and 10 seconds. He opens his mouth wide, yelling for them to stop shooting, and Min Jun gets a perfect score on the agility test. The protagonist stands in front of the turret. The rays of the sun illuminate the green tiles, and the man says to go next. The guys are standing in front of the blue portal. Sang-chul raises his hand to his flushed face and coughs, saying that they did well on the agility test and that they will do a physical ability test next. The guy steps in a puddle and thinks the last test, the physical ability test, is pretty easy. The guys go inside the portal and a notification appears that the guy has entered the dungeon and he thinks that it is being he. LD in an empty dungeon with a time limit of 40 minutes. On the radio, the man receives a message that the candidates have started, and the guy thinks that during this time he needs to reach the turning point and receive a stamp on the back of his hand from the instructor. Wooden signs stand in clouds of dust, and the protagonist thinks that the only problem is how long they need to run to this turning point. They were not told. The pupils of Min Jun's eyes get smaller, and he thinks they are adjusting the pace since this is just the beginning. He looks at the other guys and runs, thinking that everyone is being careful and it's sad and what will happen if he runs out alone. He flinches in surprise. He glances at Yoon Seo, who is overtaking him. She turns to him, and he thinks that it's her again and this time. The girl waves her hand. She takes the lead and runs first. Min-jun gets angry on his face and thinks, okay, then they will run. The guy is running on the ground. He accelerates and overtakes other guys. They stretch out their hands and look at his back in surprise. There is fog among the mountains. Sweat flows down the girl's face and she runs. She turns her gaze in amazement. Min-jun looks at her and smiles next to her. He frowns and says, "Oh." Yoon-seo looks at him in surprise and asks what he's talking about, to which he replies that it's just thinking out loud. The protagonist overtakes her and smiles widely, saying that he didn't know. The girl stops and looks at the back of the running guy. He frowns and breathes heavily. She opens the door and walks in. Yoon-seo's mouth opens in surprise when someone shouts that they have arrived. The girls come closer to her and the brown-haired woman shouts that it was she who met the battalion commander immediately after entering the training center, to which the blonde shouts that the rumors were really true and she is Yoon-seo, the daughter of a general, a trainee with the highest skills. A blush appears on the girl's cheeks and someone shouts that she is so modest, and it seems to be true and she screams for them to take care of her. Yoon-seo walks on with clenched fists as someone discusses how she thought she would be very picky since she is the captain's daughter, but that doesn't seem to be the case, to which someone replies that she didn't say she might as well be kind of arrogant. The girls turn to look at her and the brown-haired girl says that in any case, she envies her, because her military life is simply ideal, and the blonde replies that she doesn't know about the rest. But it seems that the commander's favorite has already been determined. Yoon-seo takes off his jacket and closes his eyes. She remembers how Min-jun broke the red stone into pieces. She looks up and thinks what kind of person he is. The towers stand towering above the ground, and someone shouts that this is a victory for the White Army. Yoon-seo stands on a tower with a blue flag. She approaches other joyful girls. The man in the red cap opens his mouth wide, shouting that they confirm the capture of the hill by the White Army, and the record is 3 minutes 34 seconds, and the White Army is supposed to rest in their places for 10 minutes. Another group of girls approaches him as he tells the blue team to gather in front of the assistant. Now, sweat runs down the girls' faces and they rejoice when the girl instructor says that they are all great, and for their information, 3 minutes 34 seconds is a new training camp record, and let them not leave their seats and rest. They sit on the ground and breathe heavily while the brown-haired woman says that it's amazing. They didn't do anything special, to which the blonde says that they were just lucky and shouts for everyone to clap for Yoon-seo. A blue-haired girl sits with blush on her cheeks. Someone's things are sticking out of a white closet. The girls go about their business in the barracks. The door opens with a slam, and they are surprised. The blonde girl furrows her eyebrows and shouts that the record they set in the morning training camp was immediately broken in the afternoon. She approaches several girls and shouts that it's still absurd. The new record is 1 minute and 2 seconds. And how is this even possible? To which the girl asks where such a record comes from. Yoon-seo's eyes widen in surprise as the blonde shouts that Min-jun from 4th Platoon beat him single-handedly. The pupils of her eyes shrink as she realizes it's him. Water pours out of the shower head and someone shouts, "Did they hear?" Yoon-seo brushes his teeth while the blonde splashes water on the brown-haired woman and shouts that Min-jun from the 4th Platoon fired several full shots from a special weapon and also broke a new record. The girls are walking, with large backpacks behind them. And the blonde says that Min-jun from the 4th Platoon ran twice as fast as the others and didn't shed a drop of sweat. Yoon-seo lowers his eyebrows and lies there while the blonde says at night that she doesn't know. But Min-jun, their 4 platoons in the dungeon, caught an elephant-sized hound, to which she is told to shut up and start sleeping. The blue-haired girl closes her eyes and pulls the blanket up. She looks down at the pillow. A man ties the laces on his boots. He sits with his back to the exit. He turns to the girl with blue hair. She raises her head to him. The man smiles and extends his hand to her. He places his hand on the top of the girl's head. He leaves the room. The girl looks at his back with a smile. Yoon-seo closes her eyes and thinks that she too will become strong just like her father. There is a sign on the back door that says this is the battalion commander's office, and the man says they did a good job in their 4 weeks of training. The commander supports his chin with his hands and says that today he called her to talk to his former boss's daughter, asking, "Wouldn't Yoon-seo mind?" The girl with a calm expression thanks him for his attention. Yoon-seo stands silently in front of the man while he asks if she has already decided where she will go after leaving. She has excellent academic performance. She can become the best student in the volunteer division. The girl lowers her gaze, and the man asks this is the 107th Division of General Song. The commander looks at her with a smile as she says, "Min-jun." She exhales languidly. She raises her head and asks where in turn Min-jun served as a volunteer. Yoon-seo runs through the puddles. Water splashes from her feet, and she thinks that she didn't volunteer to play games. Sweat runs down her face, and she thinks that at the moment, she got angry and behaved like a child, and this person constantly ruins her mood. The image that pops into her mind is when he was called the person with the highest score in a written test. As he held out his hands with a smile, she remembers how far the instructor flew away from him. A blush appears on Yoon Seo's cheeks and she squints her eyes, thinking that she's just jealous of him. She runs among the dry trees and thinks that she will have to apologize. She breathes heavily and sweat rolls down her face. She thinks that she wants to become stronger, not to take first place, and she has come this far to become stronger without her father's help. Yoon Seo runs between the rocks and thinks that if she has already met a truly strong person, then she should accept it and try to learn at least something and not act like a child. She is breathing heavily when she runs up to the return point, and the protagonist is standing there with the instructor. Min Jun turns his gaze to the girl when the man tells him to go faster, and he has excellent speed. He smiles maliciously and shows the seal on his hand. He runs next to the blushing girl and says that while he was waiting for her, he almost fell asleep. Yoon Seo's face becomes angry. She extends her hand to the instructor and shouts for him to quickly stamp. She runs away from the man's counter and shouts that what other apology is there if his face infuriates her so much. The guys run out of the portal. Min Jun adjusts his beret while Yoon Seo breathes heavily and clutches his chest. Sang Chul, with a smile and a stopwatch in his hands, says that the time is up and the first place goes to Private Min Jun, who ran in 29 minutes. Sweat rolls down the girl's face and the man says that second place is Private Yoon Seo, who arrived in 32 minutes. The commander hands the tablet to the protagonist and says that he is good. All his indicators are maximum and the guy thanks him, and the man shouts that this is the end of the indicator test, and let the hunters who have passed the test gather at 1 o'clock in the afternoon in front of the training grounds. As soon as they finish their meal and is it clear to them? The guys with sweat on their faces shout in unison, which is clear to them. Yoon Seo picks up his jacket from the ground. She notices Min Jun looking at her. The guy sticks out his tongue and smiles. She opens her eyes in shock. Min Jun turns away while the girl looks at him in bewilderment. Yoon Seo watches him exchange words with Dong Jin. A smile appears on her face and she sighs. The guys walk further down the road and she says that in the end, she fell for the provocation again and even lost in this. Yoon Seo closes her eyes and throws her head back, saying that she doesn't even have words. The sun is shining on her face. She puts the beret on her head. Yoon Seo takes a few steps after the guys. 105 headquarters of the 2nd Division, practical test site. The building with large panoramic windows rises above the ground. The wooden club hits the floor. The goblins are standing in front of the guy. One of them frowns and growls. The second one opens his mouth wide and screams. The goblin lies in a pool of his own blood. Dong Jin wipes the sweat from his forehead. His face frowns, and he breathes heavily. The blue go. Blin makes a dash towards the guy. Dong Jin twirls the katana in his hand. He turns to the goblin, who is running behind him. He opens his eyes wide in surprise. He defends himself from the blow of a club with a katana. Dong Jin kicks the blue goblin away from him. Another goblin appears behind the guy. The brown-haired man turns around sharply, gritting his teeth. He swings his katana at the goblin. The monster lands on its feet. Dong Jin looks at the goblin worriedly. The pupils of the monster's eyes glow red. 2 goblins stand in front of a guy who is breathing heavily. Min Jun raises his hand to his face and thinks. He stands among the crowd of guys and is silent, thinking that the second practical test of basic weapon mastery turned out to be easier than he thought. The privates get into a fighting stance, and the guy thinks that the basic weapons manual they were taught from the beginning was the only thing they needed to show the instructor on the test. The man holds the tablet while the private in front of him swings his katana, and the protagonist thinks that despite the powerful strength of the herbivores, many of them would pass if they simply followed the instructions, and while most took the sword proficiency test. Dong Jin gets into a fighting stance in front of the instructor, and Min Jun thinks that this guy wanted to get excellent grades. The man smiles and gives the brown-haired man a thumbs up. Dong Jin looks away in alarm. He frowns and stands in the arena. Min Jun looks at him from the stands and thinks that, however, in a real battle, it is much harder. The goblins make dashes towards the brown-haired man, and the protagonist thinks that this is the last practical test of his ability to overcome monsters. Dong Jin swings his katana while the guys look at him, and Min Jun thinks that for privates first class, this is 4 hounds. For ordinary privates, this is a test in which you need to fight 3 goblins using only basic weapons. The brown-haired man takes a few swings at the goblins, and the guy thinks that this is literally perfect practice. Blood spatters, and the goblin screams shrilly. The blue goblin is lying on the floor. Dong Jin swings his katana over him. He plunges the weapon into the monster. The man sighs and looks at the stopwatch, saying that Private Dong Jin completed the monster overcoming skill test in 7 minutes 52 seconds and let him return to his place. Drops of sweat roll down the guy's face. He takes a few steps away from the goblin's corpse and thinks that he had several chances to kill the goblins. Min Jun stands with a darkened face. Dong Jin remembers swinging at the goblin and thinks that he looked unsure every time. The blue goblin looks at the guy's katana in shock. The monster defends itself from the brown-haired man's blow. A shadow falls on the protagonist's face, and Dong Jin thinks that maybe he is not entirely confident in his abilities after all. Brown-haired man enters the room. He lowers his head and the protagonist approaches him, while the male instructor says that the next one is Private Min Jun and let him get ready. The guy takes a few steps along the corridor and thinks that he will not disappoint, because today he will become a corporal. A wide smile appears on his face, and he contemplates getting rid of every bad habit ingrained in his body. The guys look down in surprise and ask what is happening. Yoon Seo and the instructor's eyes widen in shock. The club has nails hammered into it. Min Jun throws it over his shoulder. The man puts on a serious face and thinks that even though he is the best in all the demonstration tests, it will not be easy for him to come out with such a stupid weapon. A grin appears on the protagonist's face, and he thinks about what is needed in this test. The metal door slides up. 3 goblins emerge from the passage. Min Jun smiles with all his teeth and thinks that this is nothing more than influence. The goblins make a dash for the confident guy. The veins in his arm bulge as he grips the handle of the club. An eagle flies after the rabbit. Min Jun swings his weapon. The eagle flies up to the rabbit. Silhouettes of goblins stop next to the guy. The monsters freeze in the air. They are pierced by a blue beam. The feather flies through the air. The instructor stops the stopwatch at 4 seconds. The remains of the goblins fall in front of Min Jun, and the man shouts that it's 4 seconds. The men come up to each other and look down at the protagonist, and one of them asks whether there really was such a skilled hunter in the 104th Division, to which the other shouts that at this rate he will get the highest score on all tests, and yet he is an ordinary private. The guys rejoice against the backdrop of a surprised girl and man. Min Jun turns to look at them. Yoon Seo's mouth opens in surprise. The protagonist smiles with all his teeth. He closes his eyes and spreads his arms, thinking that yes, it's him. The girl frowns and grins, thinking what kind of rude guy he is. The guys are standing in front of the bus. The sun is already setting, and someone is preparing that they did a great job on the test today. The man smiles widely and is happy, saying that Min Jun did his best. The protagonist frowns and smiles, saying that he is now Corporal Min Jun. The man hits him on the chest and says that yes, he is his treasure, and it's even difficult to say how fast he is moving and let him continue in the same spirit. He gives a thumbs up and says that he was afraid that Min Jun would be the only one from their battalion to pass the test, but after receiving the report, the battalion commander is very pleased, and he was surprised that an ordinary private got a perfect score on the practical test. The guys surround the protagonist from all sides and thank him, because if he had failed, then upon returning back the entire squad would have suffered, and someone else asks if this is a problem now, let him better not torture them as soon as he becomes a sergeant. Min Jun furrows his eyebrows and agrees and thinks he will look at their behavior. He turns back in surprise. He places his hand on Dong Jin's shoulder. A blush appears on the brown-haired man's face, and he says that he is Private Dong Jin. Min Jun turns away with a sinister smile and thinks that when they return, they will start the run together with the basic weapons. Han Yin walks through the bus and asks what happened there. The protagonist turns to see Yoon Seo approaching. The girl stands in front of him. On her pocket is the rank of hunter with 2 stripes. Min Jun is surprised and opens his mouth. He remembers how she used her katana to cut through the hounds and thinks that she did a very good job of overcoming the monsters. He turns his head away and thinks that she passed the promotion test. Min Jun gets on the bus and smiles. He turns his head questioningly towards the window. Yoon Seo looks at him from outside the bus. She opens her mouth slightly. She was disrespectful in the demonstration test and decided to apologize this time. A blush appears on Yoon Seo's cheeks. Her eyes open wide. Min Jun presses his face against the glass. He points to his mouth and says, "What if?" He grits his teeth and says, "What if she starts fighting again?" The guy purses his lips and says that she will regret it. Yoon Seo's mouth opens in surprise. She follows the bus with her eyes. He rides off into the distance, kicking up dust behind him. Dust flies through the air. Yoon Seo's face appears bewildered, and she says what kind of idiot he is. The car wheels rub against the asphalt. The bus travels over the bridge. The guys turn to the protagonist and ask what has happened to the guy lately. It seems that Yoon So has her eyes on him, and even during the demonstrative test she only looked at him. Is there really something between them? Min Jun makes a thoughtful expression on his face. Disinterest appears on his face, and he says that they just argued a little, and he mocked him a little. The guys immediately fall silent, and there is silence. Buses are driving along the road and someone shouts that they really had an argument, and you can't tell something from her look. The guys surround Min-jun from all sides, and one of them shouts what he thinks about the most talked about girl of the 104th Division, and Han Yin asks how he dared make fun of his ideal, and the protagonist thinks that he is already tired of them. The guy makes straight eyebrows and says that she is not his ideal, to which she shouts at him that of course he is insolent. Han Yin points at him and asks him, then who is his ideal type? Min-jun furrows his eyebrows and says that his ideal is Rumi. The guys raise their eyes questioningly and wonder who Rumi is. Is she really a member of some kind of girl group? The girl with white hair smiles, and the protagonist says that she is the most beautiful girl in his favorite game. Min-jun turns to the guys and asks if they don't know Rumi. Disappointment appears on the guys' faces, and they think that this is the same Rumi. Buses go around a bend. Stars glow in the night sky above a red brick building. There are bones in white cardboard boxes. The guys talk to each other and eat chicken. Min-chul hands over several bags with a huge smile and words for the guys to eat more. The red-haired guy raises his index finger and says that this is the first time he has seen the commander like this, and he seems to be in a good mood. The blonde guy turns to the protagonist and thanks him, saying that he assumes it's all thanks to him, and the couple thanks him. The red-haired guy smiles widely and laughs, asking that he really already has 3 stripes. He will soon grow to become a sergeant. Min-jun chews his food and holds his soda. Someone opens the door, stopping it with their foot. Sun-ho stands with a box of bottles in his hands and tells Team 2 to gather in the break room. The guys turn to him and Dong-jin says that's what they will do, and Han Yin asks what happened there. Sun-ho turns his gaze and says that he is going to the administration to report on the general lunch of the entire squad. Min-jun looks at him in surprise as he says it's in honor of one of them getting a perfect score on the promotion test. The red-haired guy smiles with all his teeth, and the fair-haired guy points his finger, and the first one asks what he has in his hands. Is it really beer? And the friend asks if he was really going to drink without them. Sun-ho furrows his eyebrows and shifts his gaze, saying that this is a gift from the commander to Min-jun, and let the others move away. The guys look at the man angrily and grin. Anger appears on the red-haired guy's face, and he clenches his fist, shouting that he knew everything from the very beginning, and that's why he ended up in their squad as soon as he arrived. The moon shines in the darkness of the night. Lanterns illuminate the large building of the building. Min-jun looks around. He covers his mouth with his fist. He holds out his hand with dark energy and tells him to come out. A dark silhouette is formed from the energy. The little monster waves his arms. The protagonist smiles, frowns, and asks how he was doing. He watches the monster hunt the Mage and thinks that when he first summoned it, it was very different from his expectations, which he was very surprised by, but soon a good idea came to him. An ominous smile appears on his face, and he thinks that what he needs now is not a killer, so he is the one. The monster claps his hands, and the guy thinks that he cannot act freely, and therefore this creature will be his information collector. Min-jun turns around and shows his index finger, saying that he needs to stop freaking out and let him concentrate. Let him secretly walk around here from now on and keep an eye on everyone who seems to be an important person. He turns to the creature and says that if there is information about anything strange, he should report it to him, especially about the suspicion of magic. He looks questioningly as the monster extends its hand to him. Min-jun gathers demonic energy in his hand and smiles in agreement. He extends his hand with magic to the creature. It runs away, and the guy, looking after it, says that it should be more careful and it cannot be caught. Min-jun folds his arms and bites his lip, thinking that he was worried about looking at this mad little squirrel, and if anyone saw him now, there would be a fuss because of the emergency situation. He gets scared when a man appears behind him and asks what he is doing there. Min-jun stands with his back to him and is silent. He turns around with a worried expression on his face and says that he simply hasn't had a beer for a long time and went out to get some fresh air. He scratches the back of his head when Sun-ho asks if he gets drunk quickly, to which he replies that he doesn't really. The corners of Min-jun's mouth turn up, and he thinks that black magicians cannot get drunk at all. He remembers how he sat with other magicians and drank alcohol and thinks that it doesn't matter whether it's alcohol or poison. Everything is calmly absorbed, and the body independently removes all unnecessary substances. Sun-ho looks at him and congratulates him on his promotion, for which he thanks him. He furrows his eyebrows and says that he should not dare to relax and continue in the same vein. Min-jun looks at him with a slight smile and says that he will do so. Sun-ho turns his back and leaves, saying that since he doesn't get drunk quickly, he shouldn't sit here until late, otherwise the guys will steal everything from him. The protagonist exhales with relief and thinks that it's good that he didn't see it and needs to be more careful. The man straightens his shoulders, and the guy thinks that the more he looks at him, the more he seems to be too much of a rule-abiding soldier. Minju smiles and sighs. He goes to the entrance and scratches the back of his head, thinking that his character is certainly complex. The moon is shining in the night sky. The next day, tree branches sway next to a red brick building. Young-Wong sits in the battalion commander's office in front of him, while he says that this guy is just a natural genius. The man looks at the tablet with papers with a smile and says that when he was told that only one passed, he was about to scold everyone. But this one received the highest score. Young-Wong furrows his eyebrows and says that this is true, and during the monster overcoming test, Min-Jun set a record of 4 seconds. The commander remembers how he talked on the phone with a smile and says that at the training center, Sung-Bo praised him so much that he even became interested. A smile appears on his face, and he says that the guy even exceeded all his expectations. He puts the tablet aside and says that there are rumors that he himself dealt with all the monsters at the oil depot. Young-Wong turns his head to the commander and says that it is confirmed that Corporal Min-Jun was the first to deal with them. The man sits down in a chair and says that not even a month has passed since the day of his admission, and he is already a corporal and his growth is simply incredible, and his records in the training hall are also, and perhaps the young man is worth attention. A satisfied smile appears on his face, and he says that it is only a matter of time before rumors spread throughout the company, and in that case they will also pay attention to Min-Jun. Jong-un, with surprise and alarm, turns to the commander and asks if he is really talking about a special detachment of hunters, and it turns out that he is the commander of the detachment. A shadow falls on the man's face, and he says that yes, something tells him that Min-Jun is a born hunter and thinks that he has seen many hunters in his entire life. He puts his hands on his knees and thinks that among them were those who are now called the legendary army of hunters, and perhaps they are watching the birth of a new legend. Clouds are flying over the desert. The soldier turns his head. Several lizard-like monsters stand with weapons. Stone golems with glowing eyes are approaching. A crowd of monsters surrounds one boy with a club. The monsters open their mouths and scream. Orcs have glowing blue eyes. The corners of Min-Jun's mouth turn up. He smiles with all his teeth, knocking his club against his helmet, and asks if everyone is gathered. The guy drinks juice from his throat. Han Yan's face changes to one of disgust as he drinks the juice. Min-Jun walks into the room with a towel over his shoulder. The blonde turns his attention to the guy. The protagonist turns to him when he calls him. Han Yan, looking exhausted, asks if he is okay. The guy with a smile on his face replies that he's fine, to which the blonde is surprised and says that he drank a lot and he's really a monster. Min-Jun shifts his gaze. A man stands behind him and asks how his hangover is. Drops of water roll down the soldier's face. Sun Ho looks away and holds the towel, saying that he sweated once and is fine now. The corners of Min-Jun's mouth turn up, and he thinks that this is a real soldier. The man looks at him and wipes his face, asking if he has already gone to the training room, to which the guy answers in the negative. Sun Ho walks past to his locker and tells him not to be shy and go there whenever he wants, because now he is also a corporal, to which the protagonist replies that he will do so. Drops of water flow down the man's body. He turns to Min-Jun and says that their simulation machine is pretty good too. Let him try it sometime. The guy opens his eyes wide and thinks, it's a simulation. He smiles evilly and stretches his hand, wondering if this is the VR hunter room he heard about. There is a sign above the doorway that says this is the second training room. Min-Jun stands in front of the door. A wide smile appears on his face. He puts his hand on the door handle. The guy enters the room and is surprised. He looks at the steel doors and says they're not bad. With a smile on his face, he clicks something on the screen and asks if it's probably done like this. The screen shows an interface with a choice of monster, hound, mice, goblins, or orcs. The guy clicks on the orc icon, and he hears a voice that the orc has been selected. A notification appears on the screen about selecting the number of objects, and there is one of them. Min-Jun smiles with all his teeth. He presses the plus sign on the screen and shouts for more of them. Surprise appears on his face when the system voice says that the maximum number of objects has been exceeded, and the maximum number is 30. The guy presses the continue button and says that he already thought that he would have fun, and the system voice tells him to select a weapon. He smiles and pokes at the screen, saying that even a weapon would be great. The guy takes a few steps and says that the choice is over. He puts the VR headset on his head and picks up the controller. The system voice says the battle is beginning. The protagonist adjusts his glasses. He finds himself in the desert with a club in his hands. He looks around. The orcs appear via CG, and the system voice counts down 3, 2, 1. A crowd of orcs run toward Min-Jun. With a huge smile, the guy swings the club and says that this is simply amazing. The impact sends one of the monsters flying into the air. Min-Jun swings the club and says that the blows here are good. With one swing, he kills several orcs. The monsters open their mouths and scream. The guy furrows his eyebrows and laughs, shouting that this is very plausible and let them come to him now. One of the orcs falls face down on the ground. It disintegrates into pixels. The orc corpses disappear right under me. Enjune's feet, and the system voice says that the battle is over. The guy raises one eyebrow and says that it's a shame that you can only choose 30 monsters. It's all over too quickly. He smiles with all his teeth and asks, "What about this?" And the system voice says that 30 goblins, orcs, stone golems, lizardmen have been selected. Goblins materialize from the void. Orcs appear, opening their mouths and screaming. Stone golems materialize from CGI. Lizardman's eyes glow yellow. A shadow falls on Min Jun's face, and he adjusts his helmet. He smiles happily with all his teeth and says that the hunt for monsters has begun. Crowds of different monsters surround him. With a joyful expression on his face, he asks if everyone has arrived, and the system voice counts down 3, 2, 1. The lizardmen make dashes towards the guy. Orcs run with glowing blue eyes. Min Jun swings his club at the crowd of monsters and says that he is glad to see them all. With a wild look in his eyes, he holds the club behind his back and calls them cute. He hits the orc on the head. Jumping away from the orc, he strikes the golem. Min Jun's club hits the goblin right between the eyes. He dodges the goblin's attack on his back and hits him on the head with a club. Min Jun swings his weapon in different directions, fighting off the monsters. Grunting and sounds of blows can be heard along the rocks. Dust settles to the ground. The guy hits the lizard man on the head. The monster falls and blood comes out of its mouth. Min Jun stands in the crowd of defeated monsters and turns around when the system voice says that the battle is over. He taps the helmet with his hand, and the system voice says that the simulation is complete. He is breathing heavily and standing in a VR helmet. The guy holds the helmet in his hands and says that this is just crazy. A wide smile appears on his face, and he says that this is the most interesting thing after his favorite game. A blue glowing window appears, which says that you have acquired the skill of basic use of blunt weapons. The guy touches the system window and asks what it is. On the bright blue window, it says that basic proficiency with blunt weapons slightly increases proficiency with blunt weapons, and the guy asks if it's really so sudden. With a smile, he flips through something in the window and says it's not bad. He holds his chin with his hand and says that he didn't even expect this, and that's very good. A grin appears on the guy's face, and he thinks that in order to gain skills, he doesn't even need to go to the dungeon. He leaves the hall and holds his back, saying that it was great and now he will come here every day and have fun with different weapons. Min Jun opens his eyes in surprise. A shocked Dong Jin stands in front of him. The brown-haired man, with a frightened expression on his face, points his finger and says, "What is this, Corporal Min Jun?" The protagonist watches as he points to the side with a trembling hand and asks what it is. On the tablet next to the door it is written that as a result of the simulation of the second battle, 30 goblins, orcs, stone golems, and lizardmen were killed. Min Jun looks at the report card in shock. The guys stand in silence. Dong Jin asks with a worried expression if he did it alone. The protagonist awkwardly looks away and responds positively. His pupils get smaller as he gets an idea. With a serious expression on his face, he looks at the brown-haired man and asks him if he can talk to Private Dong Jin, to which he asks if he is in the training room. The brown-haired man gets excited and opens his eyes wide, saying that it's really something. Min Jun smiles and closes his eyes, saying that it's natural. He frowns and looks ominously at the guy, saying that this is toughening for him. Min Jun pushes the brown-haired man into the training room, while he asks in a trembling voice what the corporal said, and he is still drunk, to which the protagonist replies that now he will sweat and he will feel better. The door slams behind the guys. Someone stops in front of the hall. The man puts his hands in his pockets. He looks at the report card near the door, which shows how many monsters have been killed. Wang Shik opens his eyes wide in shock. He stands in silence and surprise. Snow is falling on the street in front of the building. Wang Shik takes a few steps. He pays attention to the kids having fun. He looks around. Wang Shik turns to the brown-haired guy and asks where everyone has gone and where Min Jun is, to which the guy replies that he is Private Chiol Ho and everyone has gone to the warehouse to get snow removal equipment. The guy with the headphones looks at the man worriedly and says that Corporal Min Jun said he would be in the gym before work starts. Chiol Ho gets scared and holds his breath, thinking that he unknowingly addressed the corporal with respect. Wang Shik silently looks at the frightened guy who thinks that he is finished. The brown-haired man turns his head in surprise at the man, who tells him to tell Min Jun that the commander is looking for him. Chiol Ho runs out of the room and shouts that he understood him and thinks that he needs to run faster before he changes his mind. Wang Shik approaches the other guys and asks what they are doing, what they have here. The guys turn to the man and Moon Gi asks where he has been and if he wants to place a bet. In front of the guy there is a pile and a piece of paper on which it is written that the bet is a bun, and the question is how long it will take Min Jun to become a sergeant, and it is written that Han Yang bets on half a year, Moon Gi bets on a year and a half, Gi Tae bets on 8 months, Tae Wook for a year and 2 months, Young Tae for 2 years, and the guy says they are betting on how long it will take Min Jun to become a sergeant and the bets are good. Free bun. Wang Shik takes the paper in his hand and raises an eyebrow, asking if they really place bets every day. To which the purple-haired guy says that this idiot Han Yin bet on half a year. The blonde glares at the guy while he laughs and asks how anyone can become a sergeant in 6 months. Han Yin waves his arms and shouts that he feels this way, and Min Jun is very unusual actually. Wang Shik looks at a piece of paper. He writes something down on a piece of paper. The blonde shows his fist and Moon Gi sticks out his tongue, asking if he was really scared, to which his friend replies that this is not true and may he not regret it later. Wang Shik throws a piece of paper next to Han Yin. The blonde opens his eyes in shock. He calls out to the leaving man and asks if he is serious, if he could have conveyed something. Wang Shik waves his hand when the guy shouts at him that these are buns for a whole month. A smile appears on Han Yan's face, and he says that he is even crazier than him. The man's signature appears on the piece of paper, which he signs for a month. The weights are on a rack near the wall. A red rod hangs on the wall. In the room with sports equipment there is a sign that it is prohibited to use red dumbbells alone. Min Jun sits with a barbell with red weights. He crouches with her. The guy takes a red weight in his hand. He throws them to the floor with a crash. He touches his biceps and thinks that he has been training for several days with weights. His numbers are not improving. Is he really doing something wrong? Min Jun remembers how he used magic and a blue window appears with the inscription that another warrior's strength is a passive skill that increases strength indicators increased by 150%. And he thinks that even in Isekai'd there was something good and this is a very good skill, which becomes more effective as performance increases. He imagines a beefy man standing with a yellow aura and wonders if there is something here like the power of a returning hero. Min Jun closes his eyes and sighs, thinking that it was not so easy to improve the indicators. He raises his eyebrow in surprise. A blue glowing sign appears in front of him with the inscription that he has acquired the strength skill, which adds 5 to the strength indicator, and the guy thinks that he succeeded. He blushes and clenches his fists, thinking that it would seem like a basic skill. But no, and this way he can raise his rating. Cheol Ho enters the training room and salutes, saying that the commander is looking for Corporal Min Jun. The protagonist turns around with an inspired and happy face, saying thank you to the guy. The brown-haired man looks questioningly at Min Jun. He watches the guy run away in a hurry and thinks that this is happening to everyone today. Near the wooden door hangs a blue sign that says this is the administration. Min Jun stands in the room and salutes, saying that he, Corporal Min Jun, has arrived at the administration on call. Min Chul sits at the computer and waves his hand, saying that he has arrived. He gets up and takes a few steps towards the guy, saying that it's nothing special, he just wanted to talk to him in the office. He points to the door with a smile and asks how the corporal's life has been for him. A week has already passed, to which the guy replies that he likes it. Min Chul smiles widely and blushes when the protagonist congratulates him on his promotion. The man approaches the chair and says that since the incident with the monsters at the oil depot, he has already brought a lot of benefit. Min Jun sits down on the couch as Min Chul thanks him. The man hands him a folder of papers and tells him to take it, because this is what he called him for. Min Jun looks at the documents and smiles as Min Chul says that for eliminating the monsters at the oil depot and getting a perfect score in the promotion test, the battalion commander is giving this to him. The protagonist holds an open certificate of honor, in which it is written that it is for Corporal Min Jun, who is Ardade for a good example of military service, and it was given to him by the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 104 Division of the Hunter Army Junebum, and the man says that he should not be upset that he presented it so informal for him. It's just that hunters don't like formal events, but this is all included in his achievements, so don't let him worry. Min Jun turns her head at him and says that it is included in the achievements. A sparkle appears in his eyes, and he asks if his achievements will then help him get promoted, to which the man replies that yes. Min Chul smiles and says that it is not so easy to get it, and there have never been such talented hunters as him who would receive a certificate of honor, but there are a lot of those who received it for good work in the squad. The protagonist blushes and puts down the certificate and asks if 10 certificates will be enough for a promotion. Min Chul sits with a stern smile and thinks that a certificate of honor is not a coupon for chicken, to which the guy asks if there are promotions that issue 1+1 certificates. A couple of days later, groups of guys stand in front of the portal, and someone yells for them to pay attention and put on their equipment and wait. Min Chul stands in combat gear with his hands on his hips, saying that their platoon was tasked with clearing the dungeon today. The guys stand with weapons in their hands, and the man tells them to act as they trained, and so that without a single casualty, and he believes that they will successfully complete this mission. Mage places a green box next to the man as he says that, as already announced, the dungeon entrusted to them. Disgust appears on the soldiers' faces, and they remain silent. Min-chul holds the mask in his hands and says that this is a den of rat monsters called a ditch. The guy steps into a green puddle. Corporals Min-jun, Han-yang, and Dong-jin go deeper into the cave. Second Lieutenant Min-chul and Sergeant Sun-ho are walking up the hill while someone says it smells terrible in here. A den of monster rats, known among hunters as the ditch. The guys are standing with shields and clubs. These are Private Cole-ho and Senior Sergeant Min-ji. It is not considered a high-danger dungeon, but on average there are about 200 rat monsters found in it. The man raises his fist. Sun-ho, with furrowed brows, looks around and addresses the commander. The tunnel is a very tight habitat, which limits the use of firearms. The men look at each other and nod. Therefore, it is considered a rather difficult dungeon. In the large room of the cave, green vapors are flying and someone says that in addition to the direction of movement of the squad, this is the only invasion route and it would be better to lure the monsters here. A large grotto with 2 corridors and invasion route points appears in the diagram. Min-chul raises his head and says that he understands everything and needs to start preparing by preparing the bait. A guy walks with a green box among other military men. Moreover, due to the terrible stench in the dungeon, hunters must wear a special gas mask. Private Song Gi hands the box to Min-chul. Han Yin walks closer to the protagonist and holds up a mask, saying that they are stinking worms. This prevents hunters from demonstrating 100% of their skills. The commander puts his hand into the box. He takes out a bait for red monsters, a rotten banana. Disgust appears on the faces of Min-jun and Han Yin, and the blonde says that now it's clear why they stink so much. The man shows the soldiers where to throw the rat bait and tells them to do it that way and scatter it everywhere. Min-chul notices the crunch. He looks down at his feet and sees bones. Concern appears on his face. Min-chul looks at the mountain of bones in surprise and shock. The skull of a rodent lies in the ground. The man bends down to the ground and says what it is. The soldiers turn around in surprise as Moon-ji shouts that they are coming. A pack of rat monsters approaching the front passage. Min-chul waves his hand and the guys run into position as he yells for them to get ready to fight and line up towards the front aisle. The guys stomp their feet on the ground. The men lead the guys, who stand in 2 lines, and one of them shouts for the privates and deputy commander to take the rear position. The other shouts for them to take the position. Han Yin turns to his comrade and with a smile under his mask asks that whoever catches the most bun. Does he agree? And the guy agrees. Sun-ho waves his hand and tells the guys not to get distracted, to which the blonde asks if he might want to join too. The man sighs with a smile. A crowd of rats rush from the depths of the cave. Min-chul swings his katana and shouts that they are huge and let the guys not come forward and attack from their current positions. Min-jun smiles widely and looks at the rats attacking him and hears the sound of his heartbeat. Corporal Moon-ji cuts off the head of one rat with a swing of his katana. Corporal Han Yin takes a few swings and kills a group of monsters. Sergeant Sun-ho swings his fists, hitting the rats in the face. Min-jun smiles and looks away. The guy destroys the beauty's head with a hammer. This is Sergeant Zhang Tae. The red-haired guy is swinging a blade, and it's Sergeant Tae-wook. Corporal Wang Shik swings a machete and kills several monsters. A pack of rats jumps on the distracted Min-jun. He looks towards the guys and thinks that they are great. A club with nails hits the rat's face. With one swing of his club, he kills this flock, and thinks that he is especially trying to do this among them. A rat slips past the soldier, and the guy thinks that these two are trying, catching the rats from behind. The man takes his katana out of its sheath. Senior Sergeant Min-ji cuts the rats with his 2 katanas, and the protagonist thinks that they are rats that are out of order. Lieutenant Min-chul cuts off the monster's head with a wave of his katana. The corners of Min-jun's mouth rise and he swings his club. Thinking that they were able to take such a large piece of territory, their level was clearly earned through hard work. He opens his eyes wide. The brown-haired man kills 2 rats with 2 swings of his katana. He furrows his eyebrows and it's Private Dong-jin. Min-jun smiles at him and thinks that it's immediately obvious that they went through special training. Sun-ho smiles at the brown-haired man who is fighting. Dong-jin turns to the side when they shout that they need a fighter, and he shouts that he'll come over now. Wang Shik silently turns his head. With a wave of his hand, he kills the rat on his side. The guy with the shield opens his eyes wide in surprise. A crowd of monster rats runs towards the soldiers with shields, and someone shouts that the rats are coming from the back line and the rats are running. Min-chul furrows his eyebrows and makes a furious expression on his face, shouting that the monsters are running from the back line. The soldiers run when he waves his hand and tells the rank and file to defend themselves and retreat and not get into trouble, keep the line. The guys work together to deal with a pack of rats. Someone cuts off the monster's head. The corpses of rats lie in pools of blood. Taewook stands in a fighting stance, and Min Jun turns around as he says that it seems like there are fewer rats. Dark energy surrounds the protagonist, and he wonders what it is. He looks around and thinks he noticed it too late because of the gas mask. But it's true. The earth swells under Wang Shik. It diverges to the sides in the crack. Min Jun furrows his eyebrows and shouts that they are coming from underground. A bright light illuminates the man's surprised face. A stream of light energy bursts upward in a column. Min Chul's face becomes frightened. A huge anthropomorphic rat stands in front of him, and he thinks that it is a very rare monster. The rat opens its mouth, and its eyes glow purple. Min Chul remembers the bones and skull of the rodents, and thinks that they were really left behind by this monster, and he ate the monster rats here. He clenches his teeth and wonders what kind of size these are. The monster towers over the fallen soldier. It opens its mouth, and Wang Shik gets scared. Min Chul stands in a fighting stance and trembles with the thought that the man is in danger, but his legs do not move. Min Ji runs up behind the man and yells for Wang Shik to come to his senses. The corporal looks up and trembles as they shout at him to get out of there. The monster swings its hand over him. Wang Shik closes his eyes and defends himself with his hands, shouting. The soldier swings his katana. The monster knocks it out of his hands. Dong Jin takes Wang Shik by the shoulder. The man turns on the guy as he yells at him to leave and let him get up. The monster opens its mouth and screams loudly. The soldier jumps over Min Chul while he screams. No. The guy with the shield lands on the rat's back. Min Jun swings his shield and extends his arm. The monster's eyes glow with a purple light, and the guy thinks that these crazy eyes and extraordinary energy are definitely magic. The protagonist presses the monster to the floor with a blow from his shield. Dong Jin protects himself with his hand from flying dust and stones. Someone gives their thumbs up and says it was great. Min Jun smiles in the clouds of dust and says it was great, Dong Jin. The brown-haired man smiles widely and nods. The men run towards the guy and shout that this is dangerous and let him leave and let the others stand still and wait. The monster opens its mouth and growls loudly. He makes shots with his hands. Violet energy radiates out from him. Stones from the ceiling break and fall down. Min Chul is shocked when rocks fall near him. Min Jun dodges and calls the monster cute with a smile. The monster swings its paw. With purple energy, the guy makes an angry face and says that he was worried that someone would see it. He kicks the rat's hind leg. He advances on the monster, putting his shield in front of him. From a strong wave, the monster flies into the wall of the cave. Min Jun makes a dash towards the wounded monster. He punches him into the wall. He stops and looks in surprise. The beaten rat lies and tries to growl hoarsely. The guy smiles and opens his palm. He collects demonic energy from the corpse. Dark energy comes out of the rat's body. The monster's eyes stop sparkling. A blue shining window appears with the text that the set level of magic has been absorbed and the magic indicator increases by 1. A shadow falls on the guy's face and he takes out a club, saying that this is very good. He smiles widely and furrows his brow, saying he'll happily use it. The soldiers stand in front of the blue portal. Tired military men lie on the grass and talk. Han Yin sighs heavily when his friend asks him if he admits defeat, to which the guy responds positively. Min Chul puts the phone to his ear and says that it was a special monster and all the squad members were taken out of the dungeon. He shifts his gaze when he notices something and says that yes, they checked and there was only one monster. Min Jun sniffs his clothes and winces when the man says he was overpowered by one of the soldiers. He covers his nose with his hand and Min Chul says that they need the help of a special unit. The protagonist turns his attention to his friend when he says that this guy attacks everything from mosquitoes to monsters, and how could he not kill a single creature? Han Yin sits on the grass next to him and says with a smile that thanks to him they survived, and when he saw him, he was so scared that his body did not move. The protagonist bends down and with a smile on his face says that he apologizes for running out without warning. Han Yin remembers how the monster shouted at the two guys and says that there is nothing to apologize for because the situation was unexpected for everyone. He smiles at the guy sitting next to him and says that if he hadn't reacted quickly, Wang Shik and Dong Jin would have gotten into trouble. The blonde nods his head and asks if he himself is okay, if he was hurt. The corners of Min Jun's lips turn up. The guys turn to the approaching man, who asks if they really weren't hurt. Min Chul stands with a serious look. The guy smiles and the blonde looks at him awkwardly, wondering if he's even human, and he says that he's fine. Min Chul closes his eyes and clutches his head, sighing. He says that when they return to headquarters, they will talk there. The smile disappears from the protagonist's face, and he says that they will do so. The man leaves the guys, and the blonde man says that the commander seems to be in a bad mood. Min Chul stands holding his head while Min Ji talks on the phone and says that he understood them. The commander turns around in surprise when the bespectacled man says that none of the evacuees were seriously injured and Dong Jin returns to headquarters after being examined. Min Chul smiles worriedly as Min Ji says that Wang Shik has a slight bruise on his head, but he can return to headquarters tomorrow. He sighs when a man places a hand on his shoulder. Min Ji turns around on the spot. He opens his mouth wide and shouts that the second platoon is ending its trip to the dungeon due to an unexpected situation. The sun is setting on the horizon and the man shouts for everyone to check their personal equipment and prepare to return to headquarters, to which the soldiers simultaneously agree. A blue sign with the inscription administration hangs near the door. Min Chul puts the tablet with papers on the table in front of Min Jun and says that it's nothing and he called him because of the report. He keeps his hand on pen and paper, telling the guy to write down how he caught a special monster and send it. The protagonist picks up a tablet and a pen, thinking, what should he write? That he hit him with a shield but he didn't die, and he hit him with his fist. He puts a pin to his face and wonders if they will even believe this. Min Chul places the bottle in front of him. The guy turns his attention to the man when he says that his view was blocked, and he didn't see anything. Excitement appears on Min Chul's face, and he asks if he killed him with his fist. There are small scratches and abrasions on the protagonist's hand. He smiles and worries, laughing. He says that it was too powerful and he had no other choice. Min Chul puts his hands on his knees and asks what the guy's indicators are. Shock appears on his face when Min Jun says that strength is 65, agility is 60. The pupils of the man's eyes become smaller and he thinks that he is a lieutenant and his indicators are barely more than 40, and an ordinary soldier has strength and agility more than 60. He leans back the back of the sofa and thinks that his performance is almost twice as high as that of most sergeants in size. Min Chul lowers his eyebrows and says that with his level, he could have gone to a military school for hunters, and that's a shame. Min Jun writes something on the paper with a smile and thinks that he is registered as a high school dropout and would not have been able to enroll in college anyway. Min Chul folds his hands in front of him and asks if he wants to become a leader, if he has thought about enrolling in school as an external student. Min Jun makes a sad expression on his face as the man says that he can even be hired as a sergeant. There are cyber lectures and other things. And what does he think? He can find out about it for him. The protagonist scratches his cheek and says with a slight smile that he doesn't want to study. A promotion for his achievements is enough for him. Min Chul smiles and sighs, looking at the guy. He sits more comfortably in the chair and says that it's up to him to decide and he won't force him, but if the guy changes, let him say it, to which Min Jun thanks him. The moon is shining outside the window and the man says that he will finish the report himself and let the guy return and rest. He does not want to steal his time, to which the protagonist replies that he will go and thank him. Min Chul looks at the beret on the table as Min Jun opens the door. 2 silver diamonds shine on the beret. The protagonist turns around in surprise when the man addresses him. Min Chul sits with a serious face and says that he saved them all today. He remembers the monster's opening mouth and says that if it weren't for the guy, something terrible could have happened. The pupils of the eyes become smaller from fear. He stands holding his katana, trembling, and says that he could not react in any way. Min Chul turns to the guy and thanks him. A smile appears on Min Jun's face, and he says that he was just doing his job. The man looks at him and smiles. A shadow falls on the protagonist's face when he thinks that yes, of course this is his business. After all, he receives magic and points for achievements. He lowers his head and smiles, thinking that too. Min Jun lowers his head and sighs. Wang Shik stands in front of the guys with a bandaged head, and the guy says that it is. Min Jun's face shows confusion, and he asks if he is asking him to go through special training with him and Private Dongjin. Wang Shik rocks back anxiously and agrees. The protagonist folds his arms across his chest and asks how he even knew that they were training here. He points to the man with a dissatisfied face and asks why he wanted to train with them. Wang Shik remembers how Dongjin cut the rats with 2 swings of his katana, and says that because. The brown-haired man frowns and the man says that's because, that is. The monster knocks the katana out of the guy's hands. Wang Shik points his finger at Dongjin and says that he has grown a lot, and now he is more useful and it's all thanks to training and that's why he would like it too. He averts his worried gaze and says that he also wanted to practice. Min Jun holds back his wide smile. He holds the brown-haired man by the shoulder, smiling evilly to himself, and asks if he really thinks they will agree. He furrows his eyebrows and asks if there is a certain level to everything and isn't that so. Wang Shik puts on an awkward smile. He straightens his eyebrows and looks away. The smile disappears. He bends down in front of the brown-haired man and thanks him for saving him, and also asks for forgiveness, to which the guy says why is he doing this. Wang Shik puts his hand to his mouth and says that he doesn't know, he will forgive him for what happened, but he would really like to train with them, because his goal is to become a sergeant due to his personal circumstances. Dongjin turns his head to Minjun and asks if they can't all train together. He looks questioningly at the guy and talks to him. A shadow falls on the protagonist's face, and he says that of course. The guys look at him in surprise when he says they can't. Wang Shik sadly lowers his eyes and smiles, saying that they will be uncomfortable because of what he did in the past, and in any case, he thanks them and because of them he remained alive. He turns sadly and Dongjin extends his hand to him. Wang Shik turns around interestedly and sharpens his ears when Min Jun says he has a condition. The man looks at him questioningly as he says, "Dove." A blush appears on Min Jun's cheeks and he smiles widely, saying that for 24 hours, starting right now, let him pretend to be a dove and then he will think. Wang Shik raises his head and rage appears on his face. He swears and the guy asks if he really doesn't want to. The man puts his lips into a tube. With his face red with anger, he nods and imitates the sound of a dove. Min Jun smiles evilly with all his teeth as Dongjin dresses the corporal. The protagonist smiles with an ominous expression on his face and thinks that a person has been added to him. 2 moons shine above the dark mansion. The wheels of the cart clatter on the stone floor. The knight rolls a cart with its contents covered. He stops in front of a blonde girl. She stands with her back turned and the moonlight illuminates her. She says that they did a good job. The strong man looks at her and is silent. She turns her head towards him. The girl folds her hands in front of her and asks if he really wants to say something. A shadow falls on the man's helmet, and he asks how long she plans to continue this. The blonde takes a step towards him. She walks past him and says who knows. There is a serious expression on her face. She opens the fabric on the cart. There's something sitting in a cage with sparkling purple eyes. The blonde looks at this creature. The man looks at her back and addresses her. The blonde holds out her hand. A purple portal opens in front of her. Her face lights up and she says that this is a gift to someone who left her without permission. A pink bright light illuminates the man and she says that's why. The blonde turns around and the pupils of her eyes narrow and she says that no matter what she does, it won't be enough. A shovel digs into the ground and someone screams. The red-haired guy digs into the ground and asks why they have to do construction and how much longer they will have to suffer. The purple-haired guy leans on a shovel, sweat running down his face, and turns to Taewook, saying that he thought for a long time, and this place will still be used for fighting monsters. The guys are digging in the ground, and the guy asks how this will help them at all. A military vehicle stops near an earthen hill. The guys look at him in shock. The purple-haired guy waves his hand and with an exhausted face says that this is Stettel. Stettel has arrived. Soldiers help unload stone blocks. The guys take building materials in their hands. Wang Shik drags Stettel with sweat on his face. A smile appears on his face, and he says that among their own people they call him that. It's not clear whether it's stones or iron, so they decided that it's Stettel. The gray block casts a shadow, and the man says that it is much heavier than it looks and much stronger. The man holds the machine gun in his hand and says that's why they use it for buildings. Min Jun turns his interested gaze to Wang Shik when he says that they are made from special minerals found in the dungeons, and that is what they were originally called. The protagonist turns to the man with 2 blocks on his shoulders and asks if he really explained something to him. On his left shoulder lies a Stettel. He also holds another one on his right shoulder. A look of confusion appears on Wang Shik's face as he struggles to hold the Stettel. He looks away in the other direction and says that he didn't tell him this, but just thought that suddenly someone would be interested. Min Ji passes the Stettel to the other guys. The comrades move the blocks with great diligence, while Min Jun carries 4 at a time. Min Ji turns to the soldiers and yells for them to take a break for 10 minutes. He approaches the man while the guys are resting and turns to the commander. Min Chul turns his head questioningly at Min Ji as he tells him that he went to the division headquarters for material and heard. The man with black glasses does not change his face and says that a dungeon has appeared on the territory of their division, presumably a dungeon of tin cans. The other soldiers turn to look at him in surprise and disgust. Minji points them out when someone asks if it's true. The red-haired guy and his friend make upset expressions on their faces, and they ask if the deputy commander is joking, and this can't happen. The guys grab Minji's limbs, and Jung Tae shouts that if they go into the dungeon again, then this will be the 3rd time for him and the instructor, and Taewook asks if this is not true, to which the man says that the investigation is still underway and let they calm down. Min Jun raises his eyebrow questioningly. Wang Shik looks at the hero with an interested look. The corners of his lips turn up and he chuckles. Lightning comes from blue matter. Dungeon of tin cans. A dungeon diagram marked with red and blue triangles. The internal size of the dungeon is much larger than the standard sizes. The same with the number of species and individuals inside it. A large black monster with eyes on its chest stands in front of the soldier. Discovered dungeons where boss monsters or high-danger monsters among hunters do not exist are called tin dungeons. The military goes through the blue portal. Since these dungeons are an ideal environment for hunters to gain combat experience, they undergo division-level training in them before attacking other dungeons. Wang Shik puts his hand on his knee and says that this is the very training of the hunter's maneuvers with a bad reputation. Min Jun looks at the man questioningly and asks who he is talking to. Wang Shik sits with his mouth open and is silent. He closes it and looks away, thinking that he thought that suddenly someone would be interested. The protagonist turns his head away and smiles as he thinks about practicing hunter maneuvers. He looks at the guys clinging to Minji with tears and thinks that now this is not the most necessary training for him, and the guys are getting on his nerves. The man holds Tae-wook by the cheeks as Min Chul sighs and says that this is division-level training and this is their chance to get achievement points. Min Jun's eyes widen as he remembers something. His eyes sparkle and he raises his hands to a pile of imaginary certificates, thinking that there are achievements there. He clenches his hands into fists and smiles widely, thinking that he knew that accidents happen much more often on the front line and it's good that he came here. The guy notices the shadow monster's face in his shadow. He puts on a serious face and asks what he is doing here. The monster's eyes and mouth glow purple. Min Jun advances on them. He turns to the guys who are shouting that they don't need achievements and how much longer they will have to suffer. The guy sighs with alarm and thinks that it's very good that no one saw. He puts his hand on the shadow and asks in a whisper what he needs. His face changes and he is surprised. A man and a girl walk down a bright corridor while he asks if this is a request for help, to which the girl replies that it is a special monster. The brown-haired woman furrows her eyebrows and says that yesterday a request for help came from a group investigating the Yanggu Gate. The man lowers his head and asks if this is the dungeon that was discovered on the territory of the division. The girl holds her cap in her hands and says that yes, this territory is not inhabited by residents. She puts on a calm expression and says that, however, 2 employees involved in the investigation suddenly lost consciousness, and this anomaly was reported only recently, and perhaps this dungeon needs to be attacked urgently. The light illuminates the man's face and he says that, as usual, they have entrusted the division with control over this territory and let the hunters from Yanggu retreat for now. First, they need to deal with the dungeon discovered in the private residential area of Hongshan. The girl walks along the white corridor, and he says that everyone should go in that direction, and she agrees. Min Jun furrows his eyebrows and opens his eyes wide. The corners of his lips turn up. The monster's face in the shadow becomes happy. The guy steps on him. He gets up with an evil smile and thinks that somehow he can go and spend his day off. Residential white buildings rise above the ground. The guy is standing next to a bag of clothes. Min Jun puts on his jacket. He zips up his clothes. There is a shelf next to him with a photo of his family on it, and he asks if he took everything. There is a photo of Min Chul's family in a wooden frame. Min Chul smiles widely with his eyes closed and asks if he's really leaving already, and says that at the construction site he wore several times more stettel than the others, and he wondered why he did that. Did he really want to finish quickly and take a day off? Min Jun's eyes sparkle, and he smiles when the man says he's incredible. The smile disappears from his face when Min Chul tells him that his current address is in a restricted area and asks where he was during his last vacation. He scratches his head and says he was in the computer club. The man exhales and smiles a little, saying that he knew it. Min Jun looks questioningly at the key Min Chul gives him and says that if he wants, he can stay here. The man folds his arms across his chest and says that his parents used to live in this apartment, but because of work they moved. So the apartment is empty and he lives there during vacation, so it's clean. Min Jun gets worried and awkwardly hands over the key, saying that it's not necessary. Min Chul sighs and takes a piece of paper out of his pocket, saying that it's nothing. The man is holding a piece of paper with the address, Gangwon-do, Chuncheon, XX house, X apartment, and he says that it is a little far from the base, but it is located in the same city of Gangwon-do and it will be much better than the computer club. The protagonist looks at the note with interest and thinks that this is very good. Min Chul walks into his office and waves his hand, saying that even if he doesn't live there, he should just take it and wish the guy a pleasant holiday. Min Jun looks at him with surprise on his face. The man leans back in his chair and sighs. He sits up and looks at the folder with documents. The page shows Min Jun's name and a photo of him. The sign shows the guy's parents, Tae, Young's father and Eunju's mother, who are missing. Min Chul raises his eyebrows. He looks out the window. The man in the photo is with his family. Min Jun looks to the side. A faint smile appears on his face, and he reaches for his hood. He pulls his hood over his head and says it's time to move out. Several people are standing in front of the buses. The protagonist walks down the street with his face covered. He passes by various shops. He remembers how a brown-haired woman said on the phone that the location of the dungeon is a closed school in the city of Yinggu. Street XX agrees with someone and tells them not to get closer than a kilometer there and control the roads. The protagonist looks up. Soldiers stand blocking the road. Min Jun moves to the roof of a nearby building. He jumps off the house. He lands on his feet in a narrow alley and turns around. The guy stands with his back pressed against the pillar. In front of him is a blue portal with lightning from it. He adjusts his hood and thinks, I wonder what kind of monster is there this time. Min Jun sighs and remembers his summoned monster and thinks that he needs to find out what kind of monster is sitting there, but his spy couldn't handle it. He goes into the portal and says that if it is too dangerous, they can just jump back out. A blue window appears with the message that the guy has entered the dungeon. Branches of dry bare trees. Min Jun walks along the path. He walks past the bushes and thinks that it is very humid here. He looks down and is surprised. There is a broken katana on the ground. The guy kneels down in front of him and wonders if there really was a battle here. He looks closely at the katana. He glances over and frowns. Min Jun turns his head and says that he is too visible and let him go out already. The monster stands in front of him. His eyes glow with a purple aura. The protagonist looks at the large monster and wonders if it is a goblin. A thoughtful look appears on his face and he opens his mouth slightly, thinking that maybe it's a kobold. He gets up from his knee, wondering why he is so huge. Min Jun gets into a fighting stance and reflects that the research team managed to resist him. The monster jumps up. He swings his fist over the guy. The protagonist dodges the attack by jumping backwards. He, in turn, raises his fist and extends his hand. A beam of white energy hits the monster's head. Min Jun opens his eyes in surprise. His fist is in the monster's mouth. The monster opens its mouth. The guy kicks him in the chin, screaming to make him feel bad. He lands on the ground and says that the monster is really strong. Min Jun pokes his finger into the ground and asks if his fist could really withstand it. The monster swings at the guy and then dodges, jumping back. He smiles and lowers his eyebrows, telling him to be careful. The monster's legs get stuck in the ground. A blue window appears with the inscription that the decomposition skill has been used. The monster tries to move its leg. Min Jun makes a dash towards him. He does a lot of punches to his face. He makes a hail of blows and smiles, saying that he has good stamina. He takes aim at the monster's side. The monster defends himself with his hand. The guy opens his eyes wide when a right hand lands on him. He sees a small area with a glow and thinks about it. The monster hits him, and he flies away. Min Jun lands on a knee. He looks at his torn sleeve. He turns his gaze to the broken katana. The guy takes it in his hands. He stands in front of the monster and says that if everyone he met here after his return was at the level of an ant. He turns sideways and says with a serious look that he is already reaching the level of the rhinoceros beetle. The monster opens its mouth and screams loudly. He swings at the guy's head. He is surprised. His eyes light up, and the guy says that this is funny. Min Jun, with an angry expression on his face and his hand on it, says that the beetle says something about beetles. The monster starts to worry when the evil guy curses. The protagonist thrusts a katana into the monster's side and shouts that these are his new clothes. The monster screams piercingly in pain. Min Jun swings it over his head. With fury on his face, he slams down. He stands on the monster's head, which is in a pool of blood. The guy collects demonic energy in his hand. A blue glowing sign appears, on which it is written that a certain level of magic has been absorbed and the magic indicators increase by 3. In the bright blue window, it is written that with the absorption of magic, the dark arrow skill was unlocked, and the guy is surprised. Glowing signs appear on which it is written that the Night Wanderer skill has been strengthened and the basic fencing skill has been created, and the guy exclaims enthusiastically. Min Jun wipes his face and touches the characteristics, bringing up the system window. In the blue glowing window, it is written that his strength is 65, his agility is 60, his endurance is 60, his magic is 22, and he has the skills of decomposition, Night Wanderer, Dark Arrow, basic weapon proficiency, basic fencing, and strength. The blue system window says that Dark Arrow is a skill that absorbs demonic energy to shoot an invisible arrow at a target and basic fencing that increases sword skill. Min Jun points to his characteristics with a wide smile and says that his attack skills have increased all at once and asks why he has acquired basic fencing. He remembers how he stuck a piece of a katana into the side of the monster and asks if it was because of the critical hit and laughs. The corpse of a monster lies in front of him, and he is thinking. Min Jun pulls out the broken weapon from him and asks if he was injured before meeting him. He licks his lips and raises his head, asking what was sparkling there before. He makes a cut on the monster's corpse. He opens his eyes wide. The guy looks at his bloody hand and asks if this is it. There is a small white shard on his hand. He takes it with his other hand and asks if it is an arrowhead or a fragment of a knife. If it was really wounded by a hunter from the search group. The guy frowns and looks at him, thinking that it seems to him that he has already seen him somewhere. He turns his gaze to a group of similar monsters. He puts the fragment in his pocket and says that he just wanted to acquire new skills. Min Jun smiles and looks back at the monsters, telling them to come to him. The blue goblins grit their teeth and growl. The guy gathers dark magic in his hands and says it's time. The irises of his eyes turn purple and he asks, "Now we need to see what the E-level skill is capable of." Two magical black rays fly out of his hands. They pierce the chests of two goblins. Violet energy surrounds the protagonist, and he says that the main job is done, but while he is here, he wants to finish everything completely. A look of fear appears on the face of the remaining goblin. Min Jun smiles madly with all his teeth and asks where his friends went. The blue portal is located near residential buildings. A guy with his hood pulled up comes out. He steps on the ground with his foot. The guy turns back and says that the dungeon is now cleared. He smiles and his left eye glows purple, and he says it's time to play his favorite game. A group of soldiers walks along a well-trodden road in a meadow. The guys are very tired. Sweat is running down their faces. Min Jun walks with a firearm in his hands. He remembers how he stood on the head of a goblin and thinks that after an eventful vacation, he eats instant noodles and smiles while sitting at the computer and thinks that he returned to the squad rested. But their platoon was more like a funeral home. Han Yin grabs the guy by the shoulders and shouts that this was definitely the dungeon of empty cans, and next week they will be training hunter maneuvers there. Min Chul holds the device in his hand. The dungeon diagram shows the paths leading to the center. Each platoon begins its journey at a random point and moves to a rally point in the center of the dungeon. The man points his finger forward. He looks and is surprised. The other soldiers raise their guns and are surprised when Min Chul shouts that everyone needs to prepare for battle and full speed ahead. At the same time dealing with monsters and various situations. The boys draw their weapons and make menacing looks as a man yells at them to prepare for the monsters to appear. This is the practice at the department level. Black balls appear on green grass. They roll towards the guys, and one of them opens its fanged mouth. Min Chul raises his hand and shouts that these are black balls and let everyone take out their weapons and get ready to shoot. The guys take combat stances and take aim, shouting that they are fully prepared. A shadow falls on Min Jun's face, and he takes aim, thinking that it's just as he expected. His pupils shrink and he smiles widely, thinking that this training was very interesting. Min Chul stands with other soldiers and takes aim, then shouts for everyone to start shooting. The guy clicks on a piece of firearm. Bullets fly into little black monsters. The projectiles hit fanged monsters. The soldiers fire their weapons. Min Ji turns to the guys and shouts that since these monsters are very elastic and have thick skin, it is impossible to defeat them with edged weapons. They need to be eliminated before they get closer. The soldiers fire their weapons at the monsters. Min Chul opens his eyes wide and is surprised. He raises his fist and yells for them to stop the fire and prepare for close combat. A group of black fang monsters are jumping on the gravel and a man shouts that there are 3 of them left. If they attach themselves and start sucking blood, it will be very difficult to remove them, so you need to try not to let them bite anyone. Min Jun raises his hand to his face and thinks that if he is bitten, then this is the end, and if there are many wounded, the platoon's rating will drop. The guys look anxiously at the monster flying towards them. The protagonist covers them with his body and, smiling, thinks that he will not allow this. He runs towards the monster and shouts to Sun Ho. He kicks the monster, causing the ball to fly far away. The soldiers raise their heads in surprise. They watch the monster fly to a great height. Min Ji and Min Chul open their mouths and look up. Min Jun makes an angry expression and thinks that it would certainly be easier to use dark arrows. The soldiers raise their machine guns and shoot. The black monster explodes in the air. The protagonist kicks 2 more monsters into the air. Min Chul smiles and raises his weapon and shouts that everything is fine and let the squad shoot at the flying black balls. The corpses of monsters lie on the grass. The guys stand in a circle. Min Chul turns his gaze and says that they have a break for 10 minutes, let them rest and check their personal equipment, and then make sure that there are no wounded and report to the squads. He places his hand on Min Jun's shoulder. The guy's friends give him a thumbs up. Sun Ho looks at the surprised Wang Shik with suspicion. They turn away from each other. Tae Wook and Young Tae are sitting on the grass, very tired, sweat running down their faces. The red-haired guy furrows his eyebrows and asks if it seems to them that this training was much more intense than the last one, and what kind of fight it was already. His comrade sits with tired eyes and says that he cannot say for sure, but there are rumors that this is not a dungeon of empty cans. Tae Wook turns his head in surprise and asks what he means, to which Young Tae says that there are rumors that there was one boss monster in this dungeon. The military men look down in alarm. A man with a black beard stands and wipes his hands near a huge elephant. His hands are stained with blood. The military men are frightened when he stands in front of them. He points his finger at them and smiles with all his teeth, saying that now they can train. The guys sit with upset expressions on their faces, and Jung Tae says that they were talking about the monster being captured alive and locked in the rally point, in fear that the dungeon would collapse. Min Ji puts his hands on the guy's shoulders and tells them to leave, as the rest is over. Min Jun exhales with a smile when he sees this picture. He remembers with a smile about the man with a thick black beard and thinks that the hunter with 2 stars is not bad. Min Chul leads the group and raises his hand. The pupils of his eyes shrink. He opens his mouth in surprise. The soldiers look ahead questioningly. Min Jun smiles with excitement and thinks about this person. A man sits in the lotus position on the road. There is a sign on his chest that says he is wounded. A man with a beard smiles widely with all his teeth. A building made of stone stands in the middle of the forest. An old man smokes a pipe, sitting on a stool near a building. He looks up. A warrior in a helmet stands in front of him. The old man looks at him and says that he has been gone for a long time and he has returned again. The warrior puts his hands together as the old man asks if he succeeded. The old man holds out his hand and the man holds out his sword as he says okay. He was probably busy with that woman. He looks at the sword in his hands and says that it is stronger than he thought. The tip of the white sword is broken off and the old man asks if he really had a monster hunt. The tents are on the field. Dungeon Collection Center. A shadow covers the soldier's face, but he holds a tablet and says that this number of monsters is simply unreal. The blonde man sits with glasses and points at the tablet, saying that there should be no incidents. This is the commander of the 3rd Platoon of the 104th Division, Lieutenant Colonel Chan Cole. The man with big ears smiles with his eyes closed and says that the commander-in-chief thinks that the division's average fighting strength is gradually declining. This is the commander of the 1st Platoon of the 104th Division, Colonel Sung Jae-eun. He sighs when the man with the glasses says he feels like he's putting too much pressure on them. A man moves the tent fabric aside. This is the commander of the 2nd Platoon, 104th Division, Colonel Jung Byum. He salutes the other 2 soldiers and asks if they know where the captain went. Young Chul looks on with worry on his face as Sung Kyun puts his hands behind his back. A cry comes from the khaki-green tent asking what. The man with big ears smiles widely and says that he knows the character of this worm. Nothing will stop him. Jung Byum, with a frightened expression on his face, agrees, but asks why he decided to personally participate in the training, and it would be very good if he did not go to his platoon. He turns to look at Jong Chul when he addresses him. The blonde adjusts his glasses and says that he left leaving only these words. A man with a thick beard sits and smiles widely with all his teeth, and Jong Chul quotes that there is one soldier whom he would like to see with his own eyes. The soldiers stand with surprised looks and are silent. Min Ji turns to the commander as he stands there in bewilderment and thinks that he knew that there was an operation to transport the wounded here as a penalty in the middle of training. The man with the beard holds his hands behind his back and approaches while Min Chul thinks that this is the only wounded man. He was told that he is one of the training instructors and the head of the division headquarters. Fear and horror appear on the commander's face, and he thinks that no one told him that this was the division captain. The man towers over him. He smiles widely and holds up a sign telling the commander to take care of him. Min Chul winces in fear. He salutes and shouts that he has the honor. He is Lieutenant Min Chul and he understands him. The 2 guys hold the stretcher while Min Ji walks up to them and tells the captain that they will be transporting him on a stretcher. A man with a beard looks menacingly in his direction. He moves closer to the soldiers and addresses Senior Sergeant Min Ji. With a furious face, he breaks the stretcher and asks if he really doesn't know what his character is. The man dusts off his hands and clicks his tongue. He extends his hand to Min Ji when he says that he is playing the role of the wounded, to which the captain replies that he knows nothing and is not going to do anything. Let them just forget about him and train further. He turns his attention to Min Jun standing behind him. The captain smiles widely and frowns. The protagonist notices the captain and opens his eyes. He smiles widely with all his teeth, thinking that he knew this training would be good. The sun is shining over the green meadow, and the protagonist thinks that the fun doesn't end there. The guy kills anthropomorphic monster beasts with a smile, and the captain looks at him with pride while he thinks that they met a variety of monsters. Min Jun points to the toxic bomb flying from the sky and thinks that they also encountered several devices prepared by the headquarters. He kicks the monkey-like monster with the captain on his shoulders and thinks that this made the training even more interesting. The guy is breathing heavily, sweat running down his face. The guy stands with other guys with katanas. This is Private Cole Ho. A lizard-like monster stands on its hind legs. The guy makes a blow with a katana. This attack lands on the lizard's chest. She falls onto her side, bleeding, as another one comes for her. Chul Ho rolls his eyes upward. His lips are dry, and he is leaking sweat. He falls to the ground. He lands face first on the grass. The monster releases its huge tongue. Someone hits the monster right on its open mouth. The guy stands with a katana. A shadow covers his face. A system window appears on which it says that this is basic swordsmanship, which adds a slight increase in swordsmanship. The corners of Min Jun's lips rise, and he thinks that although this is the basis among hunters, it significantly increases his strength and this training will benefit him. He extends his hand to Cheol Ho. The guy raises his head at the protagonist while others are killing the same monsters. Tears form in his eyes, and he thanks him. Min Jun looks at him silently. The guy waves his katana in front of the monster. Someone makes a strong blow to the monster's head and paw. The protagonist jerks between monsters, killing them. He lands near Min Chul and waves at her throat. The captain frowns and thinks that this training of hunter maneuvers can be called the most intense in the entire history of the hunter squad. The monster sneaks up behind him. The man swings his fist, sending the monster flying into the sky. Min Chul turns to the soldiers and shouts that once they are finished with them, they will rest and let them hold out until the end. Min Jun gives a thumbs up when asked if he is ready, and the captain thinks so. The man has a full-teeth smile on his face and frowns, thinking that the protagonist still impresses him very much. Several figures stand on the cliff and fight off the black balls. Meanwhile, in the north of the dungeon, girl soldiers fight off monsters. Sweat runs down their faces, and they breathe heavily. The black monster jumps and opens its fanged mouth. The brown-haired woman runs at him, swinging her katana. Yoon Seo grips the handle of the weapon in his hands. With one swing, she kills the monster. The remains of the monsters lie on the ground. Yoon Seo sighs and wipes his sweat. The brown-haired woman smiles and clenches her hands into fists, saying that Private Yoon Seo is incredible. The black ball attacks the girl from behind while he says that the girl almost single-handedly killed them all. The girl turns around in horror. The helmet flies into the air. The brown-haired woman falls to the ground. Yoon Seo's hair unravels and develops. The brown-haired woman turns around with a worried look. Yoon Seo fends off the monster's attack while standing on the edge of a cliff. She turns around and notices the abyss behind her. The sky over the green fields turns orange. The soldiers are sitting on the ground and talking to each other. Min Chul points his finger to the side. He turns around in surprise when the captain says that he sees that the entire squad arrived safely without serious injuries. The man with the beard smiles widely, showing his teeth, and says that their platoon leader is really cool. Min Chul raises his eyebrows and worries, wondering why he did this all of a sudden. He turns his attention to his soldiers. Min Jun adjusts Dong Jin's fighting stance. The corners of Min Chul's lips turn up, and he says that it's all thanks to a good squad. The captain puts his hand on his shoulder and says that this is all his merit. He smiles with all his teeth and says that he will watch him until the end of the training, to which the man thanks him. The captain turns his head towards Min Ji. He grabs him by the shoulders and shouts that he still can't keep his balance, and can he really only press with his left hand? The guys are sitting on the ground, and one of them turns to the other. He has a serious look on his face and asks if he can ask Sun Woo what will happen in the second part of the hunter maneuver training, to which the guy with glasses says no. The guy points his finger to the side and asks what it is. There is a sign hanging over a huge hole in the ground that says "Do not approach." The guy turns his attention to Sun Woo, who says that this is the same pit. Min Chul puts his hands on his hips and shouts that they are moving out and let everyone get back to their places. The guys get to their feet and the guy asks if it's a pit, to which Sun Woo replies that it's her. The guy with glasses turns to the soldier and asks if he hasn't heard about the dungeon pits. In training, apparently he did nothing but lie down. He adjusts his glasses and says that little is known about this dungeon yet. Sun Woo imagines him playing with a ball near the portal. and says that they say that it is some kind of phenomenon in connection with another dimension using gates and space. He imagines himself walking through the portal and says that this is the most plausible theory at the moment. Sun Woo adjusts his glasses and looks at the guy, asking what it is. This is an infinite connection with infinite space. An image of a dungeon appears in his head and he says that yes, but even in dungeons there are boundaries, points where communication ends. There is a black area on the diagram, and he says that sometimes this connection is lost at a very unexpected moment. The guy gives a thumbs up while Sun Woo smiles and says that these are the dungeon pits. The guy opens his eyes wide when a thought occurs to him, and he asks what will happen if he goes outside the dungeon or enters a dungeon pit. Sun Woo holds his chin and smiles, saying that he certainly doesn't believe it. He spreads his arms in different directions and says that there are rumors that you will end up at a random point inside the dungeon. They look questioningly at the guys in front, who are perplexed. Min Chul and the protagonist come closer, and the man asks what happened. The guys open their eyes wide in shock. Min Jun raises his eyebrow and thinks. Yoon Seo lies on the ground unconscious. The girl brings the flask to her lips. Min Chul talks on the walkie-talkie while she sits on the ground. The captain stands with his arms crossed on his chest. Min Chul turns to the girl and says that he reported what was happening to the 4th Battalion and that she should not worry and take care of herself. A worried look appears on Yoon Seo's face, and she asks if the man can clarify whether everyone in her squad is safe. A kind smile appears on Min Chul's face, and he says that they are all safe and very worried about her, and they said that they wanted to stop the training and go in search, but since they reported everything, most likely the training will continue. Yoon Seo closes his eyes and nods, saying that this is great news. She winces and furrows her brow. Her left leg is bandaged. She frowns. Min Ji stands next to the girl and turns to her, saying that it is impossible to train with such a leg and taking care of health for a hunter is as important as increasing combat strength. Min Chul furrows his eyebrows and nods his head, saying that he contacted the headquarters and the mobile team will arrive soon. It's a pity, but this training is done. Yoon Seo raises his head and furrows his brows, shouting what? She lowers her head, looking upset. The captain approaches the guys and asks how the soldier is doing. Sweat runs down the girl's face and she is scared, thinking that this is caretaker Suk-yeon and what is he doing here? Why is he here and shouldn't he be leading the training? Min Chul looks at the captain and says that there are no serious injuries, but there is a suspicion of a broken left ankle and he thinks that she will not be able to continue training. Suk-yeon furrows her brow and asks if this is really true. It's a shame because there's only a little time left and let her tell you how it happened. The girl shudders and straightens up, saying that she is Private Yoon Seo, fell from a cliff while fighting a monster and lost consciousness, and when she woke up, she found herself here. The captain frowns and asks if she really fell on the edge of the dungeon or into a dungeon pit, although it's good that she was quickly found. He flinches and is surprised. The girl looks worried and the man stands in front of her, asking her name, to which she replies that she is Private Yoon Seo. Suk-young raises one eyebrow and his pupils become smaller. He asks if this is Yoon Seo, from the 4th Division, 4th Battalion, who is Taeho's daughter. A blush appears on the girl's cheeks and she says that everything is right. It's her. A sign appears on her neck that says she is injured. The captain looks around while the others look at him questioningly. The red-haired guy and his friend turn to look at the man. Several soldiers are moving around tiredly. Min Jun watches Dong Jin training. He turns back when addressed. He approaches the guys and introduces himself while the girl hides her face with her hands. Yoon Seo's forehead and cheeks turn red and she wonders why it's Min Jun. There's a look of disappointment on her face when she hears the captain tell him to take her on his back. The protagonist raises his eyebrow questioningly and asks if he really heard wrong. Suk-yeon furrows her eyebrows and looks at him menacingly, telling him to take her on his back since she is injured. Min Jun turns his gaze to the girl. She covers her red face. The captain's face turns red with anger, and the protagonist wonders why he smells achievements. The guy holds the helmet in his hands, and with a smile thinks that everything is clear and says that he agrees. Yoon Seo looks up at Min Jun in front of her. He squats down and anger appears on her face when he says get in and she curses. The guy turns to her with a serious expression on his face and says that of course she can quit the training, but all her points will immediately evaporate. Yoon Seo looks at the guy with concern in his eyes, who asks what she will do then. She lowers her head and closes her eyes. She opens her mouth slightly. Min Jun smiles widely as the girl on the ground says that she is asking him for this. Han Yen and another guy turn around and he says that the protagonist is going too far, and does he really still have any strength left? To which the other guy replies that he is not a human at all. Min Jun carries the girl on his back. Min Chul draws attention to them, and says that they should go to the rear of the squad together with the deputy commander, and if they get tired, then let them just say so. The guy turns his head with a wide smile and says that this won't happen, thinking that everything is fine, and the man says that something has changed. He turns to look at the girl on his back. Yoon Seo turns his head away with red cheeks. Min Jun turns his head away with a crazy smile and thinks that this is a clear achievement. He runs down the road while the captain watches them. Minji approaches Suk-yeon from behind and quotes her as saying that she received special treatment because she is the daughter of a division captain of another unit, and says that such conversations can happen. The setting sun illuminates the faces of the military, and the captain says that there are no prohibitions on helping the wounded and, on the contrary, this is an integral part of training. Minji turns his concerned gaze when Suk-young says he just doesn't know. The captain furrows his eyebrows and says Tae-ho. He grits his teeth and says he's a creep. Yoon Seo has a blush on her cheeks and is worried. One of the soldiers turns back and sighs. The girl looks away with pity. The captain walks behind Min Ji and smiles. Beads of sweat roll down Yoon Seo's face, and she thinks she's really embarrassed. Min Jun turns to the girl as she says that if it's difficult for him, he should tell her to just give up. She jumps in surprise when the guy says that everything is fine and she is much lighter than Stettel, to which the girl asks, Stettel. The soldiers are walking tired along the road, while the protagonist says that he thinks that she weighs about 50 kilograms, to which the girl asks him to stop. Yoon Seo blushes and closes his eyes, telling them to just be quiet together. She looks at Min Jun and remains silent. She closes her eyes and lowers her eyebrows, saying that she will repay him later for his help. An ominous smile appears on the protagonist's face, and he says that he will wait, thinking that it will be even better if her father does it. Yoon Seo gets a look of shock on her face when the guy says that even if she is lighter than Stettel, 50 kilograms is still not that light. The men watches the girl raises her fist and screams for him to shut up already. Suk-yeon and Min Ji look at each other and remain silent. A blush appears on their cheeks. The sky turned dark blue. The soldiers are walking, sweat running down their faces. Min Chul looks at his device. Tae-wook and Young Tae stand with tired expressions on their faces, and the red-haired guy says that he wishes there were no more monsters and his friend says that it's just a nightmare. They remember Suk-yeon giving a thumbs up and ask who changed the difficulty of the workout to nightmare mode and grunt. Min Chul turns to the soldiers and says that they have about 2 kilometers left. Let them not let their guard down and remain on guard. The men stand in front of him, tired, and they smile while he tells them to pass to the back. This is Corporal Ik Jun of the 2nd Platoon, 1st Section, and Sergeant Gi Tae of the 2nd Platoon of the 1st Section. They freeze and look up with apprehension. Gi Tae looks up at the black balls and shouts that monsters are flying from the sky. Min Chul furrows his eyebrows and shouts for them to open attack on the monsters, which are air-type monsters. Monsters fly and fall in a flock. The man clenches his teeth and wonders where the black rake came from. Suk-yeon looks at the soldiers and the monsters circling above them. He folds his arms over his chest and thinks that they walked calmly all the way, but finally luck decided to turn away from them. A green monster opens its fang mouth and the captain thinks that the black rake is small monsters the size of a sparrow. Their teeth and claws tear flesh and hunters do not die from this, but in the current situation these are very dangerous opponents and they will pursue them even if they won't pay attention to them. Suk-yeon squints his eyes and says that it's already dark and he can't really see anything. The soldiers swing their weapons as they fight the monsters. Minji takes out her 2 katanas. A worried look appears on his face when the captain behind him says that from the point of view of the wounded and training observer, the current situation could greatly reduce the points. The guys wave their katanas. One of the monsters grabs the arm of a private and Min-ji thinks that darkness and fatigue are not considered excuses because they are a squad of hunters. Sweat rolls down his face, and he thinks that now he is no different from those who left the training and ran away. The monster dodges the warrior's katana swing, and the man thinks that the collapse of the formation could be the main factor in reducing the points. Blood flows from a scratch on Min Chul's face, and Min Ji thinks that he needs to trust the commander and wait for orders. The guy makes a grin on his face. With an angry expression on his face, he hears about the lowering of points and curses. He runs with a girl on his back, who screams at him to stop and asks where he is running. Min Jun stops near the man and shouts for the commander to give him a chance. Min Chul furrows his eyebrows and shouts that what is he talking about, and actually he has a wound on his back. The protagonist opens his eyes wide, in which the decrease in points is written, and says that they are all limited. He looks at the man carefully, saying that this won't go on and he can handle it. Min Chul asks what his plan is with a worried expression. Min Jun comes closer and whispers in the man's ear. The girl and Min Chul are surprised and wince when they hear the plan. Yoon Seo covers his mouth with his hand. Min-chul looks at the guys worriedly and remains silent. He hits the protagonist in the chest and tells him to retreat if this doesn't work and gives him one chance, to which the guy replies that he understands him. Yoon-seo's face becomes worried and she wonders if this plan even makes sense in this situation. Monsters fly over the soldiers. The guys raise their heads. Min-chul turns around and waves his hand and yells for him to bring the wounded here right now. Min-jun furrows his eyebrows and shouts that there is simply no time, and he asks for the commander. The man clenches his teeth. The protagonist runs next to Min-chul, who looks at the soldiers and shouts for everyone to stand behind Corporal Min-jun and prepare to shoot. Suk-yeon opens his eyes wide and asks if they decided to kill the monsters with bullets. The protagonist jerks the bolt of his weapon and tells the girl not to twitch and to hold tight. He smiles while Yoon-seo's face is worried and says that the wounded cannot be abandoned. The girl frowns and squints her eyes. She clings even tighter to the guy and thinks that he is a completely crazy idiot. Min-jun turns his gaze. His iris is glowing purple, and he thinks that the darkness is for a black magician. Monsters fly across the night sky. The guy takes aim with a machine gun with a smile and thinks that this is the same as initial training for hunters in the starting village of his favorite game. The silhouette of a monster flies in his sight. Dark energy surrounds his trigger finger, and he thinks that he also has the dark arrow skill, and a system window appears that says that the dark arrow skill is being used. Min-jun shoots upward with his weapon and thinks they can attack them with ranged weapons. The bullet flies through the air, surrounded by a black aura. She flies towards the monster. A huge hole appears in the monster. Yoon-seo opens his eyes in surprise and wonders if he really got it. She opens her mouth and wonders how this happened. Min-jun smiles widely and raises an eyebrow, thinking that now they won't be able to dodge his cannonball-sized bullets, and besides, it's nighttime, so no one will notice. He shoots monsters with his machine gun. Monsters fly and pilot from the sky. A bullet flies at each of this group. The soldiers raise their heads in shock. The guys stand and watch the monsters fall from the sky. The protagonist turns around with a smile from all teeth. He stands with a machine gun and a girl on his back, and the soldiers think that he has gone completely crazy. The guys take a few steps. They look at each other with shocked faces. Min-chul and Ik-jun stand with worried expressions on their faces. The military approaches the wall on which the barbed mesh is installed. They approach other soldiers who clap for them. The group goes inside the protected area. The guys say with sweat on their faces that it's finally over. The man at the entrance notices the sighing Min-ji. He holds the tablet in his hands and shouts that all soldiers of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Department, 2nd Platoon have been approved. The soldiers stand and smile. Min-jun smiles and a blush appears on his cheeks, thinking that everyone has approved. The man waves his hand and other soldiers come out with stretchers as he tells the medical team to look at all the wounded. Min-chul smiles widely and furrows his brows, shouting that it was a good job and thanks them for holding out until the very end. The soldiers give thumbs up and shout that they did a good job. Min-ji turns to the guys and waves his hand, saying that they need to stay in line until the very end, and as soon as they get to the temporary base, they can rest. Min-chul turns his attention to the guy. Min-jun approaches the medical team and asks where he can get the achievements. He turns to the side when the commander addresses him. A wide smile appears on Min-chul's face, and he says that the guy did his best, and he always moved forward and was fearless in the face of danger. The corners of Min-jun's lips rise and he thanks the man, thinking that this is the obvious truth, but still he is somehow ashamed. Yoon-seo lowers his head and asks if the guy will finally lower it. She lies on a stretcher and apologizes for being a nuisance to the platoon and thanks them. Min-chul looks at her and smiles, saying that it's very good that they completed the training safely and don't let her think that she became a hindrance for them. Suk-young spreads his hands and laughs, saying that everything is fine. He smiles from ear to ear and shouts that the entire platoon successfully completed the training. Min-jun dodges the man's embrace. The captain stands hugging himself and is silent. He turns to the guy and opens his arms with a blush on his cheeks. Min-chul turns to look at them and laughs nervously. He watches as Suk-yeon catches the protagonist and says that, to be honest, it's all thanks to him. The captain holds Min-jun by the shoulders and looks away when he is addressed. His gaze becomes furious. A woman approaches him. She is the commander of the 4th Battalion of the 104th Division, Colonel Ji-hee. She passes by the guys. Min-jun turns his attention to her and wonders what is going on. A woman approaches Yoon-seo on a stretcher and asks who is wounded, to which the girl replies that she is Private Yoon-seo and there is no injury other than her left ankle. Ji-hee looks at the man from the brigade with a menacing gaze and says that considering that she fell into an underground pit, she is lucky and let her be evacuated quickly. She turns her head the other way. A look of fear appears on Suk-Yun's face as she asks where the observer is. The woman smiles and closes her eyes, asking if she can ask for a quick meeting about training. The captain looks away and asks, "Is it really now? And does it have to be now?" Ji-Hai's face turns ominous as a shadow falls over it, and she says that she will definitely do it right now. Clouds fly over the building. Min-jun sits at the table and eats rice from a tray full of food. A man walks through rows of tables. The guy looks at the tray of chicken wings in the man's hands with sparkling eyes when he asks if Corporal Min-jun would like some fried chicken. The protagonist smiles and sparkles shine in his eyes, and he asks if he can really eat all this himself. The man waves his hand and says that everyone is sleeping now and is unlikely to come to eat. The guy holds a tray of food in his hands and says that he tried so hard and he can't let it go to waste and let him give it here. He takes the fried chicken in both hands while the man asks if he is from 2nd Platoon, 2nd Division, saying that he heard that their platoon took first place in training this time. There is no one in the dining room except the guys, and the man says that during the meal the leaders talked about this, and the battalion commander praised him for his outstanding actions, and he said that the guy personally dealt with the black rake that appeared at night, and is it true? Min-jun, with his mouth full, replies that it turns out that it is, to which the cook says that they are impossible to catch at night, and the guy is simply incredible. The man raises his hand to his face and thinks, saying that he heard that this hunter training was the most intense in the history of training, and if you look at the entire division, more than 70% of privates 1st and 2nd ranks failed. He waves his arms and says something while Min-jun trembles. The guy sits with red cheeks and a lot of food in his mouth and thinks that now the soup will come back out of him. Several military men are walking along a white corridor. Jun Beam shakes his head and looks away. He looks out the window. He smiles and Young Woong turns his attention to him when he says that the platoon is very quiet. A man with a scar on his lips looks at the commander and says that as he ordered yesterday, in the morning they allocated free time to the soldiers and they are all fast asleep. Jun Bum opens his eyes in surprise and says that he still needs to eat. He and the other 2 soldiers move on and say that everyone did a very good job in training and the division captain was very impressed. The guy turns his head with a smile and says that he heard that the division captain personally observed the training of the 2nd platoon of the 2nd department, and their captain is not the least bit arrogant and very cool. This is the commander of the 1st platoon, Captain Chi Woo. Jun Bum's face turns red with anger, and the guy looks at him anxiously, asking if he really said something wrong. The man remembers how a woman shouted at a crowd of men, and he says that it was not because of him. Just yesterday, the commander of the 4th battalion gave them a thrashing. Chi-woo lowers his eyebrows and asks with concern what kind of person she is. How could she do this to the division captain? The man lowers his head and closes his eyes, saying that in fact she was right, since Suk-young left his post without saying a word and they were unable to put up a shield. Confusion appears on the guy's face and Jun Bum says what else. He imagines Ji-hai holding the katana on her shoulder and says he's a little afraid of it too. The man smiles and a shadow falls on his face. The military are walking down the corridor and he says that in any case, this time Min-jun is a hero again, to which Young Woong says that he is truly incredible and the man adds that this is true and besides, he proved himself in front of the division captain. Jun Bum gets a big smile on his face and says that he is looking forward to the monthly meeting. There is a guarded building between residential high-rise buildings. Headquarters of the 104th Division. Door with glass inserts. Suk-yun, wearing glasses, peers at the documents. Ji-hai sits on the sofa and drinks tea. The man takes off his glasses and closes his eyes, thinking. He looks at the woman and says that the dungeon test has been completed, and how is Private Yun Seo doing? Ji-hai puts the cup of tea on the table and says that she heard that it was not a fracture. She turns her gaze to Suk-yun and says that she is recovering quickly and tomorrow the treatment will be completed and she will be able to return to duty. The man furrows his eyebrows and says that she is just like her father. He puts the phone to his ear and introduces himself. He grits his teeth when someone addresses him as the bearded man and he asks who it is. The dark silhouette opens its mouth, saying that it is him. Suk-yun looks at the unknown number on the phone and someone asks if he has really forgotten his voice. The pupils of the man's eyes become smaller and he asks if it's really him. Ji-hai furrows her eyebrows at Suk-yun. The military man sits at the table and says into the phone that it is him. He has a sign on his desk that he is General Tae-ho and he addresses the man. The man's face becomes furious and he smiles, saying that he has a thing for this idiot. This is the captain of the 107th Division, General Tae-ho, Yoon Seo's father. Suk-young with a furious expression on his face shouts into the phone that how is this worm Tae-ho talking to him, and he asks what he allows himself to do on the phone. Did he really call him bearded? The man sits in his office and says that he is bearded and okay. Anyway, asking when it's convenient for him to meet. Suk-yeon puts his hand to his forehead and asks if it's because his daughter got hurt. Ji-hyo furrows her brows and turns her head when he asks if he is definitely a military man and a general at that. Tae-ho, with veins popping out on his face, says that's right, he's a military man and a general, and that's why he wants to do physical training on the strongest punching bag named Suk-yeon. The captain makes an angry expression and asks what kind of kindergarten this is. The woman looks at him and remains silent while he shouts that he is sorry that his daughter was hurt, but it was during training. The man clutches the phone and cracks appear as Tae-ho says that he couldn't even get married and he doesn't understand. He punches the table and curses, asking where he is now. He gets up from the table and with a red face from anger asks why he is silent. He is now in Taejeon. Let him sit and wait for him there. He opens his mouth and furiously shouts that it's not that he couldn't get married. He just didn't want to. The woman puts her hand on his shoulder while he shouts what will suit him and why he is silent. Ji-hai furrows his eyebrows and says he hung up. The man looks at his phone. He turns his head at the woman and shouts that if she has Tae-ho's number, let her connect him with him now. She opens her mouth slightly. Ji-hai looks at the captain carefully and tells him to calm down, and the general has the right to be angry about this situation. Suk-yeon clenches her teeth and shouts that she really took his side and she just complained to him. The woman raises one eyebrow and says that the patient was evacuated and the hospital would have notified the caregiver anyway. Unease appears on the man's face when she says that this guardian also has, quote, a daughter who was injured during training and was not evacuated at the same moment, with benefits provided for the end of training, and says that the man has enough power to find out about this. The corners of Ji-hai's lips rise, and she says that there is no need for an apology, but he should at least explain himself to him, and his goal was to see the abilities of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Platoon, 2nd Department. Suk-yeon puts his fist to his mouth and agrees, saying that they ended up transporting a real wounded man, and yes, it was a misunderstanding and he should explain himself. He shows his broken phone and gestures for the woman's phone. Ji-hai closes her eyes and sighs, saying that she will put them on speakerphone. She puts the phone on the table, and the man comes closer. Suk-yeon sits down on the sofa and folds his arms over his chest. A voice comes from the white telephone on the table asking what the colonel needs. Is she really with the bearded man now? Ji-hai sits on the sofa and lowers her head, saying that this is Colonel Ji-hai and she is greeting him. The captain's phone is broken and so she is calling him. The man lowers his displeased gaze and says that he was too nervous and could not speak normally, and this unexpected situation during training occurred under his supervision. He narrows his eyes and holds his breath. Ji-hai looks up at him as he exhales. Suk-yeon folds his hands in front of him and says that he was stupid and he has no children, but if they did this to his daughter, he would not have tolerated it, and in the end it turned out that he interfered with the development of his daughter and formally asks for forgiveness for this incident. The woman looks at him and smiles. Tae-ho asks what he said just now. The guys sit in the office and are silent. Tae-ho clenches his teeth in anger and says that it doesn't matter and let him name the name and department of the guy who carried his daughter on his back. Suk-yeon puts his hands on his knees and asks what he means. The general clenches his fist on the table and asks who dared to give his daughter to a man without medical education, and he will deal with the man later. But what was that guy's name? The woman takes the phone in her hands when the man tells him to tell him quickly. She is startled when the phone starts ringing. She looks at Suk-yeon with a worried look. He holds the arms of the chair and says benefits, apologies. The woman reaches out to him and tells him to calm down when he asks for an explanation. His hand shakes as he grips the couch and tells her to get the car ready. He puts his hand on the arm of the chair and tells her to do it now. Ji-hai waves her hands with a worried expression and asks where he is going. Suk-yeon smiles with all his teeth and his face turns red with anger. He tells her to cancel all her plans for today, and they are now going to Taejeon. The woman makes an angry face and thinks what kind of idiots they are. Min-jun walks down the corridor. He smiles and hums a tune about fried chicken to himself. He walks past the shelves. His summoned monster appears in the shadow of the cooler. Min-jun turns his attention. He frowns and turns around. The dark monster waves his arms at him. Fury appears on the guy's face. He puts the monster in his pocket and runs away. He looks around as he goes outside. The guy sighs and pulls the monster out of his pocket. He points his finger at him and asks what he is doing. He told him not to show himself to people. The monster looks at him questioningly. He looks around and gesticulates. Min-jun kneels down in front of him and says that he knows that there is no one around, and asks if he thinks that if he sticks out like that, the guy will be nervous. The monster lowers its head and gets upset. The protagonist collects dark energy in his hand. He hands it to the monster and tells him to take it. He supports his head with his hand and asks what this time. The monster points his finger up. Min-jun's face shows surprise. He touches the monster's finger. He sees destroyed residential buildings and wonders if it was monsters who attacked. The soldiers look up in horror and wave their hands, and the guy thinks, so that's why he felt the presence of demonic energy. He sees a green sign above the road stating that Watchin is 200 meters away. Min-jun sits on his haunches, stretching out his finger and thinks, this happened again in Watchin. He smiles and looks at the monster whose nose is growing, when he asks that he really goes there and praises him, after which a system window appears on which it is written that the Night Wanderer skill has been used. The protagonist throws a ball of dark energy to the monster. He gets up and raises his hand to his face, saying that he needs to figure out an excuse to go out this time. There is a blue sign hanging near the wooden door. Min-jun stands in front of her and thinks that suddenly announcing a vacation like this would be strange and would be a waste of his vacation on situations that might make him suspicious. He exhales and opens the door, thinking that he went to Yanga because it was a vacation as a reward from the training center. He sees other soldiers screaming in front of Min-chul. Confusion appears on his face. Min-chul turns to him with a smile and says that he congratulates him because they say that he was chosen as the best soldier of the division in hunting maneuver training, and the guy thanks him in return. The man smiles widely and Dong-jin smiles the same as he says that he heard that this time there will also be a certificate and thanks to him. Their entire platoon was given leave. The protagonist's eyes begin to sparkle. The guys open their mouths in surprise when he asks if he can go on vacation tomorrow. Min-chul smiles nervously and raises an eyebrow, asking if something happened, otherwise he's in a hurry. Min-jun, with a big smile on his face, shouts that this is not true and he just wants to rest tomorrow. Confusion appears on the guys' faces. The sun illuminates the red brick building and Min-chul says that he recognizes it, and the protagonist shouts words of gratitude to him. Burnt buildings stand among untouched buildings. The guy's foot steps on the asphalt, and he thinks that he has arrived in Watchin. Girls walk around spraying the street. They pay attention to the dark silhouette. Min-jun stands with a serious face and wonders if it's all over here and why there are so many hunters here. The soldiers look at each other and are silent. The protagonist makes an angry expression on his face, remembering the monster, and thinks that he would spit out all the magic that he gave him. Yoon-seo's cheeks turn red and she takes off her mask, turning to Min-jun. Burnt, destroyed houses rise above the ground. Outside Watchin, residential area. Girls walk between buildings wearing masks. A girl with pink hair with a lowered mask size and says, when will this end? The brunette looks at her and says that in this training of hunting maneuvers, their results leave much to be desired. So the battalion captain was angry and their commander was also not in a good mood. So let her not shirk from work. The pink-haired girl puts her hand on her waist and closes her eyes, saying that she is going to die and why did these monsters need to crawl out exactly when the training ended? To which her friend replies that let her consider that they were lucky that it was not strategic team. So let her watch her language. The brunette turns her head back. She looks at Yoon-seo, who is spraying the road. The blue-haired girl turns around as the brunette addresses her and asks how she's doing and if she's overdoing it. Yoon-seo shakes his head and stands up, saying that she's fine. The corners of the brunette's lips rise up and she asks if her treatment is not over yet, and if not, then let her rest better. Yoon-seo looks at the girl and thanks her for the experience. She turns her attention when others say that there is a male hunter there. They turn around and Yoon-seo jumps in surprise. The protagonist looks around while the girls discuss that he is from their division, but which battalion? Yoon-seo takes off her mask and a blush appears on her cheeks. She asks if it is the hunter Min-jun. Disgust appears on his face, and he wonders what she is doing here. He takes a few steps forward. The girls look at him in surprise. Yoon-seo stands with a calm expression on his face and asks what he is doing here, and only their battalion should be working here. The guy frowns, and his pupils get smaller, and he says that he is on vacation. Anger appears on the girl's face. Min-jun holds out the piece of paper in his hand as she asks him if he is cheating, who puts on a uniform and comes to the scene while on vacation, and if he deserted by accident. She examines the piece of paper and asks if he really is on vacation, to which he replies that she doesn't trust people at all. Yoon-seo hands him the note back and asks why did he come here during his vacation. Doesn't he know that this is a forbidden area and he thinks what's wrong with it? He can't say that he came to gain demonic energy. Min-jun looks away and says he came because he has business in Watchin and saw they had an emergency and came to help. He notices a blue slash appearing in the air. The blue portal is expanding. The protagonist smiles and clenches his hands into fists, thinking that this is a gate. Yoon-seo turns back as the girls start screaming that the gate is opened. Tears appear in the eyes of the pink-haired girl and she asks why. They just finished and they opened again, and they will have to clean up again. The brunette frowns and shouts that first they must evacuate and report everything to the platoon commander. Let them immediately run to the place where the commander is. Min-jun takes a few steps forward as Yoon-seo looks on in shock. She turns her head at him and shouts that they need to get out of here quickly, and he thinks that who knows. The corners of the guy's lips rise, and he thinks what to do. Yoon-seo opens his eyes wide, and the protagonist says that monsters may appear here. He turns around with a big smile and says that he will stay here and bide his time. He turns away and the girl frowns, shouting that he knows that monsters can run out and steal for their own. He needs to leave quickly, and he replies that the strategic team has most likely already left the scene. Yoon-seo looks at him in shock when the guy says that if even one monster appears, everyone will be in danger. Min-jun looks ahead with a big smile and says that as soon as he senses danger, he will run away. So don't worry and let her lend him some weapons, and leaves. Concern appears on her face and she wants to object, to which the guy asks that her leg has not healed yet. The guy lowers his head and smiles, telling her to leave quickly and that she is disturbing him here. Yoon-seo bites his lower lip. She takes out a weapon from behind her back. She hands him a dagger in a holster and says that as soon as he senses danger, he should immediately run away. Yoon-seo turns her back to him and runs, closing her eyes and saying that she will return with the squad as soon as possible. Min-jun stands in front of the blue portal. He takes a few steps forward and thinks that among the monsters there are individuals who are not eager to leave their habitat. He takes the dagger out of its sheath and wonders what if the dungeons where they live are the gates. He takes off his backpack and throws it on the floor, thinking that in most cases they will not go outside, although there are other monsters. Min-jun stands in front of the portal with a weapon in his hands. A silhouette of a monster appears at the portal, and the guy thinks that in particular those that move in packs. A boar monster with glowing purple eyes emerges from the portal. The protagonist looks at him with a smile and says that this is what happened. A flock of wild boars emerges from the portal. One of them opens his mouth and screams. Min-jun covers his nose with his hand and asks if it is a red boar. He waves his hand in front of him as the monsters run towards him, and he asks, well, they absorb the energies and now they have a lot of strength. The guy makes a dash towards them. He fires several beams from his hand using the dark arrow skill. Several arrows hit the monsters' heads. Min-jun smiles and runs, asking if their skin is too thick, due to which the dark arrows cannot pierce it. He jumps into the air. Several boars collide with each other. He prepares the dagger to strike and asks what they have besides the skin. He lands on the ground, slicing the monsters. Monsters are left with deep cuts. Min-jun raises his head at the monsters. The corners of his lips turn up, and he says that he recognizes that their skin is thick and asks what is underneath it. He is surrounded by purple energy and uses the decomposition skill. The skin is peeling off the boars' faces. The guy smiles widely and the iris of his eyes changes color, and he asks what is it? Do they really not like his energy? The monster is bleeding from its mouth and trembling. He makes a dash towards the guy. Min-jun dodges the boar's attack. The protagonist gathers demonic energy in his hand and thanks them for the group kill. The boar's eyes stop burning. The remaining monsters are trembling and blood flows from their mouths. Min-jun puts the dagger in front of him and says that it's time to use the knives. He swings his weapon several times, cutting through the air. A blue glowing window appears, which says that he has absorbed a certain level of demonic energy. Several system windows appear, on which it is written that the demonic energy indicator is increased by 1. On the blue windows, it is written that the Night Wanderer skill and basic swordsmanship have been strengthened. Min-jun stands in front of the portal and asks if that's not all. He furrows his eyebrows and smiles, asking where they are and calling out to him. He turns around with disappointment on his face. Armed female soldiers run towards him, and he curses in his thoughts and thinks why they came so quickly. One of them grabs his shoulders and asks if he is Corporal Min-jun. She furrows her brows and opens her mouth wide, asking if he's hurt, to which he replies that he's fine. This is the commander of the 104th Division, 4 battalions, 4 platoons, 4 divisions, Lieutenant Yi-eun. She examines the guy from head to toe and asks if this is true. When the gate opens, you must first evacuate and report it. So why didn't he leave here? And the protagonist replies that monsters could have appeared and he decided to buy a little time to evacuate his comrades. A blush appears on the cheeks of the other girls, and they talk among themselves about who this hunter is, and Min-jun thinks that they should shut their mouths and they will ruin everything. The protagonist shows his note when the commander asks what he was doing here and where he is from, to which he replies that he is Corporal Min-jun and he is from the 2nd platoon of the 2nd division. Yoon looks at the note and asks if it's vacation. She raises her head to the guy and asks if he is on vacation. Then why did he come here? Is his house somewhere nearby? Min-jun looks at her and replies that he had to go to Watchin on business, but he heard that the gates had opened and decided to help. The brown-haired woman frowns and narrows her eyes. She turns away from him and says that okay, since there are no casualties, and all the monsters that appear to have been destroyed, then they can leave here and soon a strategic and research team will arrive and control this place. The girl soldiers surround Min Jun from all sides and ask that he really defeated 5 red boars alone, and it's true that he did it with 1 military dagger, and he is so strong. Yoon sighs and watches them scream. Min Jun stands there with a frustrated expression on his face. The girls are standing in front of him, and he thinks that he wants them to leave him alone. Lanterns illuminate the night streets and the red building. Near the door there is a blue sign with the inscription, Administration, and a scream can be heard from there. Min Chul is on the phone and asks if they mean Min Jun. He furrows his brows and makes a worried face, asking if this is definitely Corporal Min Jun from the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Division, saying that he is indeed from their unit and is currently on leave. Min Chul jumps up from the table and asks if he is in Wachin now and has defeated the Red Bulls single-handedly and is now engaged in public support. Yoon puts her hand to the bridge of her nose and speaks into the phone that the gate is now under control and they are working on clearing the nearby damaged houses. The protagonist walks along the street with a sprayer while the brown-haired woman says that Corporal Min Jun volunteered to help, and this is also the first time she has encountered something like this. Concern appears on the brunette's face, and she asks what they are saying. That this hunter has a day off today. A pink-haired girl with a blush on her cheeks looks at the guy and asks what that is. He is helping them on his day off. She holds the hand of a brunette, who asks how he even thought of fighting Red Bulls with 1 knife, because she heard that the power of their attack is equal to being run over by a truck. Min Jun frowns and looks down, thinking that he lost his Red Bulls. It's too bad that this happened, but at least he earned a reputation. He jumps in place when Yoon Seo calls out to him, and she screams that she scared him. Anger appears on the girl's face, and he says that he almost hit her in the face. Min Jun walked past her, telling her to move out of the way. Yoon Seo looks at him, looking back. She exhales and opens her mouth to ask if they can talk. The moon shines over the destroyed, burned buildings. Yoon Seo's hair flutters in the wind as she stands in front of the protagonist. Min Jun turns his head and looks at her seriously, asking what she wants to tell him. The girl closes her eyes and tucks her hair behind her ear, saying that day. She remembers looking at him with an angry look, how she overtook him in the run, the way she looked at him when he was sitting on the bus. Yoon Seo holds the helmet in his hand and asks if he was swearing at her from the window. Confusion appears on the guy's face, and he thinks what she's talking about. He remembers pressing his face against the glass. Min Jun looks up and wonders if this is what she's talking about. He smiles and shows his index finger, saying that he did not swear. He said that he would give her trouble if she came at him again, to which she shouts that he was swearing then. Yoon Seo sighs and looks up. She bows and closes her eyes, saying that she admits that she started first that day and was late in apologizing, so she is doing it now. The protagonist looks at her with an attentive gaze and thinks, why make it so complicated? The girl looks up at him. He turns away and sticks his hand out in front of him when she asks if he accepts the apology, and he replies that there is nothing to apologize for, they should just forget about it, and he'll leave with that. The guy turns to her with interest when she says that the private passed the promotion test with a perfect score and asks if he even knows that this only happened once. He puts on a serious expression and asks if she is really talking about him. The moon shines through the leaves of the trees, and the girl says that there was only 1 person besides him before, but now there are 2. He looks at her and asks who it is. Yoon Seo opens his mouth and says that it's her dad, even though it's not. She smiles and puts her hands behind her back, saying that this is her father, and the guy asks if he is the division captain. The girl turns her head and says that her father is the only one who went all the way from a soldier to a captain, and she also wants to become like him, and therefore she became a soldier. A shine appears in Min Jun's eyes, and he raises his hand to his face, thinking that it turns out that her father is the senior in rank who was the first to realize his goal, and this is interesting. He shakes his head. Out of surprise, he puts his hand in front of him and says that stop. He was 7 years old when the gates opened and the activities of the hunters began. Which means that after waking up, did the captain enlist as a private again? Yoon Seo smiles and raises her index finger, remembering the guy with glasses and with a book, and says that no. And to be honest, even in his youth, her father was very weak and was excluded from military service due to poor eyesight and other factors. A blush appears on the girl's cheeks when the protagonist says that his physical strength increased after awakening, and he joined the army, and she replies that it was so, and he is very glad that, thanks to awakening, he can protect her and her mother. Min Jun sighs and looks at the girl calmly, saying that he suddenly wanted to meet him. The light of the lanterns illuminates the joyful face of the girl, who says that if the 2 of them manage to meet, then her father will also be very happy about it, because he is very interested in strong soldiers. The moon shines over the green massive building, headquarters of the 107th Taejong Division, an exclusive hunter school. The gym shakes, dust rises from the floor, and someone asks, he thought he would come running right away, and why did he come just now? Was he really scared? A man with small pupils and a worried face looks to the side. This is the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 107th Division, Commander Sang-jin. Someone asks that he really thinks that his division is as stupid as his, and what kind of fear is this? Ji-hai closes her eyes and sighs. A loud roar echoes through the hall, and someone asks, so such a busy person has come, and why? Perhaps to name Min-jun's name. Suk-yeon, with small pupils and a wounded face, asks how he knew his name. Taeho smiles with all his teeth, with the same wounded face, and asks if he thinks he doesn't recognize the guy's name. The men exchange blows with each other, and the captain asks what kind of kindergarten this is, what he will do to him, to which the general asks why he is worried, because it is his own fault, and he should have tried. Taeho raises his fist and screams. Suk-yeon grits his teeth and sticks out his fist. Sang-jin grabs his head and thinks that this doesn't look like a joke at all, and if it goes on like this, the men are swinging at each other, and he thinks that no one can stop them. Ji-hai steps between them, spreading her arms. Their fists stop near her head, and she says that 5 minutes have already passed, and they should stop already. Suk-yeon nods his head. Taeho furrows his eyebrows and nods too. The men stand close to each other, and the general asks if the bearded man has died yet, to which he asks if he has let go of his anger, and the man replies that he hasn't even started. The guys are standing in the hall where the floor is broken, and Suk-yeon says that this worm is also dissatisfied. The moon shines in the dark night sky. The captain sits on a bench with his leg thrown back. Taeho sits on another bench, looking at the sky. Ji-hai walks up to Suk-yeon and holds her hands behind her back and says that the commander of the 3rd Battalion reported that the clearing of the Red Bull Gate has been completed. The man raises his head at her and says that he did his best, and she did well too. The woman salutes, standing nearby. She turns back and leaves. Taeho holds his hand on his knee and asks why he came. Does he really want to say something? Suk-yeon turns her gaze to the man. He looks up and says that he plans to specifically promote Min-jun to sergeant. The general, his face red with anger, turns and shouts that he really came here to brag about the guy who touched his daughter, to which Suk-yeon shouts that he didn't touch anyone and this is an ungrateful man, and he actually helped. They sit on benches and get angry. Taeho furrows his eyebrows and asks, he was only recently promoted to corporal and he became a private first class by special promotion, and what is he even thinking about? Suk-yeon lowers his head and says that first he wants to promote him to officer. The general looks at the sky and grins, saying that it will be very noticeable. The silhouette of a man towers over other military men, and Taeho asks that he really thinks that this worm Hak Chul will sit still, and says that since he recognizes him, he clearly has designs on the boy. Suk-yeon shakes his head at the man and says that's why he's telling him to take his side. Taeho furrows his eyebrows and smiles, saying that he can't just act as he wants and will personally look and decide. The moon shines over the men, and Suk-yeon asks if he has any other goals, and the man is silent in response. The moon shines over the green hills. At the same time, the detachment is in Hwacheon. Min-jun furrows his eyebrows and says that he really is. He looks at the figure surrounded by demonic energy. The figure rises to his feet, his white hair peeking out from his hood. The man smiles widely, surrounded by magic, and says that he has found it. The guys are standing in front of the bus. The girl gets into the car. A group of girls look out of the bus at Min-jun, and the pink-haired one thanks him for today. Irritation appears on the brunette's face when the girl says that next time they will definitely have dinner together. She closes her friend's mouth, don't let her finish, and she herself says that they did a good job, and don't let him do that on the street again. Yoon-seo looks at the protagonist from the bus window. The corners of her lips turn up. The bus drives away along the night road. Min-jun turns away and sighs, closing his eyes. He opens his eyes wide in surprise. A confused summoned monster stands in front of him. The guy looks at him with a serious face and is silent. The monster extends his hand. Min-jun grins and puts his hands on his sides, saying that and why he pacified all these demons, they took it and ruined everything for him. The monster opens its mouth in amazement. He jumps and waves his arms, and the guy asks what happened. His eyes become angry and energy comes out of them. Min-jun raises his head and asks if a being with demonic energy is crossing dimensions not through a gate, but by itself, and wonders if it is because of exceeding the sea level or perception ability. He smiles evilly, and the irises of his eyes turn purple, and he thinks that wasn't this area the original purpose. With a crazy smile on his face, he asks where this place is. He and the monster stand in front of the darkness in the forest. He throws a ball of demonic energy at the monster and asks if it's here. Min Jun flinches when he sees the vortex of energy. Black magic is formed at its center. Lightning spreads through the air and a human silhouette appears. The protagonist holds the backpack strap and asks if it's him. A man emerges from a magical vortex. He stands up, leaning on his feet. A big smile appears on his face, and he says that he found it. Min Jun's face shows disgust. An attractive white-haired guy stands in front of him. Sadness appears on his face. With a wide smile and tears in his eyes, he runs at the protagonist, calling him Mr. Minold, and the guy shouts that he is crazy. The white-haired guy falls face down on the floor. Min Jun approaches him and asks how he is doing. He helps the guy up and asks if he's a fool. Didn't he tell him to forget about him and move on with his life? Why did he come here? The white-haired guy turns to him with a pitiful look and calls him Mr. Minold. The protagonist raises one eyebrow and sighs. The guy lies on the ground, near the skeleton of an animal. The monster's paw steps on the floor. The guy trembles at the sight of the manticore. He closes his eyes. In surprise, he opens his eyes and looks to the side. There is demonic energy on the monster's face. He falls and the guy stands behind. He holds a ball of magic in his hand and asks why a person is there. Min Jun towers over the guy and asks who he is. The white-haired man trembles and the pupils of his eyes become smaller. The protagonist raises one eyebrow and asks if he is really resting here. He goes down to him and asks why he is so handsome. The guy looks at him in bewilderment when he asks why he is silent, to which the guy asks him if he is Mr. Minold. And the protagonist asks what he can really say and how he knows him. Tears appear in the white-haired guy's eyes. Min Jun looks at him with disappointment when he asks that it is he, the hope of all black magicians, the real Mr. Minold, and he asks in response if he is also a black magician. He gets to his feet and asks why he is so weak, or is this the norm? Min Jun leaves and waves his hand, saying what kind of hope is there? Let him not say such things again. And since he is so weak, then let him not go into such dungeons. He stops abruptly, remembering something. He turns his head at the guy and asks what his name is. The white-haired man lowers his head and says that he has no name. Min Jun looks at him interestedly. He smiles broadly with all his teeth and asks if it's really true and he's like a weak insect, without a name, and says that then he'll give it to him and from now on his name will be. Min Jun holds the guy by the shoulders. He shakes him from side to side and asks if Bongu is sane. What was he even thinking when he moved through dimensions? The guy with an exhausted face says that it was he who left them, leaving only one note and their order on the verge of collapse, and why he didn't tell them anything. Anger appears on the protagonist's face, and he asks what he should have said so that later the same crazy fans like him would pursue him. He tosses Bongu aside and asks if he actually came here. The guy is crying and trembling on the ground, saying that he, his right hand, should have at least accompanied him, and Min Jun shouts, "What kind of right hand is he?" The protagonist frowns angrily and turns his attention. He extends his hand with demonic energy to the guy and asks why he is so lethargic. Bongu jumps to his feet, surrounded by energy. He puts his hand to his chest and bows, saying that he thanks Minold and he saved him again and until his death. Min Jun interrupts him, saying that they should forget about it and it's better to let him tell him how he got here. Everything from beginning to end, without missing out on details. Bongu opens his eyes and says that this miracle happened because of his faith in Mr. Minold and his desire to be near Mr. Minold. Min Jun folds his arms over his chest and tells him not to talk without these nonsense, and the guy replies that it's true. An irritation appears on his face and he asks, otherwise he will believe that with his skills he was able to move in the dimension and let him tell the truth. Was it really that holy viper who sent him? His face turns red with anger when Bongu says that they, his subjects, only carry out his orders, and he asks that he will really evade the answer, kill him or something. The guy raises his gaze to the sky and says that he is listening, and to be honest, after he left, he watched the saint, because there were strange rumors about her, to which the protagonist asks what kind of rumors. A raven flies over the castle on the cliff, and Bongu says that one day, a bird flies into one of the roofs. He turns into a guy and lands on the floor. Bongu hides behind one of the pillars and says that strange sounds began to come from the temple every night. He watches as the warrior rolls out a cart with a cage. A burning violet eye can be seen from under the fabric. Several warriors are rolling carts and the guy says that there were rumors that monsters of incredible size were being caught there. Bongu looks worriedly through the crack of the door and says what else. He opens his mouth in surprise and says that there were rumors that even traces of the captured monsters did not leave the temple. The blonde and the warriors turn their heads and surp. Rise. With a smile, The guy makes a move and says that there were no bones, no skin, and not even a piece of meat. The magic circle is burning in the middle of the hall, and he says how did they manage to kill so many monsters without leaving a trace? The protagonist grabs Bongu's chest as he says that as expected, Lord Minold. Fury appears on his face, and he asks if it's true, to which the guy says that he wouldn't lie to him. He is surprised and looks at him, thinking that this damn worm just appeared here. He lets go of Bongu and pulls out something saying, "Is it really him?" Min Jun holds out a white shard on his hand and asks if the guy knows what it is. Bongu furrows his eyebrows and takes a closer look, saying that judging by the pattern, this is a fragment of the sword that the temple guards used and asks if he remembers the sword that the guards used. The protagonist furiously remembers the warrior man and thinks that, for sure, they were worms. He turns his gaze to the guy and asks, in any case, how did he do it, if not through the poison gate? He spreads his arms to the sides and says that in general, due to the fact that he forcibly flew for a long time, he almost died in inner space, didn't he? And Bongu replies that he didn't know about it. Disappointment appears on the protagonist's face, and he thinks that these guys have never been normal. He looks at the shard in his hand. He furrows his eyebrows and asks what their purpose is. The blonde stands on the cliff in front of the castle. 1,224 days until Min Jun returns to Earth according to Isekai'd time. The wind blows the girl's hair and dress. She opens her eyes wide when someone asks what she wants. She turns to the guy, who asks why she suddenly called him to this place. The blonde tucks her hair behind her ear and says that sometimes it's really nice to go out like this and feel the wind. Min Jun's face becomes irritated. He clenches his teeth and says what to say to a person who sleeps on the street for several days. When he comes out, what is she even talking about? And she is silent in response. The blonde lowers her eyebrows and apologizes, saying she didn't think of it because she can't go outside the temple. The guy with a serious look asks why she called him. The blonde turns her head at him and says that several of her colleagues were seriously injured in the Farkas dungeon in this region. Lumi's sister is the best character. Min Jun waves her hand in front of her and says that it's not like colleagues. There is no religion there and these idiots followed her and were attacked by Darkhound. No, Farkas and the cleanup is already completed, so they won't die. A smile appears on the blonde's face and she says that he just said Darkhound. This is his homeland. The protagonist takes a few steps forward. He stands on the edge of the cliff. A shadow covers his face, and he says that there are no such people on Earth. On Earth, Cass is called Hound, and he just confused Farkas with Darkhound, because literally it means the same thing. He frowns and says that no matter how much he thinks, he still can't understand. The guy looks at the blonde and waves his hand, asking whether the monsters in Isekai'd that really appeared on Earth are in no way connected with each other. The girl opens her eyes wide and answers with a smile that this is absolutely true. Monsters come out of the portal attacking residents, and the blonde says that, as she already said, gates and monsters began to appear in Isekai'd hundreds of years ago. A child cries in front of the corpses of people, and the girl says that if there is a connection between them and his homeland, then this is suffering from the same phenomenon. She turns her head at the guy and says that doubts are natural. He sees monsters here that he saw in his homeland, and besides, he got here through these gates. The blonde looks at Min Jun with a smile and says that, however, it is not so easy to do. In order to summon one of him, it took a lot of time and preparation, also moving a large number of monsters or creating a dungeon. The protagonist looks at the girl carefully. He turns away and leaves, saying that he understood her, and when he is done, she will send him home. The shadow closes the girl's eyes, and she says with a smile that this will certainly happen. Night, dark sky over green hills. Present time, some mountain in watchin'. Min Jun raises his hand to his face and reflects that he never trusted this saint and therefore secretly investigated. And it turned out that Isekai'd had been experiencing difficulties from behind the gate for a long time, and spatial movement at the dungeon level may not be easy even for a saint. He remembers sticking a katana into the side of the monster and cutting up the boars, wondering what to do next. Min Jun frowns, a drop of sweat runs down his face, and he wonders why she uses so much energy and sends monsters one after another. He remembers the girl surrounded by various golden things and wonders if she is really using sacred relics and going to such trouble to catch him alone. He moves his hand away from his face and turns his attention. The white-haired guy kneels in front of him and says that he, Bongu, will serve him here, Mr. Minold, until he dies and asks to accept him. The protagonist grabs his head and sighs, saying that you can't drive this fan away and okay, first let him stop calling him that. His name is not Minold, but Min Jun. Bongu raises his head at the guy and says with a smile that he thanks Mr. Min Jun for his mercy. He will repay him until the end of his days and even after. To which the protagonist tells him that he is not Min Jun, but Min Jun, asking if he can whether he then use the skill of imitation. The white-haired guy replies that, of course, thanks to his grace, he has a lot of strength. Min Jun furrows his eyebrows and tells him to stop and give him practically nothing, because he himself has practically nothing. Bongu, with an enthusiastic look on his face, apologizes and shouts that now he can only turn into a small animal, and the protagonist says that this will be enough for him. Min Jun nods his head at the raven and says, "Turn into him first." Dark energy surrounds Bongu, and he says whatever he orders. He turns into a raven with glowing purple eyes. Min Jun beckons with his index finger and says that everything is fine and let him leave now with the Night Wanderer. A monster peeks out from the shadows. He takes a few steps forward. He clenches his teeth threateningly. The raven's eyes glow purple. They glare at each other, and the protagonist tells them to stop it. The raven flaps its wings and caws, to which Min Jun tells him to speak in human, and he replies, "Yes." The bird lowers its head, and he says that he is his right hand. The monster looks at him angrily, and he continues that now he will restore order. Min Jun frowns and smiles with all his teeth, saying that no, they will live together and happily. The guys look at each other. The raven and the monster shake hands. The leaves of the trees cover the dark night sky, and the protagonist says that let Bongu ask the Night Wanderer what to do next, and let the Wanderer do something if he tries to do something dangerous or does something that causes unnecessary attention. The monster salutes with his hand when Min Jun says safety comes first. The protagonist furrows his brows and exhales, saying that they are now going their separate ways. The monster goes into the raven's shadow. The bird's eyes glow purple. He flies into the sky. Min Jun looks at the bird flying away and sighs. The moon is shining over the mountain, and he says that he needs to eat delicious food and go to bed. The building stands against the background of an orange sky. In a couple of days, Wang Shik enters the barracks and, smiling broadly, shouts that it has been hung. The guys look at him. Hanyang looks at him with a smile while Sun Ho asks him if he's crazy, and Moon Ji says that he recently started pretending to be a pigeon and asks what's going on with him. The red-haired guy and his friends smile widely with all their teeth, and they ask what is hanging there. A grin appears on Wang Shik's face, and he says that a list of the platoon's quarterly performance was posted in front of the administration office. Sun adjusts his glasses. Sun Ho adjusts his uniform, and Jung Tae asks if he's in first place again, and says that he's had a lot of training and cleanup this quarter. The man closes his eyes when Tae Wook says that he has always been a points machine. Wang Shik whispers in the ear of the red-haired guy that Sergeant Sun Ho scored 75 points this quarter, to which he shouts that this man is really in first place again, and if not, then who? Jung Tae makes a disappointed face and says that he should at least get more than 50 points, because if at the end of the year he will have a fine and a ban on leaving. The guys look at Wang Shik questioningly. He furrows his eyebrows and whispers that Sergeant Sun Ho took second place. The red-haired guy smiles widely while his friend stands worried, and he says that is it really true? Then this is good news, and Jung Tae asks that someone from their platoon scored more than 75 points, and who is it? The protagonist enters the room and salutes, saying that he is Corporal Min Jun back from vacation. One of the soldiers salutes him, and Wang Shik says that Min Jun took first place with 99 points. Shock appears on the guys' faces, and they ask if it's really 99 points. Min Chul walks into the barracks and waves, asking if everyone had a good meal, and the soldiers greet him and tell him that second platoon is undergoing maintenance. The man raises his hand and asks how Min Jun went on vacation, to which he replies that everything went well, and he laughs and asks if the guy can see that. Sun Woo and Ik Jun open their mouths in surprise. Do. Ing Jin, Han Yang, and Moon Ji show shock on their faces. Sun Ho has his back to the whole situation. Min Chul holds a rank symbol with 4 stripes in his hands. Moon Ji, wide-eyed, asks what, really? The bald military man makes a worried face and asks if Min Jun has been promoted again. Tae Wook opens his mouth wide in shock as he says that this is the second time he has been promoted in such a short period of time. Min Chul smiles and holds the emblem, saying that today an official letter arrived from the division headquarters, and he was selected as the best soldier of the division in the last hunter maneuver training, and also contributed to the work of the Watch and Dungeon, for which he received an award in honor of recognition. Min Jun gets a big, happy smile on his face and remembers holding the captain on his shoulders as the man says that he got a special promotion from the general again and congratulates him on it. Min Chul peels off his old title. He gives him a new title. The guys surround the guy and clap their hands. Han Yen stands with a puzzled face. He takes a piece of paper out of his pocket. He looks at who bet on what and is surprised. Wang Shik puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and says that he will eat everything with pleasure, and Han Yen replies that he admits it. Let him eat. The leaf disappears from the guy's hands. Min Jun looks at the guys angrily and holds a note. Sweat begins to run down Wang Shik's face when the guy asks him what he knows, that he is now a sergeant, to which the man says that everything is true. Min Jun smiles and asks if they really can't have fun without him and if he won, to which Wang Shik says that's right. The protagonist is surprised and says that there are so many buns here, and he is a rich man. The man smiles nervously and lowers his eyebrows. A redneck appears on the protagonist's face, and he smiles evilly, saying that this is great. The sergeant's insignia is stuck on his pocket. A satisfied grin appears on his face. Han Yin and Moon Ji stand in front of him, with worried faces. Wang Shik grits his teeth, and his face turns red as he asks what Sergeant Min Jun thinks about being charged 30%. The protagonist lowers his head and says that what is he talking about? Money has nothing to do with it, and he is not doing this for profit, but for educational purposes. The man trembles and asks what 40 can do then. The man is holding a barbell with red weights, and the protagonist says that he already said that he doesn't need his money, and he's not the least bit angry about their bet. Tears appear in Wang Shik's eyes, and the guy asks him if he really thinks that he is lying to him, to which the man answers in the negative. Min Jun places one finger on the bar, and the man shouts to him. Wang Shik is exhausted, his face completely red. The protagonist was holding the barbell with his hand when the man fell. Wang Shik's mouth is drooling, and he lies unconscious. Han Yang and Moon Ji start to worry more. Min Jun smiles and holds out the barbell, saying that he wants to become stronger. That's why he trains him like this, and his intentions are pure. He turns his head at the guys, and they wave their hands when he chooses who is next, and Han Yin shouts that he is of course grateful, but it's time for him to go, and Moon Ji says that there is no need and he is already trained today. Min Jun sighs and lowers his eyebrows, saying that if this is true, then he is sorry. Moon Ji takes Han Yang's hand as he says that they are grateful for his attention anyway, and if he doesn't mind, then they will go. The guys stop in their tracks when Min Jun says it's such a shame. A shadow covers his face, and he turns his head. He smiles from ear to ear and says it's a shame they think they have a choice. The guys tremble in fear. Screams come from the wooden door. The boys lean on the floor, tired, while Min Jun looks at them. The protagonist crosses his arms and says that this may not be the best time, but he wants to ask them for a favor. The guys raise their heads at him, and Moon Ji asks what kind of favor this is, and Han Yin adds that he should ask for anything, as long as it's not training. Min Jun's face turns serious, and he says that as long as they are below private first class in rank, they cannot use the training hall. The guys look at him questioningly. Water coolers and stands with training things stand near the wall, and Min Jun says that they cannot use the gym, and even the computer room is closed to them, and only sergeants and above can have a smartphone, naming things that they are also not allowed to do. The guys rise to their feet. They make serious expressions, and Han Yin says that he believes that this is extremely unfair, and Moon Ji says that he is amazed that such wild orders reign in the modern world. They bump fists with each other, and the blonde asks that it would be nice to somehow get around all these prohibitions, to which the purple-haired guy replies that let them see which of them can handle it better. Min Jun looks at them and tells them to take their time. He folds his arms and says he'll try talking to the sergeants first, but leaves the rest to them. Han Yin frowns and raises his head, telling the sergeant not to worry about it. The pupils of Moon Ji's eyes shrink, and he says that he can count on them. Min Jun waves at them and sighs. They quickly leave as Wang Shik stands up and trembles. The man tries not to get noticed until he is approached. He turns his head with disappointment and fatigue, and says that he is listening to the sergeant. He looks at the guy in surprise when he says that he has already heard the news that the platoon leader was talking about him moving to the second squad due to the mixing of troops. Tears appear in Wang Shik's eyes when the protagonist says that now they can always train together. A monster with 4 eyes and a red-orange color. Explosive snake. She bursts out of the ground. This monstrous reptile. The snake crawls onto the ground, spends most of its life underground. A group of monsters bursts out of the ground. Unlike ordinary snakes, these are never poisonous. Snakes crawl with their tails up. True, before they die they explode. The snake has a forked tail. Therefore, before killing it, it is important to first get rid of the tail. With one stroke, the ends of the tails are trimmed, which serve as detonators. The monsters open their mouths and hiss. The soldiers wave their weapons. Otherwise, Min Chul exhales, concern on his face. A chain of explosions may start. The snake raises its tail behind the soldiers. Sun Ho turns around sharply. For this reason, the best option for clearing an area from explosive snakes. The monster opens its mouth and flies towards the man. There will be a small squad of experienced hunters, but Sun Ho clenches his teeth and clicks his tongue, raising his hand. He opens his eyes wide in surprise. The guy's hand grabs the snake by the tail in front of the man. Min Jun has a backpack full of monsters on his back. Someone else in Isekai'd caught a whole bunch of them. The protagonist holds the snake by its tail. So one is enough. Min Chul turns to the guys with a sigh of relief. He picks up the device and says, okay, let them take a short break. A group of military men is near the trees. Min Chul and Min Ji look away. Sun Ho examines his katana and Min Jun looks at the statistics. The protagonist clicks something on a blue glowing window that says he has unlocked the agility surge skill and thinks it's great. The blue system window says that an agility boost increases your agility by 5 units. The corners of Min Jun's mouth turn up and he thinks that it would be great if he got some class skill. But that's also not bad, and this dungeon is a real treasure trove. He opens his mouth in surprise when Bong Ji contacts him through telepathy and addresses him. He opens his eyes wide when the guy says that he detected demonic energy in huge quantities. Min Jun looks around. He clenches his fists happily and asks where he is now. A crow sits on a pole. A plane flies over him, and he says that he is now in Incheon. Around the houses there is only darkness. A couple of days later, Incheon, the guy is standing in a hoodie. A crow flies up to Min Jun's shoulder as he asks what the situation is like. The bird's eyes glow purple and he says that as he ordered, he only observed and did nothing. He does not feel any monsters, so perhaps the energy comes from the dungeon. Raven sits on the fence while Min Jun asks how many people are there, to which he replies that there was no one yesterday, but now there is only one person in the house. The protagonist clenches his teeth when Bonggu says that if only he had come yesterday, and he replies that he really thinks that it's so easy for a soldier to escape. He barely begged to leave for the night, and it's good that he wasn't banned at all. He pulls his mask over his face and says that at first glance, it looks like he's about to commit a break and enter. He holds the mask with his hand and says that indeed they are going to remove a dangerous object from a civilian's house. The guy takes a few steps towards the house when Bonggu says that everything is correct, and the protagonist asks him to be secretive. Min Jun's foot touches the window frame. He gets into the house. The guy peeks out from around the corner. He opens his eyes wide. There is a black crystal on the nightstand under the glass, and he thinks that it is him. Min Jun approaches the bedside table with the thoughts that the purest dark energy emanates from this crystal, but it does not harm the body. He reaches his hand towards the stone and thinks that it is as if the crystal has been processed and someone is telling him not to move. The girl stands in the darkness of the night. Min Jun turns his gaze to her. Yoon Seo stands with his fist S at the ready. It still stands and the windows don't light up. Yoon Seo lies on the bed and looks at the phone. On the phone, she corresponds with her mother, who writes that she and her father went to a late-night movie show and are now going home and whether she had dinner, to which the girl says that she ate and asks why they suddenly decided to go to a late-night movie screening. Mom replies that who knows, my father just said that he had already booked everything. The corners of Yoon Seo's lips rise, and she writes to her mother that it turns out that dad also has a sweet side, and she asks if it's okay that she's spending the day off alone. The girl presses the buttons on the screen, typing a message that everything is fine and she will go to Taejun tomorrow morning. She raises her eyebrows and looks up. She looks out from behind the door. The girl goes down the stairs. She turns her gaze in surprise. A dark silhouette approaches the nightstand, and she thinks who it is. Is it a thief? And she tells him to stand. Min Jun frowns and looks away. Yoon Seo puts on an angry expression and clenches his fists, saying that in their days, thieves don't go door to door. Who is he and why did he come here? The protagonist turns his head towards her. The pupils of his eyes shrink, and he thinks that's it. The girl stands, ready to attack, and he thinks it's her again. The guys stand in the room and are silent. Irritation appears on Min Jun's face, and he telepathically says why the house in which the object with demonic energy is located turned out to be Yoon Seo's house, and how is this possible? The raven looks at him through the window in alarm. He points at the monster with his paw and says that he didn't know and noticed this one first. The moon illuminates the guy's face and he thinks, okay, this is the general's house, so it's quite clear where such a thing comes from. However, how did it happen that the girl came home today? He raises his hands and begins to tremble with anger, remembering how she looked at him emotionlessly and thinks that their relationship is already strained. Yoon Seo clenches his fists and furrows his brows, yelling at him to put his hands up and not move, otherwise he will be in trouble. Min Jun puts his hands in his hoodie pockets and thinks that now he's got in here, so he can't just leave. The girl makes a dash towards him and shouts that she said so. The guy dodges her kick by crouching, and she screams at him not to move. He takes out a piece of paper and a pin. He dodges the girl's fist, taking the pin in his hands. The guy crouches, dodges, and begins to write something. Yoon Seo's face becomes furious. She swings her leg over the guy's head. He looks up. The girl pushes off with her foot and jumps up, and he thinks that her movements are not bad. She swings her leg, and he thinks that at this rate he's not far from becoming a sergeant. Min-jun watches as she points her palm at his neck. He catches her hand. He holds her hand in his and thinks that he is still stronger. Yoon-seo's mouth opens in surprise. The guy lowers her hand. He squeezes her hand and shakes it. Yoon-seo pulls his hand away and shouts that he is really mocking her. She furrows her eyebrows and thinks that this guy is clearly not ordinary. The shadow of the hood covers his face, and she thinks that these movements. The girl swings her leg and thinks it's exciting. Min-jun dodges the girl's blow. He lands on his feet in front of her. He turns his gaze to the side. The crystal shines under the glass dome. The guy makes a dash towards Yoon-seo. She defends herself with her hands and thinks it's too late to dodge. Min-jun walks around her, grabs the crystal and runs away. The girl turns to look at him in surprise as he sits on the fence and jumps off. She runs up to the railing and screams for him to stand. Min-jun jumps over the fence. Yoon-seo clenches his fist and asks with confusion on his face that he really didn't touch her. She opens her hand, which contains a folded paper. She looks at the note with interest. Yoon-seo's hands tremble when she sees that the piece of paper is written on, making the sound of vomiting. She clenches her teeth and her face turns red with anger, and she screams, swearing. The protagonist is running down the road when she curses and calls him names. A wooden fence sits on the edge of a cliff. Min-jun examines the crystal in his hands. He raises his hand to his face and says with a smile that this crystal has much more energy than ordinary monsters, and since he was in the general's house, it means that the crystal has no effect on the human body. The raven's feathers tremble, and he stammers that he thinks it might be the monster's crystal. The raven stands with his head on the floor and the monster next to him with his arms raised, and Min-jun asks who allowed him to open his beak, and he says that he knows that this is a monster crystal, but the question is how a monster crystal can contain so much energy. The black crystal is covered with a dome, and he says that he has never seen anything like this even in Isekai'd. Inside the various silhouettes of monsters are crystals. A monster crystal is a mineral that is sometimes found in the bodies of monsters, and its size depends on the age and danger of the monster. The crystal shines blue, but usually, the amount of mana in it is proportional to the size of the crystal itself. Min-jun turns the crystal over and drops it, thinking that it is one of the most valuable items you can get from monster hunting. He opens his mouth and looks down. He raises his hand to the crystal, thinking that he has never heard of a crystal containing demonic energy. The guy squeezes it in his fist. She opens it, and demonic energy comes out of his hand. It surrounds Min-jun, spraying through the air, and he thinks he doesn't know what it is or why it's on the ground. A blue sign appears stating that the set level of demonic energy has been absorbed. Several system windows appear on which it is written that the demonic energy indicator has been increased by 1. The guy looks at the dark fragments in his hand and smiles, and thinks that he doesn't want to get involved in business with the damned saint. So there's no time to think. A system window appears on which it is written that the skill singularity of demonic energy has been created. On the blue glowing window, it is written that the skill to capture demonic energy has been created. Min-jun touches the stats window with a wide smile on his face and asks if he really got 2 skills at once. The blue stat box says he has 30 demonic energy points and has the skills of Corruption, Nightwalker, Dark Arrows, Demonic Energy Singularity, Demonic Energy Capture, Basic Blunt Weapon Proficiency, Basic Sword Proficiency, Strength and Agility Augmentation. The guy looks at the characteristics with a smile and says that everything is fine. The number of skills he has is gradually growing, and this one. A system blue window appears, which says that the Demonic Energy Singularity is a skill that removes the color and smell of his energy, that it did not affect the environment, and he can turn this skill on and off at any time. There is demonic energy burning in the guy's silhouette, and he says that the more the level of demonic energy increases, the thicker it becomes and the harder it is to control, and he was worried that if he wasn't careful it would affect the people around him, but that's what he needs, and he thinks that in this way she won't cling to anyone. Min-jun extends his hand to the guys and asks what's going on with the capture of demonic energy. Raven rises into the air and is surprised when the demonic energy capture skill is used on him. He moves into the guy's hand, and he says that now he understands. Min-jun looks at the Raven and asks if there is a weight limit. It's good, of course, that he found the remote control, but before he could carry an ogre. He throws the Raven back and says they have a mission. The guy looks at his minions and says that along with information about dungeons with demonic energy, let them look for items from dungeons that contain it. The Raven bows, and the monster salutes. Min-jun throws particles of demonic energy at the two of them. The guys fight among themselves behind his back. When he turns his head, they place their hands on each other's shoulders. With a big smile on his face, Min-jun asks Bong-gu if he has tried Korean food. A red sign hangs on a multi-story building that says the name Ari's Hangover Bone Soup. There are several dishes on the table. Bong-gu sits with a spoon in his hands and tears in his eyes. The waitress and Min-jun look at him in confusion. The protagonist looks at the guy with a serious face as he whines and says it tastes too good. He grits his teeth and Bong-gu starts to eat as he shouts that either he eats or he cries. The corners of his lips turn up and he exhales, imagining the strange crumbly food, and says that it's true that in Isekai'd he always ate only strange dry biscuits, so he can understand it. The phone vibrates in his pocket. He takes it out and looks. On the phone, he looks at the chat of 2 Platoon 2 Squad, where Wang Shik writes that he is having a good time while away, and writes that the training schedule is just crazy next week, and Min-jun says that he also resolved the issue with the ban on using the phone for those below corporal. He looks at the man's message, where he writes that they were assigned to guerrilla training, and the protagonist says that he has been writing all night. Clouds fly over a man in a red cap, training in a special area for the awakened. The soldiers are squatting. It's called guerrilla training of hunters. The guys jump up and wave their arms. They lie down on the ground and raise their legs. Min-jun has a wide, happy smile on her face. The sign next to it says that this is route number 3, a 3-rope bridge. The protagonist opens his eyes wide and smiles. He runs happily along the rope bridge. With a rope, he descends from the tower. The gas mask goggles are shown from under the red cap. The man straightens his eyebrows. The soldiers stand with disappointed faces, and the instructor says that they need to sing the national anthem up to the 4th verse and remember the Hunter's Creed. Words come from the gray concrete building that those who worked during the night can leave. In a conventional army, these trainings had a completely different meaning. The guys are standing near the green tent. However, guerrilla training is for hunters. The soldiers are lying on their beds. Not much different from other workouts, and has already earned a bad reputation. Tears flow from Tae-wook's eyes. Young-tae looks down and cries. And the reason? The guy holds a bowl of rice in front of him. The guys look at the food and are silent. The red-haired guy takes a spoonful of rice and says with a smile that he never thought he would eat this in his last year here. Young-tae, with a frustrated expression on his face, asks that isn't it because they were marked by the division commander and what they did wrong anyway. Min-jun eats the food with gusto while Tae-wook asks that he has never even seen him. So what is his fault? The soldiers are sitting on their bunks and eating. The inconvenience of having to leave the hostel and sleep and eat in tents in open areas. Tae-wook turns his head at the guy and asks why he won't eat. Young-tae says with disappointment on his face that if he eats a lot, he furrows his eyebrows and remembers the ominous toilet, saying that he will have to go there. Night falls on the camp. 2 men enter the tent, Min-chul and the commander of the 2nd Company of the 2nd Battalion of the 104th Division, Captain Jong-un. Sun-ho raises his hand to his head and says that he salutes and the 2nd platoon is having personal time. Young-woong puts his hands on his hips and tells them to listen. Since they did well in training, tonight, all the instructors will be deployed on night duty and raids, so they can get a good rest. He opens his mouth and sighs, saying that's why. We can say that this is the main goal of guerrilla training of hunters. The man clenches his hand into a fist and shouts that this is so that in tomorrow's trench duel he can defeat everyone. It's all about trench combat. Clouds are flying across the sky. Its rules are simple. The guys stand and shout, raising their hands. A man pushes another heavy-set guy with his shoulder. They fight on a field of stone. From the square field marking the trench, participants need to push everyone except members of their team out or neutralize the enemy. The big guy smiles evilly. He lifts the man above him and throws him out of bounds. Soldiers push others with their shoulders. The guys fall to the ground, kicking up dust. They're looking at a group of big guys when the instructor yells that's enough. A man in a cap waves his hand, shouting that in the 3rd match of the 1/8 finals, the team of 1st Division, 2nd Company, 1st Platoon, 1st Detachment won. This may seem like a simple confrontation in which no striking or use of weapons is allowed. The big guy stands with a grin on his face. Trench combat during guerrilla training of hunters for 4 battalions of the 104th Division is of particular importance. The men sit in the observers' seats and one of them groans. The man shakes his head and grits his teeth, saying that this guy is really not simple. They won last year. This is Colonel Jun Byum, commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 104th Division. The man with big ears turns his head and says with a smile that that's for sure. Then Sung Woo was a corporal, and now he's a sergeant. This is Colonel Sung Jae-eun, commander of the 1st Battalion of the 104th Division. Jun Bum folds his arms and says that since morning they were up against 10 squads, and he single-handedly defeated 9 of them and what his stats are. The man adjusts his glasses and says that he heard that Sergeant Chung Woo recently passed his promotion exam. However, This is Lieutenant Colonel Chan Cole, commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 104th Division. Jun Beam furrows his eyebrows and looks at him when he says that he heard that the 1st Battalion commander is delaying his promotion. He turns his head to the commander of the 1st Battalion and shouts that what they just said is true, and whether he knew about this competition, it is because after promotion he will not participate in trench battles. Anger appears on Sung Jae-yoon's face, and he shouts that this is not so, and how could he know in advance what would come into the head of the division commander? The man adjusts his glasses as he shouts that besides, who would even want to hold a competition in this weather? This competition is essentially a battalion battleground. The woman silently watches the soldiers while Sung Jae-yoon shouts and asks what kind of conspiracy theories these are, and the man with glasses says that he also heard about it. And Jun Bum shouts that why did he attack the commander of the 3rd Battalion? What is his fault? This is Colonel Chi Hee, commander of the 4th Battalion of the 104th Battalion. The instructor raises his hand to his chest and says that the following are the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, 4th Detachment, and also a place where battalion commanders defend their pride. The woman smiles evilly and exhales, thinking that the squad of the 4th Battalion has passed the preliminary selection. The girls stand in confident poses, and the woman thinks that they are really alone. For battalions that have shown poor results, the number of training sessions will increase many times over. The guys shove each other's shoulders and laugh. The strong guy turns to Min Jun. He smiles broadly with all his teeth and asks if this isn't Min Jun from the 2nd Battalion. The protagonist turns his head at him and asks what if this is so. The guy shows 4 fingers on his hand and says that such a famous person is present here. A hunter who in the shortest possible time rose to the rank of sergeant. Min Jun looks at him and thanks him with a smile. A grin appears on the strong guy's face. He furrows his eyebrows and says that he had so many expectations because of the rumors. But what kind of idiot is he? Han Yin looks at him with an angry look. Wang Shik furrows his eyebrows. They open their mouths wide and shout why he said that. The strong guy puts his hand on Han Yan's shoulder. Wang Shik looks at the hand on his shoulder. A strong guy towers over them. He looks them over with his eyes and tells them not to even think about it. He squeezes his hand on the blonde's shoulder. The guys are gritting their teeth and Han Yin thinks what kind of power is this that he can't even move. The tough guy raises one eyebrow and says that just apologizing is enough. He leaves them to join his comrades. Anger appears on the faces of Han Yin and Wang Shik, and the blonde says that such people really still exist, and the man says that Sergeant Min Jun will just put up with this. The protagonist raises his index finger and says everything is fine. Wang Shik clenches his hand into a fist and says that whatever is okay here, he will now go to them and punish them. He freezes with fear. The guy clenches his teeth and says everything is fine. Min Jun's face turns red with anger, and he asks that they will meet anyway. Clouds fly over green canopies. The pink-haired girl keeps her arms crossed over her chest. This is the 4th Detachment, 4th Platoon, 4th Company, 4th Battalion, resting. The girl lowers her eyebrows and asks why they are doing this, since they also need to touch each other. This is Corporal Ma-ri. The brunette leans to the side and says that yes, they are compared to other battalions for no reason and are punished if they don't get good grades, asking that they definitely had to pick Raid Kings. This is Corporal Haiju. Ma-ri turns her head with an upset face and says that they were the only ones who passed the qualifiers. The battalion commanders are sitting on a hill, and the girl says that their battalion commander must be very angry. Ji-hai sits with a menacing expression on her face while the men talk to each other, and someone shouts what kind of crazy conspiracy theories they have, to which Jang Chul says that he has heard something about it too. Ma-ri's mouth opens in shock. Fear appears on her face, and she says that how can they be now, because she is really furious. The girls turn to the blonde, who asks them why they are worried. The instructor raises his hand to himself and says that the next 4 squads are 4 platoons, 4 companies, 4 battalions. The girls get up and stand. The blonde takes steps forward with a smile and says that they will just win and become Raid Kings. She is squad leader Sergeant Seth Bell. Ma-ri furrows her eyebrows and opens her mouth wide. Haiju competes with the guy, holding hands, while the pink-haired girl runs away and screams for the guy to get out of here. 2 girls fight a guy. They try to push him with their bodies, and they are Private Na-yoon and Cha-yoon. Someone grabs the guy by the scruff of the neck. The blonde throws it with ease. The guy grits his teeth and turns to look at her. Seth Bell lunges towards him. She grabs him. The guy throws his head back, losing consciousness. He lands on the ground. Seth Bell dusts off his hands and turns his head. She sees Mi-ri running away from the guy, screaming for him to get away from her. He extends his hand to the girl. A big smile appears on his face, and he wants to say that he caught her. Ma-ri grabs his hand. She throws him over herself. Seth Bell puts his hands on his hips and sighs. Marie shakes off her hand and smiles. She frowns and says that this is how she too. LD her not to come. She turns to her brunette friend. Haiju fights with the guy, fighting with his hands. A smile appears on the guy's face. His comrade makes a dash towards them. The blonde is grabbed by the chest when he screams that it seems they're missing someone. He turns over, and a look of confusion appears on his face. He sees Yunseo who dumped him. The corners of the girl's lips rise. The brunette smiles and squeezes the guy's hands, saying words of gratitude to Yunseo. She makes a move and pushes him. Marie smiles with all her teeth. The men stand in front of a group of girls and click their tongues. The bald soldier turns back and asks that it was difficult for the four of them to push at least one. And it's not that they expected anything from them, but they still surprise them. The guys sit on the ground when the man says that in any case, the role of the elders is carried on the backs of the younger ones, so let them watch. The bald men bend down in unison, and one of them says that everyone is just talking about Sunwoo. They make a dash towards the girls and say that this year everything will be different. Someone makes a quick movement. Seth Bell grabs the sides of two men. One of them touches her muscles and asks what it is and if she is alone. A look of shock appears on the face of one of the men. The other man's eyes widen. A blonde with a menacing look holds them as they start shouting that she has great power and should stop. A grin appears on the girl's face. Her comrades run to her aid when she asks who the other one is there. The girls push each other, helping Seth Bell. The men fall unconscious. A group of girls look at this with smiles. The men lie down while the instructor waves his hand and says that the 4th Detachment, 4th Platoon, 4th Company, 4th Battalion won in the 8th final. Seth Bell dusts off his hands. The guys watch the girls rejoice. Min Jun furrows his eyebrows and thinks that the team is well coordinated and quite strong. Han Yin raises his head and smiles widely, asking that their team is talented enough. Wang Shik grits his teeth in a smile and says that they will meet Sungwoo in the quarterfinals and hopes that he loses. A diagram is shown of how the paths of the team Min Jun and Sungwoo go, and Han Yang shouts that no. Sungwoo must reach the finals and meet them. They must teach him a lesson, and the man agrees. The guys watch the girls descend from the platform, and Wang Shik asks if they will definitely reach the finals, to which the blonde replies that as long as they have Sergeant Sun Ho and Min Jun, they cannot lose even if they want to. Marie turns her attention to the chatting guys. She turns her attention to Min Jun. The girl smiles widely and waves her arms, addressing the protagonist. Wang Shik and Han Yin look at her questioningly. A blush appears on their faces, and the man asks if she was the one who greeted him, to which the blonde asks if he is sure, because he is sure that she was looking at him. Marie leans over a little, and she has a happy face. Han Yin frowns and says that if he thinks like this, he is still not sure that he is ready to teach someone. Wang Shik makes a serious expression on his face and says that he is emotional and will quarrel a little, so he can forgive Sungwoo. Min Jun looks at the blushing guys, and the blonde says that he agrees, and it's a pity, of course, that his lesson will have to be postponed until later. Now he will root for the 4th Battalion, and the man supports him. The protagonist lowers his eyebrows and sighs, calling them idiots. The commanders sit on the canopy. Zhang Chul adjusts his glasses and says that he was confident in this team, but nothing can be done. Sung Jiayun smiles widely and furrows his brows, asking if this isn't the perfect game. The bespectacled man's face begins to turn red when he asks if the commander of the 4th Battalion is happy. The instructor turns his head and shouts that the 5th game of the 1/8 finals let the 2nd squad of 2 platoons of the 2nd companies of 2 battalions and the 4th squad of 1st platoon of the 3rd company of 1st battalion come out onto the field. Ji Hai opens her eyes wide. She notices Min Jun in the group of boys. She remembers how Suk Young tried to hug him and says his name in her thoughts. Han Yin pushes Min Jun's hand and says that he heard that if you get first place in this competition, you can get a dismissal. The blonde smiles from ear to ear when the guy asks him what if he doesn't want to go out with them, to which he asks what it means that he doesn't want first place. Min Jun looks at him with a serious look. He turns away and takes steps forward. A grin appears on his face, and he says it's time to start. The teams stand opposite each other. The guys from the 4th squad are standing with serious faces. The guys from the 2nd squad team stand with frowning eyebrows. The instructor raises his fist in the air and shouts for them to get ready and start on the whistle. The guys from the 4th squad are running towards the enemy. Sun Ho and Han Yang run with their fists while the protagonist stands still. A man grabs two guys by the sides. Wang Shik and Dong Jin run towards him. They also grab two guys. A wide smile appears on Wang Shik's face, and he asks what is it. The guys lift the guys onto their shoulders, and the man asks if it's too easy. Dong Jin turns his gaze to the other side. The enemy threw Han Yin off the platform. He turns to Sun Ho, who is holding his comrades. He furrows his eyebrows. Sun Ho looks at him angrily. Min Jun walks between them. He examines the man and thinks that this is not bad and maybe he should try something. The man rushes at him with a furious face. Min Jun collects demonic energy in his hand and thinks that he cannot control such a volume of mass yet and uses the skill of capturing demonic energy. Magic wraps around the man's leg. He opens his eyes wide in shock. Min Jun grabs the man's head. He drops the man to the floor with a movement of his hand and thinks that he will be enough to unbalance this big guy. The man looks at the guy with bewilderment on his face. Fury appears on his face. He attacks the protagonist. Min Jun grabs his hand with energy. The man falls behind him face down on the floor. He looks questioningly at the protagonist. The guy waves his hand and smiles widely, thinking that if he notices something, it will be bad. The man takes a stand with an uncertain look and Min Jun thinks it's time to stop having fun. The guy makes a dash towards the enemy. He dodges his blow. Finding himself from behind, the guy grabs him by the torso, and he throws it over himself. A wide smile appears on Min Jun's face, and he says goodbye to him in his thoughts. Clouds fly over a building with a tower. The soldiers sit on the bench and the protagonist thinks that, as expected, they easily made it to the finals. Min Jun turns his head at the guys whose faces are covered in shadow and thinks that, however, the man furrows his eyebrows, with his head bowed. The guy thinks that no matter how much Wang Shik and Han Yen hope. The blonde makes an angry face, and the protagonist thinks that the meeting in the final with the 4th squad of the 4th division did not happen. The instructor waves his arms and shouts that they are starting the final competition and let the teams go onto the court. The soldiers climb the stairs to the landing. Sungwoo smiles maliciously, like his comrades. Team 2 of the squad looks at the guys' backs. Han Yin furrows his eyebrows and says that he heard that he was a wrestler, and Wang Shik says that he heard that he did it until high school and then woke up and quit. They go up to the platform and the blonde says that judging by the competition, he still has his skills, and the man says that he heard that he won the nationals. The guys turn their heads to the strong guy, and Han Yin asks if this is true, because then anger appears on the blonde's face and he asks what he really wants to say, that he, having such a level of skill, participated in this competition. Sun Ho puts his hand on the angry guy's shoulder. Min Jun looks with a calm gaze and thinks that the reason the two are so excited is because of the quarter-final match with Sungwoo. He remembers Sungwoo blowing on his hand. He stands with one hand on his side, and the guy thinks that it's not that Sungwoo's team won. Seth Bell rises in his arms and trembles as the protagonist thinks it's the way they did it. The blonde rises to her feet, her face furious. Sungwoo's eyes widen in surprise. Seth Bayal makes a dash towards him, and Min Jun thinks that the result was a perfect 6-0 score in that match as well. The guy throws the girl into a bend, and the protagonist thinks that there was no one who would have gone beyond the boundaries of the site. Seth Bell lies face down on the platform. The girls lie on the floor while Sungwoo shows off his biceps. Min Jun is walking with the other guys and thinks it looked like Sungwoo was just warming up. He turns his head and thinks that since you can't fight here, it's not his fault. The girls sit under the canopy and get angry. Seth Bell sits with a towel over his face, and the protagonist thinks that only those who were weak and could not answer him properly are to blame. Wang Shik puts on an angry expression and shouts that it's time for these idiots to learn some etiquette. Min Jun sighs and straightens his eyebrows and says that he still has a long way to go. He remembers how Sungwoo smiled with all his teeth, as a grin appeared on his face. The way he looked at his comrades and threatened. The corners of the guy's lips rise, and he thinks that since they are so angry with him, they should just grind him into powder and not get excited in vain. The soldiers stand with angry expressions on their faces. Min Jun's team stands in front of THM and furrows their eyebrows. Han Yin lowers his head and asks if they are going to fight them alone this time. A smirk appears on Sungwoo's face. He looks down at the guys and says that this is impossible with the famous Sergeant Sun Ho, and asks, but who is he to ask about this? The sergeant puts his hand in front of Han Yang as he asks that he really thinks he can win if he goes one-on-one with him. Sungwoo notices Min Jun with his eyes. He smirks and furrows his eyebrows, saying that he was curious what face he would make when he trashed his girlfriend, but he is still the same. The protagonist looks at him questioningly while Wang Shik asks which girlfriend he is talking about. Sungwoo remembers noticing Miri as she was coming down from the platform and asks if that bull-faced girl from the 4th Battalion isn't his girlfriend. She waved happily and cheered him on diligently, isn't she? Wang Shik makes a furious face and then lowers himself and blushes, shouting that she was not waving at Sergeant Min Jun, and everything was wrong. Several guys from the opposing team look at Han Yen questioningly as he shouts that this is true and Sergeant Min Jun has no feelings for anyone except Rumi from the game's strongest dungeon fighters. The guys stand opposite each other and are silent. Sung-woo purses his lips. He puts his hand on his friend's shoulder and starts laughing loudly and asking what room he is to that NPC at the very beginning of this terrible game, and he likes her. The blonde's mouth opens in surprise when the guy asks if he's really an idiot. Wang Shik and Dong Jin look at Min Jun in shock. Sung-woo clutches his stomach and laughs, shouting that of course he's heard about this, but he's seeing for the first time. Is he really one of those kids who meets a piece of a picture and calls the guy pathetic? The instructor holds the whistle in his hands and shouts for the teams to get ready and start on the whistle. Sung-woo wipes a tear from his eye and says with a smile that he will go easy on him and that he needs to return him whole to Rumi or whatever they called her. The instructor takes the whistle with his lips. A strong guy takes a fighting stance and laughs with his sister Rumi. The whistle blows and everyone rushes towards each other while Min Jun stands still. A shadow covers his face. Sung-woo jumps on him and asks if he hasn't come to his senses yet. The protagonist stands motionless in place. Sung-woo practically touches his shoulder. Min Jun hits him with his head. The soldiers turn to look at them. The division commanders open their mouths wide. The rest of the military looks at them in surprise. An instructor with a worried face holds a whistle to his face. Min Jun, with a wound on his forehead, turns his head and says that he scared him and why did he fly in so suddenly. They even collided heads. The instructor looks questioningly at the guys. The soldiers look at them in bewilderment. Sung-woo covers his face with his hand. He makes a furious face and says that he just tripped and they should let him try again. Min Jun shrugs his shoulders. The instructor turns to the commanders, who gesture for them to continue. The man nods his head. He waves his hand and says that they should be careful not to create the necessary conflicts and repeats that hitting is prohibited. He adjusts his cap and walks away. Sung-woo grins and blushes with anger, asking that this worm has done something, and now let him not hope that he will survive and will now be a corpse. A shadow covers Min Jun's face, and he asks if he pulled it off. The instructor opens his mouth wide, shouting for them to continue the competition. The protagonist says with a serious expression that he hasn't even started yet. He jumps back when Sung-woo asks what he's talking about. The guy raises an eyebrow and smiles, asking what he was up to, and eventually decided to run away. The pupils of his eyes shrink. He makes a swift dash towards Han Yin and the other guy. The blonde clenches his teeth in fear. The guy pushes them off the platform with his shoulder. Han Yin's face becomes sad and he asks why him. Sung-woo looks at the fast-moving Min Jun and asks that he really pushed even his team members. The protagonist throws Dong Jin and the enemy off the platform. He throws Wang Shik and the other soldiers away. He runs towards Sun Ho. The man puts his hands in front of him and clenches his teeth, saying that he is completely crazy. Min Jun hits him with his shoulder and throws his opponent out. Sung-woo looks at this with bewilderment and wonders what kind of crazy situation this is. Sun Ho furrows his eyebrows and closes his eye. Min Jun pushes him off the platform, and the guy looks on in alarm. The protagonist turns to him with steam coming out of his mouth, and he thinks about what is going on here. Sung Jae-yoon rises from the chair and holds his hands on his sides, shouting that what is he doing? Let them quickly stop the competition. To which Jun Bum shouts that what is he talking about and he didn't break any rules. On what basis does he want to stop him? He turns his head at him and asks, even so, is it normal to push out his team members? Jun Bum's face becomes worried. He turns his head forward and thinks what's wrong with him. Can he continue to close his eyes to this? Sung Jae-yoon waves his hand and asks that if someone gets injured, it will be on his conscience, and the woman says what for that. Ji-hai turns her head at him with a menacing look and says that the judge is in charge. She remembers how the girl team lay on the floor while Sung-woo left, and says that it is the same as in the previous competition. Sung Jae-yoon's face tenses. The woman sighs languidly and raises an eyebrow. She turns her head and looks at the platform. The guys hold each other by the belts of their pants. Sung-woo clenches his teeth and thinks what's wrong with the guy. He scattered his comrades so that they were left alone with him and now wants to beat him in wrestling. He squeezes his hand on the belt and thinks that the guy is a blockhead and has gone after the wrong person, and he admits that he is strong. A smirk appears on Sung-woo's face, and he thinks that strength is not the main thing in wrestling. He puts his leg behind the protagonist's legs and thinks that wrestling is all about strength. He tries to take Min Jun down. The protagonist takes it and holds it above him. He throws it on the floor. Sung-woo hits his head and screams. Min Jun stands over him and tells him to get up while he thinks about his technique. Sung-woo stands up and wipes his face, wondering if it didn't work. Min Jun's eyes light up and he smiles widely with all his teeth. While the guy thinks that this worm is really dangerous, he grabs Sung-woo as he tries to say he's giving up. The protagonist throws him into a bend. Sung-woo hits the floor and screams. Min Jun picks him up when he coughs and asks who gave him permission. He grabs him by the belt of his pants and shouts who allowed him to surrender. Sung-woo tries to flail his arms and legs, shouting that he is giving up and leaving, and Min-jun tells him to listen to him. A shadow covers the protagonist's face, and he says that his sister is Rumi. He turns Sung-woo over in his hands and continues that she's not just a piece of a picture. His comrades watch with their mouths open. The girls look at him in amazement. Yoon-seo's eyes widen. Sung-woo foams at the mouth. Min-jun looks at him with a menacing expression and says that she is his favorite character. The floor under the strong guy broke, and he discusses why this is so. The instructor raises his hand and blows the whistle and shouts that the competition is over and the second squad, second platoon, second company, second battalion has won. The guy takes a few steps. The pupils of Min-jun's eyes shrink. His comrades fold their arms across their chests. The protagonist smiles and scratches the back of his head, saying that this is the case, and he was a little angry. The guys surround him with smiles as Wang Shik shouts that the sergeant had an incredible match and didn't even break a sweat. The man clenches his hand into a fist and smiles widely, shouting that in all generations there has not been such a spectacular fight in these competitions, and so openly do Sung-woo in a one-on-one fight. Han-yang gives a thumbs up and says that it was so nice to see Sung-woo left alone and fail, and does he really want to beat him one-on-one? Then he would leave the ring. Min-jun puts on a serious face and thinks that they are so naive, and there is nothing wrong with interpreting his actions as something good. Sun-ho folds his arms and says that no matter the reason, he cannot justify killing his teammates. He turns away from the guys and tells Min-jun that he's very disappointed with what happened. He walks away from them while Min-jun wonders if he's being too serious. Sun-ho walks among the trees. He exhales and the corners of his lips turn up. He lowers his head and closes his eyes, remembering how Min-jun lunged at him, and thinks that if he is not careful, he will be eaten by his own successor. He furrows his eyebrows and thinks with a confident look that he won't lose to him next time. Groups of soldiers stand in the open air. Ji-hai stands at the microphone. She holds the gold medal in front of Min-jun. Young-woong and the rest of the soldiers salute. Clouds are flying over the green tint. Wang Shik comes out holding the cloth. He turns his head when Moon Ji-ai asks him if they are leaving already, to which the man replies that he just wants to go to the toilet. Wang Shik grits his teeth angrily and says that even though they are an army of hunters, why are they engaged in guerrilla training at such a time? When will they return to the base? He turns his head when the sky is addressed. A blush appears on his cheeks. Yoon-seo stands in front of him with a wide smile. Snow falls over a red brick building. After completing short and difficult partisan training, the 104th Division, Wang Shik stands straight, his hair sparkling, and he says that they need to approach this matter with great caution. Han Yin opens his mouth. Steam comes out, and he says that it is because no matter what they get after this, accuracy is paramount. Wang Shik furrows his brows as Dong Jin, with a worried expression on his face, says that even if that is the case, what if the sergeant and the man interrupt him, telling him not to be afraid and to just lure them to the meeting place? And there they are no longer will be sergeants. Han Yin turns his head to the guy and says that his role is the most important and whether he can handle it. The guys are squatting and talking. Even before the fatigue from the training wore off, they were up to something. Wang Shik folds his fingers and says that he understands that they don't have time and the plan should be as short as possible, to which the blonde asks that the main thing is to gather in one place and what kind of place it will be. Dong Jin's cheeks turn red and the man points at him when he says that in the eastern part of Gyeonggi, the Maginot Line. So there they will only lose on the road, and Wang Shik shouts that this is true and let him say what he thinks. The phone in the man's hand begins to vibrate. The guys look at the phone with blush on their cheeks when Wang Shik says that another one has arrived. The guys look at the correspondence on the phone screen with Yoon-seo, and she writes that it is she and is very grateful that she gave her number. Can he speak? To which they answer that he did not think that she would write to him, and of course it can. The girl in response asks if he has decided when to use the day off and that their squad also has a day off and maybe they can go somewhere. To which they answer that of course and when it is convenient for her. Yoon-seo thanks them and asks what about Sunday, to which they answer that they have already agreed, and she writes that yes, they will determine the date and let him choose the place where they will go, and then she will tell the commander about it. The guys thank her and write that they will answer as soon as they decide on the place, and Yoon-seo later asks that they could give her Min-jun's number. The guys are peering at the last message from the girl. Concern appears on their faces, and Han Yin asks if he is sure that they will not feel bad after this. Wang Shik points his finger at the phone and asks what can answer him that he doesn't know, to which the blonde says that she won't believe it. Dong Jin says with a worried expression that she knows they are in the same squad, so it will be even weirder. Wang Shik furrows his eyebrows and he gets scared. Han Yin gets up from his haunches and says that he doesn't know anything and there's nothing to wait for. He thinks that nothing will work out and Wang Shik himself made a promise, and they didn't know about anything. He leaves the guys and tells them to go, otherwise they will be in trouble. Wang Shik rises to his feet and addresses them. Chulho turns to him with interest when he says that he just wanted to have fun with the sergeants. Snow is falling from the sky and a man stands addressing the guys. Several wooden doors with blue signs next to them. Min Jun enters the room. He puts his hands on his hips and looks at the characteristics window, thinking that he needs to see the results of the guerrilla training. The blue glowing window displays his stats and his strength increases by 5, reaching a value of 70, and his agility increases by 1, reaching a value of 66. He smiles widely as he remembers turning over the tough guy and thinks that he is grateful to Sung Woo. Min Jun strings red weights onto a barbell and thinks that since the stats exceeded 60, they are rising very slowly. He grabs the barbell with his hands and thinks that, however, his agility has increased by 1. A blush appears on his cheeks, and he thinks that his strength has increased by another 5. The guy lifts the bar above himself and thinks that this is really great until Bonggu telepathically contacts him. The protagonist puts the barbell in place. He sits on the simulator and asks what's the matter. Min Jun grits his teeth in anger when Bonggu asks him if he can have some soup, to which he replies that why would he ask him that, and he gave him money for food. To which the white-haired guy responds with gratitude. The protagonist grabs his head with his hand and asks what is wrong with him. An angry look appears on his face when Bonggu says that he also discovered some unknown energy. He removes his hand from his face and sighs, asking if he couldn't start with this and asks what kind of unknown energy is there. Is it really mana? Bonggu is surprised and flinches. When he says that she is somehow strange, and he did not feel this way in Asgard. Min Jun makes a questioning expression and asks why he stopped. The barbell hangs on the bar and Bonggu asks if he can finishing his meal, to which the protagonist curses. Min Jun tenses his shoulders and sighs furiously. He looks at his phone when Yunseo texts him asking if it's his phone number. He silently looks at his smartphone. The guy inhales and furrows his eyebrows, asking what day it is and what's wrong with them, and where did she get his number. Wang Shik walks into the gym when the guy says he'll just block her, and the man yells at him not to do that. He sits on his knees and takes Min Jun's hand when he asks what he's talking about, and he asks what Yunseo just wrote to him. The man makes an upset expression on his face and shouts that such a chance doesn't come around often and let him think about the other members of the squad and isn't he going to move to the leadership, because in this case, the main thing for him will be looking after the mental state of the soldiers. Min Jun furrows his eyebrows and asks what he's even talking about. He moves away from Wang Shik and asks if he gave her his number, to which he agrees. The man holds the guy by the hand and shouts that he just wanted to go out somewhere together somewhere once. In the army, everyone risks their lives, and isn't it worth holding a small event to make it easier for them to hold on? The protagonist clenches his teeth angrily. He looks at Wang Shik and asks him what the big deal is and what he's talking about, to which he replies that maybe he didn't hear it from Yunseo. Fury appears on his face and he screams, something he doesn't know about. The corners of his lips rise in an evil smile, and he asks why they are in the gym now. Wang Shik looks at him with fear on his face as he asks what he can say directly. Crowds of people stand in front of an amusement park. A week later, Sunday, the military takes a few steps. The entire second squad is standing in front of the entrance to the park. Han Yen turns with a smile and thanks Min Jun for coming. Wang Shik clenches his hand into a fist and clenches his teeth, saying that he should not dare to thank him. He doesn't even know how much the man had to suffer. Min Jun turns his head towards the guys. He furrows his eyebrows and asks if he really thinks they came here because of him, that Cheol Ho just wanted to come here. Dong Jin puts his hands on the embarrassed guy's shoulders when the protagonist says that he should thank the younger guy for this. A blush appears on the blonde's face, and he says that he did not expect Sergeant Sun Ho to agree so easily. The man turns his head slightly and says that it is better to go outside. He turns back and closes his eyes, saying that it's better than being cooped up with them all day. Han Yin looks around and asks where the girls from the 4th Battalion are. A blush appears on his cheeks as he notices. The girls stand in a group and talk. The blonde man looks at them, and behind them stands a massive dark silhouette, and he shouts that it is them and they need to go to the cashier. The soldiers open their mouths in surprise. Min Jun's eyes widen. There is a dark figure standing behind Yunseo. The man looks at the guys. It's Taeho. Wang Shik rolls up his sleeves and Han Yin asks if this is a gangster, to which the man replies that this is a man. Sun Ho puts his hand in front of the guys and tells them to stop and stand still. He salutes the man and he salutes back. Dong Jin opens his mouth in surprise. There is a look of alarm on his face when he says that this is the commander of the 107th Battalion and saw his briefing on television. Seo grabs Taeho's hand and shouts to his father that he said he would just drop them off at the entrance and let him come back already. The man smiles widely and closes his eyes, saying that he just wants to recognize the faces of those with whom his daughter works and will now leave. Concern appears on the girl's face. Taeho heads towards the protagonist. Min-jun looks at him questioningly with a smile. The commander looks at him with a menacing look. He takes a few steps towards him. Taeho towers over the protagonist. A grin appears on his face, and he raises an eyebrow, asking if he is Min-jun. Ticket office with tickets for attractions. Marie spreads her hands with a joyful face. She turns to the guys and says that there is little time, and we need to go have fun. The girl takes Min-jun's hand and tells them to move faster. Marie holds the guy's hand. The guys look at this with blush on their cheeks. They turn to the girls and Han Yin shouts that they also need to go, and Wang Shik says that they should trust them. They chose the most suitable route. The girls smile and fold their hands in gratitude. Sun Ho and Seth Bile stand behind the guys. They glance at each other. The blonde turns her head away and sighs, saying that in truth, she doesn't really like places like this. Sun Ho closes his eyes and lowers his head, saying that it's the same with him, and the girl asks if it's true. They walk together and Seth Bell turns on him when he says that working out alone is what he really enjoys, and she replies that she knew he did that too and asks what the heaviest weight he's ever lifted is. The guys are sitting in an attraction with a ship. Girls stand with decorative headbands, while guys look at them with blushes. The guys are riding the slides. Sun Ho and Seth Bile compete in arm wrestling. A voice comes from a shooting range designed with a cowboy theme that 10 shots cost 10,000 won. Wang Shik raises his machine gun and takes aim. He closes one eye. The soldier holds a plush toy in his hands. Wang Shik lowers his head in disappointment, because this is a prize for participation. Han Yin looks at him and smiles widely, asking that this is really all he can do as a soldier and let them give him a try. He holds the weapon in his hands and looks at the girls. They laugh at him when he holds a toy tomato for participating. Wang Shik looks at him with a smile from all teeth and says that he remembers that they talked about the last place and now he is the last, and the blonde replies that the bullets are just strange there. Min-jun's eyes widen. On the stand there is a mushroom toy for first place, a keychain for second, a banana and a sign that 10 hits is first place, second place is 9 hits, third place is 8 hits, fourth place is 7 hits. The prize for second place is a keychain with Rumi. Min-jun smiles widely and stars appear in his eyes, and he thinks that Rumi's limited edition keychain for the first anniversary and such a legendary item is here. He takes aim with a machine gun and thinks that it will be his. There are sounds of gunshots in the middle of the amusement park street. The man who runs the shooting range opens his mouth in surprise. The protagonist puts the machine gun back in place. The guys stand in shock while he smiles widely, and the man tells him that he only shot 9 times, and he replies that everything is fine. Na-yoon and Cha-yoon turn to each other, and the first one asks that he's about to burst with happiness, and the other asks, why not shoot again? Marie clenches her hands into fists, looking at Min-jun lovingly. The man hands the keychain into the hands of the protagonist, saying that this is his gift for second place, and the guy responds with gratitude. The keychain with Rumi ends up in his hands. The girls stand with bewilderment on their faces and wonder what it is. Min-jun turns to them with a blush on his cheeks and says that it is very good that they came here. The guys look at him with awkwardness on their faces and smile. The protagonist examines the keychain while Wang Shik points his finger and says that they should go further there. Yoon Seo puts his hands together behind Min-jun's back and addresses him. She looks at him and sighs, asking what she and her father were talking about in private. The guy turns his head at her and starts talking. Taeho stands in front of Min-jun. The man furrows his eyebrows and says he apologizes for interrupting his day off. The guy looks at him, raising his head, and says that everything is fine and asks what he wanted to talk about. Taeho looks at him with a menacing look. He puts his hand on his shoulder. He squeezes his hand. It has bulging veins. Min-jun looks at his hand with an angry expression. They stand opposite each other in threatening silence. The corners of the man's mouth turn up and he removes his hand. The protagonist smiles back at him when he says that his training is good and asks for forgiveness. The man smiles with frowning eyebrows. He puts his hand through the car window and says that his daughter owes him. He takes out a small box and a business card, telling him to take this. Taeho hands it to the guy and says that this is an item from the dungeon and they supply generals with it, but he will give it to him, because the assessment abilities in the army have not yet reached 100%, but as he was told, this item increases a random number of abilities. A tattered silver bracelet with a slit. Min-jun holds the box in his hands and thinks what kind of unexpected gift this is and thanks the man. Taeho puts his hand on the car door handle and says that he is giving it to him so that he can continue to train hard. so let him use it properly and not tell anyone that it is from him. The protagonist looks at him in surprise when he says that if he is in Taejun, he should contact him and they will eat together. Taeho turns on him with an angry expression and continues that if he touches his daughter, he will kill him. Min-jun looks at the car driving away. He puts the bracelet in his pocket and says that this will not happen. He smiles, looking at the girl, and says that they didn't talk about anything like that. The guy reaches into his pocket and Yoon-seo asks him if it's really true and her father didn't do anything, and he replies that it's true that nothing like that happened. He holds out a business card in his hand and says that he simply replied that if they were in Taejun, he would treat them. The girl looks at him in surprise and asks why the father is a hunter, and the guy replies that it seems he was worried and repaid the debt for his daughter. With a blush on her cheeks, she remembers how she sat on his back with a wounded leg. She looks away embarrassed and says that in any case she apologizes for the sudden meeting with her father. The girl is surprised when Min-jun puts a business card in front of her. He smiles with all his teeth and says that he will choose something expensive. The guys walk among a crowd of people. Wang Shik moves closer to Marie and addresses her. With a blush on his cheeks, he scratches her and asks why they offered to go together and apologizes for the tactless question. Marie looks at him with a joyful smile. She punches the air and says that in the last trench battle, their unit suffered greatly from Sung-woo, but Min-jun repaid him in full, and so they wanted to treat them. Seth Bell puts his hand on her shoulders and says that's right and they'll pay for lunch, so let them eat as much as they want. The guys look at them with upset looks. Han Yin raises his hands when Wang Shik says that they didn't do anything back then, and the blonde adds that means they called all of them to see Min-jun. Tears appear in the man's eyes, and he says that back then, he was simply taking revenge for his sister Rumi. The military stands in front of the blue portal. At the same time, Taejun. Raven sits on a post. He looks around. The military passes near the car. One of them swipes his finger across the tablet screen. He opens his eyes wide and asks if this is a magic stone weighing 100 kilograms, to which the woman next to him says that this is true and a magic stone with an estimated weight of 100 kilograms was discovered in the dungeon cave. This man is the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 107th Division, Colonel Sang-jin. He turns his head towards the portal. He smiles widely with all his teeth. Sang-jin furrows his eyebrows and says, "What does 100 kilograms mean?" Clouds fly over an amusement park. The squads stand opposite each other. The girls wave their hands and say that they had fun and wish them a good trip. A blush appears on Wang Shik's face and says that they also had fun next time, to which the blonde interrupts him and shouts that next time they will treat him to food. Yoon-seo smiles and waves as the guys shout to each other about how they will pay for dinner. Min-jun notices her gesture. The guys wave goodbye to each other. The glass-paneled building rises above the street. The guys are walking along the sidewalk to the bus stop. The protagonist clenches his teeth when Bonggu telepathically contacts him and says that they have a big problem, and the guy in response asks what happened to him and what happened again. If he is talking about food again, then he will definitely beat him. The Raven's eyes glow purple. He looks at the portal from the pillar and says that something unusual is felt in the previously marked dungeon, and Min-jun asks that didn't he say that the dungeon is still being explored, and he specifically took the day off to go to Taejun tomorrow. A military man waves his hands in front of a car. The other soldiers unload the turret from him, and Bonggu says that yes, he was in control of what was happening. The guys look in shock at what they are suffering, and the guy continues that, but they suddenly became animated. Sang-jin makes a happy face. Min-jun grits his teeth angrily and curses, telling him to keep an eye on the situation until he comes. The sun illuminates the buildings of the city. Noon the next day, Taejun. The green bus stops at the bus stop. Min-jun stands with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He frowns and says it's a big mess. The military stands in front of the portal. They are dragging carts with blue crystals. The protagonist puts his hand in his pocket. He takes out the business card Taeho gave him. He examines it carefully and asks what if he shows it to them and asks them to inspect the dungeon. Will they give it? He turns his head to the side. A dove with glowing eyes stands in front of him, and the guy asks if it's Bonggu, to which he replies that everything is true and thanks him for coming. Min-jun looks questioningly at the bird and puts away his business card, saying that his appearance, to which the pigeon replies that until he came, he kept an eye on the dungeons. Min-jun turns his head away and sighs, asking what he said about there being 100 kilograms of magic stones. The blue crystal glistens in the sun, and Bonggu says that's exactly what he heard and doesn't know how much they cost, but they say it was a decent amount. The protagonist makes a calm expression on his face and says that this is comparable to the dungeons in Isekai'd, and if you are lucky, after examining it, you will receive 100 times more. The dove opens its eyes wide and flaps its wings, saying that in that case, Min Jun imagines a sword with a blue blade, a mirror, and a magazine with cartridges, saying that incredible energy is hidden there, and besides, the stones here are used as weapons. Small blue lightning bolts come out of the portal. The protagonist frowns. The dove fusses and waves its paws, saying that he spoke about an unknown energy, and this is exactly it. An energy that is unfamiliar to him. He does not feel the monsters inside, but the energy is very aggressive. Ming Wei lowers his head and glares, saying that he may well not know about her, because even he only saw her once. He grits his teeth when Bonggu asks if this energy is familiar to him, and he replies that it is true. The guy makes a dash across the road. The military is working near the portal. Dark tentacles emerge from the portal. Sang Jin opens his eyes wide in fear and shouts for everyone to run away from the exit and throw magic stones and get out of here. One of the soldiers turns back and says that there are still guys inside, and the man shouts at him to tell this idiot to stay out of there and leave, acting according to instructions. Min Jun jumps over the fence and thinks what this energy definitely means. He furrows his eyebrows and says telepathically that this is a fake dungeon. He lands in front of a military man, who yells at him to move away as the situation is not good right now. The guy runs past the man and shouts that he is Sergeant Min Jun of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Platoon of the 104th Division, and he will open the dungeon from the inside again and let them report this to the 104th Division. The military man with an alarmed expression on his face shouts that it's really from the inside again, and what is he even talking about? Because you can't go there. The protagonist runs among other military men. Sang Jin turns his attention to him and shouts, asking who he is. He watches Min Jun jump into the portal. The guy's silhouette disappears in a blue glow. The tentacles fold into one large whirlwind. Sang Jin looks at this in shock and asks what it is. The tentacles cover the portal. Fear appears on the man's face, and he curses in his thoughts. Min Jun lands in the cave, and a system window appears with the text that he has entered the dungeon. He looks up. Frightened soldiers stand in front of him. The blonde stands with several other guys with their mouths open. This is Corporal Song Won and Privates Chu Huan and Zhang Tae. Two men stand with wide eyes, the red-haired Corporal Tae Sun and the brunette Corporal Tae Hyun. Min Jun looks at them with a calm gaze and asks if there is anyone else here besides them. Tae Sung watches him look around and asks who he is, to which the guy replies that he is Sergeant Min Jun of the 104th Division and happened to be passing by. He looks up at the soldiers and says that the situation is bad, so all the explanations will come later, and asks if any of them were hurt. The guys look at each other as he tells them to check everyone's equipment and condition. The guys put their weapons on the ground. Min Jun puts his hands on his hips and looks down, asking if that's the only reason they went into the dungeon, to which Sung Won replies that they're the transportation team and that's it, and the exploration team has already left. The guy frowns on his face and thinks that what's the point of sending only a transportation team? The soldiers look at each other as he wonders what is wrong with them. The protagonist stands near the guy's weapons and tells them to take their uniforms with them. He opens his mouth, saying that he doesn't know if they know. He holds his hands on his hips and says that they are now in a fake dungeon, and one of the guys asks what that means. Min Jun raises one eyebrow and says that this is an unusual situation, and in simple words. The soldiers surround the protagonist and become tense when he says that they may think that the dungeon itself is a giant monster, and that this dungeon is luring people and absorbing them. Blue shards are scattered on the floor, and he says that this time the bait was magic stones. Sung Won and Tae Sun turn around in alarm, and Min Jun tells him that there is nothing to worry about. The protagonist smiles broadly with all his teeth and says that he responsibly declares that he will get them out of there, and the soldiers in response ask that this is really serious and he will help them get out. He waves his hand in front of the boys and tells them that they must follow his instructions exactly. He shows his index finger and says that from now on they will move towards the center of the dungeon, killing monsters along the way. Tae-sung asks with worry on his face that don't they need to catch the monster that is the dungeon. Min Jun turns his gaze to the side. He waves his hand and the guys turn around when he says that's what they'll do. Monsters made of clay emerge from the depths of the dungeon and someone screams, asking what they are. There is fear and misunderstanding on the guys' faces. Min Jun punches one of the monsters. He turns his head towards the soldiers and tells them to stay behind him. Young Tae turns his head at the red-haired man and says that he identified himself as Sergeant Min Jun from the 104th Division, which means Tae-sun interrupts him, agree. The man's eye pupils shrink and he says that he is often talked about in the hunting community, and it seems that it really is him. Min Jun kicks the clay monster and Tae-sung says that in the entire history of hunters, he became the fastest to become a sergeant. The protagonist swings his hand, destroying the golem. He swings his fist upward, killing the monster, and the man continues that he is an invincible monster of the army of hunters. Sang-jin turns his head in fear when he is addressed. Taeho furrows his eyebrows when the man shouts for him to wish him well, and he replies that he does not need his wishes. He grabs him by the chest and calls him names. The man brings it to him and shouts what he is doing here, and Sang-jin replies that he just wanted to keep the magic stones discovered in the dungeon. The pupils of Taeho's eyes shrink with anger. With a furious expression on his face, he screams and asks who told him to do this, and he was supposed to explore the dungeon according to instructions, but ended up dragging young soldiers there without a strategic team into a fake dungeon. Sang-jin, with a worried look on his face, says that the results of a 2-week investigation show that the dungeon is empty, and he just wanted to provide them with a steady supply of magic stones. Taeho begins to tremble with anger and asks that he sent soldiers to the dungeon, which was explored for only 2 weeks, without even reporting it to him. He grabs the man's clothes with both hands and shouts that he will really talk this nonsense. Does he really think that he is not aware that he is obsessed with increasing productivity and that is the only reason he sent soldiers there? He throws Sang-jin away from him and yells at him to get ready to take off his uniform no matter how it ends. Taeho turns his head. He looks at the closed portal. He points to the man and says that if there is even one wounded there, he will send him to prison. Min-jun kills the monster with a swing of his fist, as Taeho tells him to pray that everyone gets out in one piece. The soldiers are standing with weapons in their hands, and behind them are piles of clay from monsters. The guy clenches his teeth and disagrees. Min-jun points his thumb at himself and asks why they keep pushing forward if they agreed that he would handle it alone, and one of the soldiers replies that they wanted to help. The protagonist sighs and closes his eyes. Clay is lying on the ground and he asks, "Didn't he say that they need to go to the center after dealing with these parasites?" The soldiers nod their heads when he asks if they remember this. The protagonist imagines monsters made of clay coming from a purple ball, and Min-jun says that these monsters are created by a fake dungeon and digest everything that gets into their body, and another important thing is that the closer to the center of the fake dungeon, the more of them there are. He furrows his brows and clenches his fist, saying that's why. The soldiers look at him enthusiastically with suits in their eyes when he shouts that they need to save their strength, and it will be bad if one of them gets hurt. The guys raise their hands up, and Min-jun looks at them with a smile and thinks that everything is so, but he said this not because he is worried about them. He clenches his hand into a fist, and behind him there is a stats window on which it is written that his strength increases by 1 and his endurance by 2, and he thinks that they don't know, but here experience points are gained faster. A blush appears on the guy's face, and he thinks that he will take them all for himself. He raises one hand and points into the cave, shouting for them to keep moving forward. The soldiers raise their katanas. They raise them above their heads and shout that they are going forward. Min-jun walks ahead and smiles evilly. A guy walks through a puddle of clay. Monsters stand in front of the guys. Behind them is a dark purple ball on a pedestal. The soldiers look at them in shock. Min-jun turns his head at the guys and thinks that when entering the dungeon, people with low stats decrease their strength indicator, and if he sent them to fight, some would not have made it here. He points his finger at the ball and says that they have come, and now they need to break that ball in T. He can get out of here. Clay monsters get in the way. The soldiers look at him with concern when the protagonist says that now he has a job for them too. Min-jun furrows his eyebrows and says that he forbids them to die. He stretches his hand and says that for the sake of his fight, although it would be better to say that for the sake of their safety, let them protect the rear and he will do everything quickly. The soldiers stand with their backs to each other and shout that they will do so. The protagonist looks at them with a smile. He makes a dash away from them. Monsters extend their arms to attack. Min-jun dodges, running at lightning speed and thinking that these guys somehow see him and his skills are not worth using. He runs between the monsters. The monster swings its limb. Min-jun jumps and the monster hits the other one. He trembles as a guy flies above him. The protagonist lands on him and kills him. He jumps over the monsters with a big smile. The clay golems stretch out their hands and walk. Min-jun punches one of them. With a sweep of his arms, he hits 2 monsters. The golems stand motionless in place. The corners of the protagonist's lips rise, exposing his teeth. He waves his hand, and with an angry grimace shouts for his experience to come to him. The ball on the pedestal begins to glow. He emits violet energy. Min-jun's eyes widen. He turns his head at the soldiers, and in his thoughts thinks that it is poison and shouts for them to retreat back. The guys look at him with alarm and misunderstanding. A magical explosion occurs near the ball. Purple pillars rise to the ceiling, and Min-jun thinks that he has immunity to poisons, but the guys do not. He grits his teeth and gathers the demonic energy in his hand and thinks that depending on the strength of the poison, they may not make it before they get out and there is no time. So he needs to go through the dungeon. The blue circle begins to glow. Something flashes in the protagonist's pocket. Blue system windows appear on which it is written that the item reacts to magical power and the hidden abilities of the item are unlocked. Min-jun takes the glowing bracelet out of his pocket and wonders what's going on. He remembers how Tae-ho handed him a box with the words that this is an item from the dungeon, and they supply generals with it, but he gives it to him and it has not yet been fully tested. But as he was told, this item improves a random ability. The guy holds the bracelet in his hand and thinks that he was going to leave it until the moment when it becomes difficult to raise stats. What is this hidden ability? He is surprised when a system window appears in front of him. The blue glowing sign says that this is a copying bracelet and the caster can use one of the skills, including skills that the caster has not learned, and after using the skill, the item disappears and the effect of the skill disappears. The corners of his lips turn up, and he thinks that isn't it excellent luck to discover this object in time. The bracelet glows in his hand, and he thinks everything is fine. Min-jun gathers dark energy and thinks that the right skill just came to his mind. He holds the dark essence in his hand. It turns into a huge dark sword. The soldiers look at this with their mouths open in shock. Min-jun places the sword on his shoulder and smiles. He brings his hand to himself and remembers the black figure in armor, saying that he had to go through hell to catch this monster, so he will never forget it. A unique skill of the Black Knight. The guy swings his huge sword, using the banishing skill, which summons a magical sword that cuts through space, sending the enemy into a rift between dimensions. He smiles evilly, and his pupils shrink as he tells him to get what he deserves. The protagonist swings his sword, leaving a black mark. Violet energy appears on it. The clay monsters begin to deform. They are sucked into the crevice. Pieces of monsters fly into the crack. The magic ball begins to vibrate. Cracks appear on it. The funnel sucks clay monsters into itself. Min-jun holds the sword with both hands. It breaks down into small particles. The guy smiles widely and furrows his eyebrows, and telepathically Bong-gu tells him that there is a big problem. The men place a metal circle in the tentacles, opening a portal, and he continues that the military is attaching something to the entrance to the dungeon. Through the window you can see a blue portal, and someone shouts that the installation of the magic bomb is completed, and they need to take everyone out and leave a minimum number of people there. Tae-ho stands with his arms crossed while the guy says they planted a magic bomb. Min-jun walks up to the pedestal as Bong-gu asks him if he can hear him. He stands in front of the broken sphere and tells him not to worry. With his fist he breaks the remains of the sphere and says that he is on his way. A man approaches Tae-ho with a remote control in his hands and addresses him. The commander holds a remote control with a red button in his hands. He frowns and thinks that it will be good if he can open the entrance with this. The portal glows through the hole in the metal window, and he thinks that there is still a possibility that the dungeon will lure people there again and a similar situation will repeat itself, if that is what it is waiting for. Tae-ho stands with clenched fists in front of the military, asking if Min-jun from the 104th Division was really here. The military man frowns and says that everything is right. They found out that he was swept into the dungeon along with their people. Tae-ho furrows his eyebrows and shouts how he is and why he is in a dungeon that does not belong to his division. The man turns his gaze to another soldier and says that as the entrance guard said, after the gate behaved strangely, he immediately rushed there, saying only that he belonged to the division. Tae-ho looks at him and asks if they contacted the 104th Division, to which he replies that yes, and the commander of the 2nd Battalion, to which Sergeant Min-jun belongs, will come here now. He turns his gaze to the tentacles in the portal. His gaze becomes angry, and he says that he understood everything and that means Min-jun is there. The tentacles are tied into one cloth. An iron window stands in the middle of the portal. Tae-ho holds the remote control with the red button in his hand and looks at her. He turns his head to the military man, who says that the soldiers have been evacuated to a safe distance. The man looks at the button in his hand and thinks that they have been there for 4 hours without the right equipment, and he wants to trust Min-jun, but he can't wait any longer. The portal begins to glow, and dark particles appear from it. The soldiers look at him in surprise. The tentacles fall apart. The man points his finger while Tae-ho runs and shouts that there is an entrance, and he interrupts him, shouting for them to tell the medics to prepare to immediately assist the survivors, and for all officers to keep their weapons ready at the scene. He runs towards the portal. He grabs the tentacles with his hands. Cars are driving closer. Tae-ho turns around as the woman approaches and yells that the medical staff are already here, and he yells for them to wait. He holds pieces of tentacles in his hands and is surprised. Several silhouettes appear in the portal. Soldiers come out of the gate. Tae-ho smiles with all his teeth. He puts his hands on Tae-sun's shoulders and asks if they're okay and if there are anyone injured. Tears appear in the red-haired man's eyes, and he tells the commander that everything is fine. The guys happily leave while one supports the other, and he says that the dungeon has been captured. Min Jun stands holding Young Tae with a smile. He hands the soldier over to a medical worker. The guy turns his head, noticing Tae-ho. He waves his hand in salute. The corners of the man's lips turn up. He waves his hand, saluting back. Behind a tall building, orange sky. Evening of the same day, headquarters of the 107th Division. Tae-ho and Min Jun are sitting at the table in the office. The man puts a mug of coffee on the table. He looks menacingly at the tablet with papers and asks the guy if he had a day off today, to which he replies that everything is so, and the man continues to ask how he got into the dungeon. Min Jun smiles and says with a happy face that he invited him to eat and he was looking for him. Tae-ho looks at him with wide eyes and asks him what he used his day off for. Excitement appears on the protagonist's face when the man raises his hand to his face and asks that then, as soon as he arrived here, he immediately jumped inside, getting right at the moment of the incident, and the guy thinks that no matter how much he thinks, it sounds too ridiculous and can't be helped. He can't do anything with that. Min Jun frowns and says with a smile that everything is exactly like that, and the moment he noticed the strange behavior of the gate, the body itself rushed into the gate, even before he thought about it. Tae-ho looks at him and rubs his temple. He closes his eyes and throws his head back, starting to laugh, and says that the more he looks at him, the more crazy he seems to him, and he needs to tell Suk-yeon about this, and the protagonist begins to laugh awkwardly, wondering if he is serious. Tae-ho folds his hands, placing them on his knees, and says that the guy made a huge contribution to the fact that they completed the dungeon without a single scratch, and thinks that he should be thanked. The corners of Min Jun's mouth turn up, and he thanks him. The man looks at him menacingly and says that besides this, the protagonist looks at him with a serious look. A look of surprise appears on his face when Tae-ho says that he stands out too much from the crowd. The man nods his head and eyes that up until today, his rate of promotion has been fast, and he thinks that the Hunter headquarters has already paid attention to him. Min Jun looks up and thinks, isn't this good? And Tae-ho says what if it gets him into trouble? The man smiles and nods his head, saying that let him boldly tell him about this, and no matter what happens, he and the commander of the 104th Division will take responsibility for him. The protagonist turns his head to him and thanks him, saying that if something happens, he will definitely tell him about it. Tae-ho folds his arms across his chest and leans on the back of his chair and says that he has a lot of work today, so he won't be able to eat. But if he has a personal question, he can ask it, and if he can, he will answer, as a thank you for saving the soldiers. Min Jun looks at him with sparkling eyes, and he waves his hand as he says that there may be a promotion, and the man interrupts him, saying that no, and he has nothing to do with it. The guy makes an upset face. There is a black stone on the table under a glass dome, and he thinks that it is the same. Tae-ho notices how the protagonist is looking at the crystal, and Min Jun thinks that it is weak but pure demonic energy, and he realized it only now. The man smiles and looks at the stone, asking if he really wants it, and he knows what it is. Min Jun looks at him with an inspired expression on his face and says that this is the first time he has seen such a stone and does not know what it is, but he is overcome by the desire to start collecting them, and Tae-ho says that his hobby does not manifest itself at all. The man looks at him seriously. Min Jun looks at the man with a blush on his cheeks as he says that they are a byproduct of the dungeon, so they can't be taken out. Tae-ho raises his fist and sighs, saying that, besides, a thief recently snuck into his place and took exactly the same stone, and let him just come across this worm. He takes the crystal in his hand. With concern on his face, he hands it to Min Jun and tells him to take it, and its origin is not yet fully known. But they say that it is safe for the human body, and the guy thanks him. The man watches with a smile as the protagonist examines the stone and thinks that Yoon Seo is exactly the same, and for some reason he doesn't hate him because they constantly collide. He brings his hand to his face and sighs, asking, however, what kind of relationship he and his daughter really have. Min Jun furrows his brows and presses the crystal to himself, saying that they are comrades in arms and nothing more, nothing less. Tae-ho's face brightens, and he says that it's taking too much time out of his day off and he has to go. The protagonist waves his hand, saluting, when the man tells him to go out and ask the commander of his battalion to come in, and he replies that he understands and has the honor. The windows of multi-story buildings do not light up on the street at night. Min Jun stands under a lantern with Bong-gu sitting. The protagonist looks menacingly at the guy who is eating the gingerbread and says that it is very tasty and it's just terribly delicious, to which he whispers to him to chew it and only talk, calling him a blockhead and asking what he was going to do with everyone in the area raised with your cry. Min Ji squeezes his hand, destroying the crystal, saying that he is serious. A blue window appears saying that he has absorbed the set level of demonic energy. On several system windows, it is written that the level of demonic energy has been increased by 1. Min Jun looks at his hand and thinks that this is really the limit, and maybe because the indicator has increased too much, the efficiency of scoring points is decreasing. A blue window appears in front of him, on which it is written that due to reaching a certain level of demonic energy, the demonic whip skill is unlocked. The guy smiles and holds the pieces, saying that he has something new again. Dark night clouds fly over the building. Gyeonggi-do, central headquarters of hunters. A scream comes from a wooden door with a dark sign, addressing Taeho. The man sits at the table and examines the tablet, shouting about what he was doing there, that he allowed this to happen, and Taeho asks for forgiveness. He opens his mouth wide and shouts that soon they will come to the 107th Division to check. This is Lieutenant General Chanamo. Taeho looks down as he shouts that it's good that everything ended so well. Suk-yeon sits with a calm face as he continues that he would have been skinned 3 times over. Chang-imo looks at the papers with a furious expression and says that Sang-jin is a worm and should report this to headquarters tomorrow. The door behind Taeho opens as he agrees. Chang-imo stands up from the table and salutes. The man takes a few steps and tells the general not to scold him too much. Chang-imo flinches when he comes closer and says that they can be heard even outside, and he replies that he will fix everything. The man sits down in a chair and says that he received the report. Suk-yeon furrows his eyebrows and thinks about what the outcome will be. A shadow covers the face of the man who entered, and he says that this time it's him again. A brunette with short hair smiles widely with his eyes closed. It is the commander of the Hunter Army, General Colonel Hak-shul, and asks what Min Jun is. The car is driving from a guarded gate. He stops abruptly on the road. Jun Beam comes out with a dissatisfied expression on his face. Indignantly, he walks towards the building. There is a blue sign on the wooden door that says this is the company commander's office. The door opens sharply inward. The military man flinches and salutes as Jun Bum looks back and asks what happened, and it was them. Min Chul looks at him with worry on his face. Jun Bum stands in front of him with his mouth wide open, and he asks that he correctly thought that their target was that kid, to which the man replies that everything is correct. The commander sits down on the sofa and sighs, calling them worms. Jun Beam grits his teeth and holds his head, asking if they deliberately chose a time when he was not there. Min Chul looks at him with worried eyes. He looks and sighs. An hour ago, he sits opposite 2 men. A strongly built man looks at him with a calm gaze. This is Senior Sergeant Tae Hwan, a Special Forces hunter. The man with the mustache furrows his eyebrows. This is Sergeant Min Soo, a Special Forces hunter. Min Chul leans over and folds his hands, saying that he understands what they are talking about, however. He raises one eyebrow and says that they came this morning asking for a meeting, but their employees just returned from vacation yesterday. Min Chul sees one of the men stick out his hand when he says that this is not much for them. The corners of Tae Hwan's lips rise, and he asks that doesn't he know who they are and who they came from, saying that they have a request for him. Min Chul puts his hands on his knees and gets angry, saying that after all, now their battalion commander and company commander are missing. So, Min Soo takes his phone out of his chest pocket and his friend laughs. Tae Hwan shakes his head and asks that he wants him to send a formal letter and can do it right now. A man with a mustache opens his phone. A look of worry appears on Min Chul's face as the brunette says that they will just look at him and leave. Tae Hwan looks at him with a calm look and tells him to call Min Jun. The wooden door opens. The protagonist waves his hand, salutes, and says that he is Sergeant Min Jun. He has arrived. Min Chul turns his head at him in surprise. The men turn and look at him. Min Jun notices the patch on Min Soo's uniform. The pupils of his eyes become smaller, and he reasons that this badge, aren't they directly subordinate to the hunter's headquarters? The men rise from the table and Min Chul tells him to pass, and these people come, so that he and Tae Hwan interrupt him, asking that it is he Min Jun. A strong man shakes the protagonist's hand and says that he is Senior Sergeant Tae Hwan from the Special Hunter Unit. Min Jun takes a few steps while Tae Hwan asks that he was the one who recently jumped into the fake dungeon and saved the hunters, which is truly amazing. He sits down next to Min Chul and thanks. Tae Hwan sits down and says with a smile that a special squad of hunters needs talents like him. The corners of the guy's mouth turn up, and he wonders if he's seriously recruiting him. The strong man looks at him and says that because, unlike ordinary hunters, they mobilize on special occasions, be it conquering high-level dungeons, protecting important people, and of course business trips abroad. He waves his hand and continues talking while Min Jun reflects that none of this matters to him. Min Chul looks worriedly at the inspired protagonist, who thinks that if he offers him a quick promotion, he won't be able to refuse. Tae Hwan looks at the guy with a calm gaze and says that they are especially involved in investigating crimes committed by civilian hunters who do not belong to the army, so combat power is the most important thing for them. He puts his hands on his feet and smiles, saying that his active and excellent work has been noted at headquarters, and therefore they want to offer him a suitable position, along with a special promotion. Min-chul sighs and closes his eyes as Min-jun asks about the special promotion. Tae-hwan, with a calming expression on his face, says that even ordinary soldiers cannot join their team. So if he accepts the offer, he will immediately be promoted to junior sergeant. Min-soo waves his index finger and says that that's not all, and the special forces as a whole are promoted faster than others because they are sent to places where they can get achievements. The protagonist sits with a happy face and thinks that then he has no reason to refuse. The man takes out his phone and turns it off. He puts it back in his pocket and asks for forgiveness. Min-jun sees a flip phone on the table. The pupils of his eyes shrink. He points his finger at the phone and says this is the phone. Min-soo looks at the guy and puts the device in his pocket, saying that this model is issued to a special unit. It is not a smartphone, but a device designed for security because many of their missions are confidential. A shiver runs through the protagonist's body and he talks about the internet. The men stare at him with their mouths open in surprise when he asks if he can use the computer at will. Min-soo waves his hand while Tae-hwan coughs into his fist and says that in the special unit, security is extremely important and therefore the use of the internet and personal devices is strictly prohibited on the territory. And even during vacation it is advised to avoid this, and the man with a mustache says that if you look at their work, then this is only a minor inconvenience. This is a great chance to devote himself to the country and receive exceptional treatment in return, so don't let him worry. Min-chul happily looks at the upset protagonist and thinks that they don't know anything. The man hands the guy a business card and says that not everyone gets such offers, so let him think it over carefully, and he replies that he will just stay here. The men open their mouths in shock, and Tae-hwan asks what he's talking about. The brunette tilts his head and frowns, asking what the reason is. There is a computer monitor and papers on the table, and the protagonist says that if he goes to the special squad. From the door with the blue sign comes a cry asking what. Tae-hwan holds his hand to an angry comrade who is shouting that he will really miss his chance because of some computer game. And because of him alone, even the generals held a meeting, but he refuses only because of the game, and is he really thinking of joking with them? Min-jun frowns and says that he wasn't joking, and for him, having a game is an important element and source of energy, and it cannot be replaced. Tae-hwan looks at him menacingly. He puts his hand on Min-soo's shoulder and stands up, saying that he understands what the guy is thinking about, and the most important thing for them is his decision, so they will leave. Min-chul opens the door with a joyful expression on his face and asks if they are leaving and then they should come here. He laughs while Min-soo looks around angrily. With his face red with anger, he turns his head and shouts that in any case his achievements are clearly inflated in comparison with his skills, and he is simply not sure that he can handle it, and that is why he came up with such a ridiculous excuse. The veins on his face bulge, and he shouts that at least he knows that if it weren't for the chance given to someone like him, he would have been immediately expelled due to the entrance test. The protagonist frowns. The men pay attention to him when he asks that how can he be sure of this. Min-chul's face shows concern and he wonders why he is doing it again. The angry men turn to look at him and Min-soo tells him to repeat himself. Min-jun turns to them and says that he doesn't know what the test is and asks, but how can he be sure that it will fail? He looks at Min-soo towering over him. He clenches his jaw. With a furious look on his face, he asks what he really wants the man to check. Min-chul steps closer and waves his hand, yelling for Min-jun to stop and asking what the sergeant is going to do. A man's hand rests on his shoulder. Min-chul looks worriedly at Tae-hwan, who is smiling. The man raises one eyebrow with a smile and asks if they can use the training room. The protagonist stands opposite a man in a room. Tae-hwan folds his arms across his chest. Min-chul stands there looking worried. Min-soo holds a katana in his hand and says that the entrance test is a free fight with senior hunters from the special squad, and if he is not sure, let him speak now. Min-jun, with a serious expression on his face, says that at least he has no intention of joining. He stands with a whip in his hand and says that if he passes the test, he will politely ask for forgiveness. Min-soo's face turns red with anger. The protagonist clutches a whip in his hand as the man tells him that how dare he say that to him, choosing such a funny weapon, and he will correct this bad habit. Tae-hwan holds a stopwatch in his hands and shouts that they have 3 rounds of 3 minutes and let them get ready. Min-jun pulls the whip with both hands. Min-soo gets into a fighting stance. He lunges at the guy and he is surprised. The protagonist dodges a katana swing. Min-soo raises the weapon behind him. Min-jun flies away from the man's blow. Min-chul watches in alarm as it falls to the floor next to him. Min-soo furrows her eyebrows and smiles. Min-chul's mouth opens in shock. The protagonist lies spread out on the floor. He smiles widely and a shadow covers his eyes. Min Chul opens his eyes wide. He remembers addressing Min Jun as he held the whip. There is concern on the man's face, and he asks what he is going to do. The guy looks at him with a calm expression on his face and says that of course he will win. Min Chul looks at him silently. The protagonist puts his hand to his face and thinks while the man thinks that if it's about Min Jun, then he can win, but this only makes him more worried. The protagonist nods his head and says that if he wins. He looks at Min Chul and asks if he will be in trouble. The man turns to Min Su and Tae Hwan and says that no matter what, the people in this squad are quite confident. A look of fear appears on his face, and he says that he is worried about what will happen if they hurt their pride. Min Jun brings his fist to his face and thinks. Min Chul looks at him in surprise when he says that then. The guy smiles and shows his index finger, saying that he will let him hit him once. A scream echoes through the white room, around. Min Su stretches his shoulder with a smile. Tae Hwan puts his hands on his hips and says that they will end this and let the guy be sent to the hospital as soon as possible. Min Chul looks at him with a serious face and remains silent. A wide smile appears on Tae Hwan's face, and he says that he can calm down because he dodged the first blow, but Sergeant Min Jun is still up to the level of the special squad. He pauses and opens his eyes wide. The protagonist raises his body and sits down. The corners of his lips turn up, and he says they're not done yet. Min Su turns at him in shock. Min Jun shakes himself off and gets up from the floor, while the man thinks that this is impossible and that he has definitely lost consciousness. Min Su grits his teeth and frowns, wondering how he could. Tae Hwan, with a worried expression on his face, asks if he really wants to continue, saying that even though this is just a normal training session with a regular weapon, if he tries and gets hurt, they will be in trouble. Min Jun raises one eyebrow and says no problem and let it happen again. Min Su approaches him, saying that he is very stubborn. His face turns red with anger, and he says that it is not a matter of willpower at all and will make him regret that he stood up. The guy pulls the whip in his hands. He is surrounded by demonic energy and he asks, so this is how he uses the singularity of demonic energy, a skill that removes the color and smell of magic so that it does not affect the environment and which can be turned on or off, and the demonic whip skill, which concentrates demonic energy, giving it the shape of a whip. Min Su grits his teeth and says that he is arrogant. He makes a dash towards the guy. He swings his katana 3 times. Min Jun furrows his eyebrows. He raises one eyebrow and, smiling, blocks the katana's blows with his whip. Surprise appears on the man's face. He swings his katana. The guy watches as he is attacked. He wraps the whip around the end of the katana. There is a flash and a loud sound. The pupils of Min Su's eyes shrink. The katana disappeared from his hand. The weapon flies through the air. Tae Hwan looks at him in bewilderment. Min Chul raises his head in surprise. Min Jun waves a whip at the shocked man. Min Su defends himself from punches. He grits his teeth and furrows his brows. He removes his hands from his head and says that he is quite good with a whip, but such attacks will not leave a scratch on him. The man opens his hand and it freezes. A grimace of pain and fear appears on his face. He holds his shaking hands in front of him and screams. Tae Hwan opens his mouth in shock and wonders what it is. Min Su falls to his knees and trembles as the man reasons that he only fell to his knees because of such a minor attack. The whip hits between the men. Min Jun holds the weapon by the handle. He brandishes the whip with a smile. The corners of his mouth turn up, revealing his teeth. Tae Hwan furrows his eyebrows. Min Su lifts his head and with sweat on his face screams for him to stop. The protagonist hits him with a whip. The man screams from the wound on his chest. Min Jun swings the whip as he stands in front of him and coughs. The guy has a wide smile on his face and thinks that yes, it was a pretty high-level attack, and he realized that the special squad has no problem with strength. The whip wriggles in the air, and he reasons that this is the first time a man has received a blow from a demonic whip. Did he feel it? The guy remembers how he beat the monster and thinks that even a persistent orc warrior would fall after the first blow. The whip flies through the air. The weapon hits the floor. Min Su looks at him with horror on her face and trembling. Min Jun makes an angry expression, wondering if he will act so arrogantly aft. Are being hit. A man with a mustache opens his mouth wide. Tae Hwan sticks out his hand and yells for him to stop and stop. The protagonist with an ominous face swings a whip. A loud sound echoes throughout the huge white hall. The end of the whip hit between Min Su's legs. The man's mouth began to foam. He falls to the floor unconscious. Tae Hwan runs up to him and addresses him. He helps his friend get up. He looks at him carefully and thinks that this guy didn't even blink an eye when he was beaten by a herd of orcs, and now he passed out from the pain. Min Chul comes over and talks to the guy while Tae Hwan wonders if it was just because of the training whip. How could he really put that much force into it? The guys pay attention to the approaching man, who thinks that he knew that the guy should not be missed. Tae-hwan puts on a serious face and says that the subordinate's mistake is the boss's mistake and asks if he can apologize in his place. Min-jun raises one eyebrow and scratches his cheek and wonders if he put in a lot of demonic energy. Min-soo sits leaning against the wall, and the guy thinks that for some reason he feels guilty. The protagonist lowers his hand and says that no, he behaved unbecoming of his rank and therefore asks for forgiveness. Tae-hwan looks at him carefully. He hands the guy a business card and tells him to contact him if he changes his mind, which he definitely will. He helps his comrade walk while Min-chul approaches them and asks that they are really leaving and if they are in a hurry, maybe they can stop by their hospital. Tae-hwan turns his head at him and refuses, saying that they were tactless today. Min-jun watches Min-chul escort the men away. He smiles and holds up the business card in his hand, asking that everything ended well. Loud laughter comes from a wooden door with a blue sign. Jun-beom puts his hands on his feet and shouts that this is wonderful. The corners of his lips turn up, and he asks where Sergeant Min-jun is now. Min-chul replies with a calm expression that he is currently in individual training. Jun-beom points his thumb at himself and says that he will personally report to the division commander that Min-jun rejected the special squad's offer and thinks they will be happy. He raises his hand to his face and thinks, saying that although he refused them, he thinks that today's incident only increased his value to the special squad and they don't just give up. Min-chul, with a worried expression on his face, asks if they can do something. For example, the conditions under which Min-jun is here, and the man tells him not to worry about it. The division commander expected something like this. Jun-beom smiles widely, showing his teeth. There are broken wooden boards on the floor, and the man says that he is looking forward to it. The protagonist hits the piece of wood with his whip, and he continues what he will offer. The guy looks at the whip in his hands, and Division Commander Min-jun continues. Suk-young furrows his eyebrows and laughs loudly. He sits opposite Jun-beom and, closing his eyes, says that is expected from Min-jun, and he is great. The men sit opposite each other, and the bearded man says what kind of losers this special squad is, and that karma has overtaken them. Suk-yeon smiles with all his teeth and tells him not to promise him. If the guy chose to join the special squad, they would not be able to stop him. So he was careful. Now everything is resolved so easily. The corners of Jun-beom's mouth lift, and he says that everything is correct, and he thinks it's time to take the division position. Suk-yeon gets up from the couch and approaches the table with the phone and says that he needs to show his favor to the one who chose the 104th Division. He picks up the phone. Jun-beom looks at him in surprise when he asks into the phone if they have finished all the preparations. Suk-yeon clenches his teeth in a joyful smile and says that everything is fine and let them bring him all the documents now. Clouds fly over a building with a radio tower. The guys look at Min-jun and Sun-ho in front of them with shock on their faces. There are no shoulder straps on the man's shoulders. Wang-shik, eyes wide open, asks what happened so suddenly. Sun-ho folds his arms across his chest and says that from today Sergeant Min-jun has been appointed commander of their second squad of 2nd Platoon and they now report to him. Han-yen, with a worried face, asks if that means Sun-ho has also been promoted, to which he replies that this is not entirely true. The man furrows his eyebrows and says that anyway, in the future, he will really try to get a promotion. Right now he doesn't have enough grades for a promotion, but he is going to give this place to Sergeant Min-jun and asks if there are any dissatisfied ones. The guys with wide smiles on their faces say that of course not, and who else if not Sergeant Min-jun. Dong-jin waves his hand and asks if he can ask Sergeant Min-jun a question. He says with concern on his face that he heard that recently a soldier from the 104th Division alone took over a fake dungeon in Taejeon, and is it possible that it was the guy, since he just had the day off? The soldiers look at the protagonist with admiration, and Wang-shik shouts that, of course, now everyone is discussing this in the hunter community. The guy closes one eye and sighs, answering that it really was him, and he really happened to walk by and was pulled there, so there was no choice. The guys look with excitement, and the blonde asks if it's really serious and if this is really possible. Min-jun spreads his arms out to the sides when Dong-jin asks if he's hurt, and he responds by saying that he's absolutely fine. He makes a displeased face and waves his hand in front of Wang-shik when he asks what it means that his appointment is related to this and there are no other awards, and he answers that there are. The soldiers look at him with enthusiasm and ask what it is. The military wave their weapons, killing the green monsters. A few days later, the dungeon has a goblin settlement. With one blow the goblin is cut into 2 halves, and someone says that's what it means. Wang-shik hits the monster and looks back at Min-jun asking that in such a short time he was also offered to join a special squad, to which he responds positively. Han-yen smiles and holds an axe in his hands, throwing blows and says that he refused and heard that one senior sergeant even started bleeding during a training sparring. Wang-shik frowns and waves his katana, saying that it's hard to even believe in such a thing, and asks whether these conversations won't become scary stories if they find out about them. Han Yin turns his head at him and punches the goblin when he says that, anyway, the division commander immediately appointed him as a squad leader, and asks that didn't he promise that if the sergeant achieved achievements in the squad within a year, he will receive a promotion to junior sergeant, to which the blonde replies that yes. Sergeant Sun Ho, having heard about this, also calmly conceded, because he also does not like the special squad. The guys turn around at the loud noise. A huge green hand breaks the bark of a tree. The monster clenches his teeth, his eyes burning. A huge goblin with a club comes out towards the guys. It opens its mouth and screams piercingly. The guys look at each other and are silent. The goblin swings his club. A whip flies near Wang Shik. The weapon hits the monster directly in the eyes. He clutches his face and trembles. The whip twists in the air. The guys look at the goblin, who is screaming. The monster falls to its knees in front of the guy. Min Jun holds his whip with a smile. He furrows his eyebrows. The guys turn their heads at him, and Wang Shik says that this is the individual equipment that the division commander provided to the sergeant, which has lethal power, and the blonde adds that even the platoon commander does not have individual equipment, and he really does a lot for him. Min Jun waves his whip with a wide smile. He hits several goblins, killing them. The guys look at him with serious faces, and the man asks why the whip, to which Han Yin says that he heard that the division commander himself suggested that he choose a weapon to make, so it is the sergeant's choice. The protagonist stands surrounded by corpses of goblins, and the guy continues that giving up a special squad is worth it, given the reward, because issuing individual equipment is very non-trivial. So the division commander had to sign about 10 documents. He swings the whip and smiles, thinking that he really is beyond all his expectations. He hits the floor and thinks the center of gravity and grip are excellent, completely different from normal equipment. He looks at the stone in the handle and thinks that maybe it's because of the magic stone inserted, but even without using the magic whip, its power is incredible. Min Jun puts his hand in front of him and swings. He does a few kicks in the air. The soldiers turn to look at him in surprise. The protagonist smiles, bares his teeth, and raises one eyebrow, reasoning that you can get a junior sergeant in a year by accumulating achievements. He waves his whip and thinks that with this, he will receive this title very soon. The lights of the shopping center illuminate the night street. Saturday, Chunshin. Steam is coming from the food on the table. Min Jun sits at the table with furrowed brows. He closes his eyes and sighs when someone asks if they can start eating, to which he replies that they are asking him something. He looks up and says what is more important. Yoon Seo has a blush on her cheeks and looks at the food while the guy asks why she is eating with him. A woman approaches the table with food. The girl looks up at her with a smile when the woman says they can eat, and she thanks he are in return. Yoon Seo picks up the food with chopsticks and eats it. Min Jun folds his arms over his chest. The girl, bringing food to her mouth, looks at him. He grits his teeth when she asks him what he's not eating. She'll pay for it. And he says that's not the problem. The guy raises one eyebrow and asks how she knew that he was not in the barracks today, and that he would go to Chunshin, and how she knew that he would come to this area for food. The pupils of his eyes shrink, and he says, wait. He remembers Wang Shik showing his thumb and the correspondence with him, where he asked that he was in Chunshin, to which the protagonist replied that he was. The man wishes him a good rest and asks if he has already had dinner, to which the guy replies that he will go now, and he asks where he is going to have dinner. Min Jun smiles evilly and asks if it was Wang Shik, that worm. Yoon Seo awkwardly looks away and says no. It's all just an accident. The guy looks at her with rage. The girl closes her eyes and sighs, apologizing and saying that she was just asking. Don't let him scold Wang Shik. Min Jun's face turns red with anger, and he says that he will deal with it himself, and asks that isn't it strange, to which she asks what. The female workers turn to look at them when he asks if she likes him. Yoon Seo clenches her hands into fists as her face turns red with embarrassment, and she screams what nonsense and why is he speaking informally. She clenches her teeth when he asks that she should say so too. They are the same age and she agrees. The women laugh and go about their business when she shouts that in any case, she doesn't like him and let him stop this nonsense, to which the guy replies that then why is she here and she heard about him from Wang Shik and came here, didn't she? The food on the plate is hot and steaming, and Yoon Seo shouts that she had a reason and he asks what the reason is. The girl looks away and puts her hand on the table, talking about the closed dungeon in the training center. Min Jun looks at her in surprise, and she continues that the Red Boar while helping in Watchin, as well as the recent fake dungeon, and the guy asks what she is talking about. Yoon Seo blushes and scratches his cheek, saying that it feels like no matter where he goes, something always happens, so she was wondering if there would be something else this time. She gives up and worries, thinking that no matter how much she thinks, There is no point, and she panicked so much that she said the first thing that came to mind. The guys sit at the table and are silent. The girl tilts her head and looks at the guy. The corners of his lips turn up into a wide smile, and he fake laughs. His hands are shaking and sweat is rolling down him, and he says, "What is she talking about? He's not a natural disaster." The girl looks at him questioningly as he wonders if it's really her. Fear appears on Min Jun's face, and he squeezes the glass until cracks appear on it, and he wonders if she really suspects something. The guys are sitting opposite each other. The girl has a rank with 3 stripes on her pocket, and the guy asks what it means that she is now a corporal. Yoon Seo closes her eyes and blushes, saying that she took the promotion test last week, and the guy asks her if he was too fast, even though he was confident in her. The girl frowns and asks what's funny to him. After all, he has already risen to the rank of sergeant. She looks at Min Jun with displeasure and asks him why he keeps talking disrespectfully, and he asks that she does it too. He chooses food and looks at her in surprise when she asks that he really doesn't think she can do the same, and he replies that that's good. Demonic energy appears behind the protagonist. He has visions of lightning flashing in the air in the park. People are walking through the square, and there are magical sparks. Min Jun grits his teeth and thinks it's bad luck. Yoon Seo shakes his head questioningly when the guy thinks why now, because she's watching him closely. With worry on his face, he imagines following the shadow monster and thinks that he came here because of the gate that is about to open. The shadow covers the guy's eyes, and he thinks that nothing can be done. With a serious expression on his face, he says that he will go to the toilet. Min Jun walks through the park at night and looks around. Magic lightning flashes in the sky, and he says that it seems he is here. Wooden bench near the road. A shadow monster appears from under it. He and the protagonist give each other a thumbs up, and the guy says that as expected from the best employee, things got better when he moved away from Banggu, and he can already feel the demonic energy. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, Min Jun throws a magic ball to the monster and asks that there really is no news from the worm Banggu, where he is and what he is doing. The protagonist turns his attention upward. Magic lightning sparkles in the air. The guy frowns and says that he's glad that it's winter outside and there's no one there. Magic lightning spreads in different directions. A portal opens in front of Min Jun. He looks at him angrily and asks why the gates opened again in a residential area. Only people live here, if the guys have any conscience at all. He stretches his hand and says that there is no choice, and he will have to figure it out quickly for the safety of people and his promotion. A massive silhouette appears in the blue portal. The monster is behind the portal. Min Jun stands in a fighting stance and is surprised. Asking what it is, he goes outside. He frowns and takes his phone out of his pocket. A message came to his phone saying that he needed to urgently evacuate due to the appearance of the gate to Chuncheon. The blue glow of the portal illuminates the guy's face, and he thinks that he didn't know that they would get out. And if there are so many of them that he can't handle it alone, he'll have to distract them with himself. He gathers demonic energy in his hands and reflects that the military is already aware, but it is worth considering that they will be delayed due to compliance with instructions. A large claw emerges from the portal. A huge monster without eyes comes out of the portal. He opens his mouth and screams. Min Jun covers himself with his hand and frowns, wondering if this is really a hanker. The monster swings its bladed arm. The protagonist dodges, crouches, and thinks that he is really the only one there. He furrows his brows and wonders how much demonic energy he has absorbed, and those hands of his look dangerous. He jumps away from the monster. Min Jun smiles and summons 3 dark balls and says that his blades are very sharp, but if he can't reach him, then they are useless, and uses the dark arrows skill. The monster extends his hand and shoots it. The guy's eyes open wide. The hand flies into the ground, creating a small explosion. The monster stands with his hand outstretched. The blade stuck into the floor. Min Jun sits on one knee with a blade between his legs. He grabs the chain of the blade with his hand and says, "Where did this worm learn this?" The veins on the monster's body swell. He waves his hand, moving the protagonist. The guy watches as the second blade flies at him. He dodges, releasing one of the chains. He flies over the monster. The protagonist punches the monster in the face. The monster falls and the guy lands on the ground. Min Jun turns his head and wonders if he didn't have enough. The monster's jaw hangs on pieces of flesh. The guy swings his fist and thinks that then he will hit him again, and they turn to him with a scream. He grits his teeth and turns around. Yoon Seo runs with a torn-out road sign, and the guy thinks that she is getting into something somewhere. The monster swings its left arm. The blade flies at the girl. The hand catches the chain of the blade. Min Jun redirects the blow to the floor and asks what he's doing. The monster screams with blood coming out of its mouth. Yoon Seo furrows his eyebrows and shouts what he's doing here without a weapon. He just took it and ran away from dinner. Min Jun turns his head at her and holds the chain, shouting that how did she know what was happening. The girl squeezes the sign in her hand. She throws him with all her might and screams that she learned from the emergency message. Min Jun looks at the sign flying above him. The corners of his lips turn up. He runs under a flying sign. He jumps high into the air. The guy catches the sign with his hand. With a wide smile, he gathers demonic energy in his hand using the demonic whip. He hits the monster on the head with the road sign and asks if she even paid. The monster's head is crushed under the blow. The monster falls and the protagonist is placed above it. Yoon Seo covers the rising dust with his hand. Min Jun collects demonic energy from the corpse. He turns his head to cough. The girl opens her eyes wide, covers her mouth with her hand and coughs, asking if it really was a hanker. The guy stands with a curved sign in his hands, while she asks that it was a monster of the highest danger category and he killed it with one blow. He nods at his weapon and asks, thanks to whom is all this, and thinks that if she had not come, it would have been much more convenient and he would have tried a bunch of things. Yoon Seo sits down next to the monster's corpse and asks if he is not at all ordinary. This is a monster who throws blades and is also in chains. She looks at the guy incredulously and says that they will discuss this later. Another silhouette appears in the portal. The girl opens her mouth in shock. The hanker group exits the portal. Min Jun throws the road sign over his shoulder when Yoon Seo shouts that there are really 5 more, and we need to quickly leave and unite with the hunters who will arrive. He turns around with a wide smile and says that this is a good idea and let her quickly run away and join them. The girl opens her mouth wide and screams, how is he? Is he really going to deal with them himself? Has he really gone completely crazy? The monsters open their mouths and scream. A shadow covers the protagonist's face, and he tells her to go. His eyes light up purple, and he gets into a fighting stance. He jumps towards the monsters. The guy frowns and shouts with an angry expression that the rank of sergeant will soon be his. 2 moons shine in the night sky above the forest. A cloaked figure walks through the trees. The man takes a few steps. He stands in front of the stone and begins to cast a spell. The cobblestone splits into 2 parts. In its place, a staircase appears downwards. A cloaked figure walks up the steps. A man walks along a dark corridor. He goes deeper into the dark building. The figure approaches the center of the room. He stops in front of the statue. The figure folds its hands in front of itself. A man takes off his hood, from under which pink hair peeks out. The girl stands and moonlight falls on her. She turns her head back. She looks at the oval depression in the floor, standing near the statue of her sister Rumi, and tells Mr. Minol to wait a little longer.